The headquarters of the Mystic Darkness Sect, Mountain of Ruthlessness. A bunch of people with panic-stricken expressions were scrambling down. It's all fake, it's all a ruse. Run fast. Who said that infamous villain's power was depleted? Clearly, he's stronger than before. At the peak of the mountain, standing on the roof tiles, a figure in purple robes was slowly reaching out and observing the chaos below. My name is Lang Qian, and half an hour ago, I just crossed over to this realm of the commerce origin, merging my soul with the legendary dark arts master Lang Qian, a name that strikes fear. Those righteous sects realized my power had waned, so they wanted to take this chance to eliminate me. Luckily, the absolute area system showed up just in time to help me out. Lang Qian gracefully leaped down. The system notification popped up, and he looked up in surprise. System notification, mission accomplished. It recognizes that the host has shown mercy to the righteous sects and hasn't committed unnecessary slaughter. Reward points earned, 109 points. Seeing this, Lang Qian squinted in annoyance and exclaimed, "Here I am, a dark arts master, and I have to do good deeds to earn points. What kind of bizarre system is this?" The system notification popped up again, with an analysis. Name, Lang Qian. Race, human. Lifespan, 7 hours 25 minutes. Status, leader of the Mystic Darkness Sect. Dark Arts Master. Cultivation level, Peak War God Realm, full points exchange, 100 points. Equipment, Newbie Gift Pack. Lang Qian sighed in frustration. Not only was his power diminished, but he was also on the brink of death. Is this really the legendary descent into hell? Better keep my life, that's the priority. He quickly devised a plan for himself and forcefully crushed the identity card he was holding, shattering it into tiny pieces. The system chimed in again. Congratulations, host successfully used the high-grade life-saving card, extending lifespan by 15 days. After reading that, Lang Qian felt no joy, only rage that made him spit blood. In a fit of fury, flames erupted around him as he clenched his fists and shouted at the system, "Just a card that adds 15 days. But right after that, Lang Qian stroked his beard with a contemplative expression. "And it gives equipment too. Sounds pretty badass. Let's see the gear." The system announced, equipping the divine transformation garb. Instantly, a wave of energy surrounded Lang Qian, and he suddenly floated in midair. In just a moment, Lang Qian's hair began to change color. His face also gradually became younger. Surrounded by this mysterious energy, Lang Qian's body rejuvenated, returning to the form of a young man. For this sudden turn of events, he wasn't surprised at all. Lang Qian's expression remained completely calm. He stared at his hand and said, "Younger again. But it seems like my power hasn't increased at all." The system chimed in, reminding him that the rejuvenation only made the host younger, without altering their abilities. After reading that, he put his hands on his hips and sighed in frustration, thinking, what kind of newbie gift is this? Suddenly, he heard the sound of a girl sprinting towards him at an incredible speed from a distance. While running, she was shouting for help, "Help me." Lang Qian turned around in surprise. The girl, with silver hair and a very alluring outfit, had a pitiful expression as she reached out to him, crying, "Please save me, senior." Just a few seconds later, she quickly threw herself into Lang Qian's arms, leaving him stunned. Without any reaction, Lang Qian froze. His face turned slightly red from embarrassment as he thought, what is happening? At that moment, the girl in his arms suddenly looked up, gazing at him with tear-filled, pleading eyes, saying, "Senior, please save me. Someone is trying to kill me." Before he knew it, a few men appeared in front of him, and he could only stand there in shock. The leader, sporting a long scar across his face, glared at him with a fierce look. But just a moment later, he raised his hand in a gesture of respect and introduced himself, "Forgive my boldness, but may I ask if you are the master of the Mountain of Ruthlessness? The renowned leader of the Mystic Darkness Sect, is that you?" Lang Qian looked at him with a deeply bored expression, thinking, hero saving the damsel. Nah, more like a demon saving the damsel. Meanwhile, the girl clinging to him was terrified and thought. Lang Qian, that demon. Lang Qian activated his heavenly eye to start analyzing the situation. After a thorough examination, he felt a wave of unease, thinking that based on their energy levels, that guy was at least a soul realm master. Given his current state as a regular person, winning was unlikely, so maybe he should just ignore it. Suddenly, the system chimed in with a notification. A mission popped up, titled Save a Life Like Building a 7-Story Tower. Being at the Mountain of Ruthlessness. The host couldn't let others act recklessly, and had to save this girl to earn some good karma for the future. After reading that, Lang Qian slapped his forehead in a display of utter helplessness. Just then, Jia Longquan suddenly dropped to his knees. He and his 2 lackeys knelt down, bowing respectfully, explaining in front of him, today, barging into the mountain of ruthlessness was indeed due to my foolishness, but I had no choice. That woman was lurking around, killing our cult's followers, stealing precious herbs, and destroying many treasures of our sect, so we had to chase her down. The girl holding onto him turned her head and denied, no. It's not like that. Suddenly, his face darkened, and he asked in a low voice, are you people from the soul cult? Jia Longquan carefully replied, yes, I am the roadmaster of the soul cult. But contrary to his respectful demeanor, he secretly looked down on him. This guy must be scared. After all, the soul cult is the top dark sect in the world right now. He definitely wouldn't offend me over a disrespectful girl. But before he could react, a razor-sharp sword shot towards him. A system notification popped up, kill the one who intends to offend the disciple of the Mountain of Ruthlessness, earn reward points, 50 points. Lang Qian, with a cold expression, explained, I will not tolerate the soul cult. Jia Longquan frowned, tilting his head to look at his disciple, who was stabbed in the forehead by Lang Qian's sword. That day, Lang Qian quickly pulled the sword out of his disciple's head, causing him to fall backward. While the other disciple looked up in shock, he raised his sword towards him and shouted, anyone from the soul cult will be killed without mercy. Then he swung the sword to attack. But luckily, thanks to Jia Longquan's quick reflexes, he pulled the man back, saving him from disaster. Jia Longquan's expression darkened, one hand gripping his disciple tightly while the other held him down on the ground. Seeing this, Lang Qian, with an unhappy expression, thought to himself, if only I had been a bit faster, I could have killed that guy, what a shame. Jia Longquan, now gritting his teeth in frustration, was sweating cold. He asked, Elder Lang, why are you doing this? Is that girl worth it? Lang Qian stepped forward, raising his hand to protect the girl and replied, when have I ever allowed you to be so rude? Don't even mention your leader Liu Muzhuan. Even if the heavenly King Laozi came here, he wouldn't dare question me like that. At the same time, his eyes radiated killing intent as he thought, if I can't win in strength, I'll just have to intimidate them into retreating. In response to Lang Qian, Jia Longquan stood up, furious, and scoffed, Elder Lang, it's precisely because you're the master of our esteemed leader of the soul cult that I respect you a bit. But don't think for a second that I'm afraid of you. Lang Qian, fuming, slammed his sword down onto the ground. Then, he leaned to the side, angrily shooing the group of men away. I'm giving you one last chance, get your disciple out of here now. The disciple behind him was a nervous wreck, trembling in fear at Lang Qian's expression, stammering, Director, it seems that guy's power is no joke. Maybe we should just back off. But Jia Longquan didn't seem worried at all, he lifted his chin and laughed loudly. Lang Qian, I advise you to stop pretending. Even though you look a lot younger, your energy is completely gone. 1,000 years have passed, and you're washed up. Hand over the person to me, or don't blame my blade for being ruthless. With a sly grin, he pulled out his sword in front of Lang Qian, showing utter disdain. In response to Jia Longquan's actions, Lang Qian glared at him with eyes full of killing intent and growled, "You think you can kill me? You're not even close." Ignoring Lang Qian's warnings, Jia Longquan boldly jumped forward to attack. He raised his sword high and challenged, "Let's see you try." From his sword, a fierce bolt of blue lightning erupted. Lang Qian widened his eyes, staring intently at the sword. The girl, seeing this, shouted in alarm, "Elder Lang, watch out." Jia Longquan pressed his sword against Lang Qian's neck, looking utterly delighted, "I guess I'll just take your head." Lang Qian showed no reaction, standing still and waiting. Suddenly, as Jia Longquan brought the sword close to his neck, everything around them froze, and a storm began to brew. At that moment, Jia Longquan's expression shifted from arrogance to sheer terror. Lang Qian's face darkened, and a chilling aura of killing intent surrounded him. Realizing he couldn't move, Jia Longquan stared at Lang Qian with wide, panicked eyes. In his mind, he thought, "I can't move, it feels like I've hit steel. What the hell is going on?" At the same time, Lang Qian was secretly thinking that the absolute area system was basically creating an absolute zone within a certain range. Within this range, he could control everything. Even though right now it was only a 10 centimeters radius, as long as someone stepped into this zone, he was basically a god. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A powerful aura of killing intent radiated around him. The sword he was holding suddenly shattered. Holding the broken pieces of his sword, Jia Longquan trembled and lamented, "No way. My top-tier sword was a heavenly-grade weapon." In response to his reaction, Lang Qian, with a face full of killing intent, stepped forward and said, "Don't even talk about this top-tier sword technique, even if all the top-tier techniques in the world were combined. In my eyes, they are just a bunch of mediocre skills." Jia Longquan looked up at him in fear, thinking to himself, the rumors are true. He really has the power to turn the world upside down. I have to get out of here fast, or I'm definitely going to get killed. At the same time, Jia Longquan quickly started to back away, looking for a way to escape. Seeing his actions, Lang Qian warned in a low voice, "If you dare to run, I'll make sure you turn to dust in the blink of an eye." Jia Longquan froze in place, not daring to move. Meanwhile, Lang Qian approached with his sword in hand. The dark spirit Zhao was established by his third disciple, Liu Muzhuan. The elders, guardians, and even the staff in the sect all came from the Mystic Darkness sect under his command. Today, you've acted without respect, committing the first offense. With a wicked heart, plotting to kill me to gain fame, that's the second offense. Bullying the weak, doing evil deeds, and plotting to kill the woman in front of me, that's the third offense. With these 3 offenses combined, according to sect law, you deserve to be pierced by 1,000 blades and have your insides ripped out. Lang Qian's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with killing intent. As soon as he finished speaking, Jia Longquan knelt down, his body shaking uncontrollably. He fell to the ground, bowing his head and frantically admitting his guilt. "I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please, Elder Lang, show mercy. Spare my life." Lang Qian paid no attention to Jia Longquan's pleas. He looked down at him with cold, expressionless eyes. In the face of his horrified gaze, he thought to himself, this is the first time Jia Longquan has ever seen such eyes in his life, no hint of malice, yet they felt suffocating. He lifted his head, his pale face glancing at him. He felt like a tiny ant. Suddenly, he sensed his own body shrinking, while Lang Qian appeared to grow larger in a bizarre way. As if struck by a crazy thought, he looked at his own broken sword and trembled, saying, "If it's come to this, then don't blame me." Without a second thought, Jia Longquan grabbed the sword. He used it to stab himself. Everyone around was taken aback by his sudden action. His hand gripped the sword embedded in his shoulder, his body shaking from the pain. Blood was now spilling from his mouth, yet he still looked up, desperately pleading, asking Elder Lang to spare him. As soon as he finished speaking, the wound was too deep for him to endure, and he collapsed. Lang Qian didn't seem to care at all, just glanced down for a moment. Witnessing his pitiful act, he reluctantly agreed, saying, "I accept your request." After getting his wish, Jia Longquan looked up, trying to smile as he said, "Thank you, master." But before he could finish, the severe wound took him out, and he passed away instantly. In the wake of his master's sudden departure, the disciple trembled and spoke up, Master." Lang Qian, standing in front, reminded him, "Take his body back." Seeing this, the disciple hurriedly thanked him, saying, "Thank you, ancestor." As the disciple prepared to leave, Lang Qian warned him, "Relay this message to your leader. I will definitely come for him, tell him to behave and wait. If not, I won't hold back." After that, the disciple awkwardly carried the body down the mountain, repeatedly thanking the ancestor for sparing his life. Suddenly, a notification from the system popped up out of nowhere. Notification system, mission to eliminate the schemer, who attempted to kill the master, a serious offense. Reward points exchange, 200 points. See through the true intentions of the offender. Reward points exchange, 100 points. Saving a life is like building a 7-story tower. Reward points exchange, 1,900 points. A day of doing good deeds, accumulating virtue threefold. Recognizing that the host spares others while not desecrating their remains. Reward points exchange, 500 points. As soon as he finished reading, Lang Qian put his hand on his chin, looking super pleased, thinking to himself, "Damn, this time I really hit the jackpot." Just then, a girl's voice suddenly called out from behind, "Senior, senior." He turned around, and the sight before him was of a girl kneeling and pleading. Today, thanks to the senior's help, Chen Zhu was able to keep her life. I can never repay the senior's kindness, Chen Zhu will be forever grateful. If the senior doesn't mind, please take Chen Zhu in. I will serve you for life, like a loyal servant. She is Chen Zhu, looking up at Lang Qian with a pitiful gaze, repeatedly begging, "Please, senior, take Chen Zhu in. I will serve you for life, like a loyal servant." In response to her proposal, Lang Qian's expression was cold on the outside, but inside he felt an indescribable awkwardness, thinking, "For a lifetime as a servant. Wait a minute, I'm the master of the dark arts now, I can't be that easygoing." He raised his hand to his mouth and pretended to cough. Then, Lang Qian, with a very cold expression, asked, "Do you know where this is? And who I am?" Chen Zhu answered without hesitation, "Chen Zhu knows. This place is the holy realm of dark arts. Mountain of Ruthlessness, home of the Mystic Darkness Sect. The senior is the leader of the Mystic Darkness Sect, also known as the Master of Dark Arts, the top of the Dark Arts heavenly ranking, Lang Qian." Elder Lang. Seeing her answer so fluently, Lang Qian put his hand on his chin, his expression still cold, and asked, "If you know, why are you still kneeling and begging me to keep you? Aren't you afraid I'll get angry and burn your bones?" After hearing his words, Chen Zhu was taken aback, her eyes filled with astonishment. Still kneeling, she couldn't help but tremble in fear and stammered, "I." Chen Zhu is scared. But just moments later, she quickly overcame her fear, placed her hand on her chest, and affirmed, "Since childhood, Chen Zhu has been taught to remember kindness, and must repay it. Moreover, the senior just saved Chen Zhu's life, this life belongs to Elder Lang. I earnestly beg the esteemed senior to take Chen Zhu in." Then she immediately bowed her head in worship. Scene transition, on the mountain range in the early morning, at the grounds of the Mystic Darkness Sect. As both of them entered, Lang Qian quietly closed the door behind him. Chen Zhu looked up in surprise. In a vast space, it was eerily quiet, not a sound or a soul in sight. Upon entering, she gazed in astonishment at the cobweb-covered surroundings, but couldn't help but wonder to herself, this is the Mystic Darkness Sect, once the pinnacle of the world. It felt like it had been ages since anyone had cleaned up. Lang Qian walked ahead, and Chen Zhu asked, "This is the dark sect you mentioned, so different from what you imagined, right?" But she didn't get a response. Instead, she thought to herself, I heard that Lang Qian's power diminished due to a 1,000-year drought, causing the Mystic Darkness sect to scatter. I can't believe it's fallen into such disrepair. Just a moment ago, he clearly had the ability to manipulate the space around him. Such power must belong to someone at least at the peak of the martial emperor level. After a 1,000-year drought, he should barely be standing, right? Suddenly, Lang Qian stopped, startling Chen Zhu behind him. He turned around and reminded Chen Zhu, "This is just a brief overview of the main hall. As for the other halls, feel free to explore if you have time. I am going to rest for a bit. Call me when the food is ready." Seeing this, she bowed her head in obedience. "Yes, senior." In another room, Lang Qian walked in, sighed in frustration, finally shaking off that girl. Then, Lang Qian spoke to the system. "System, open my personal interface." The system interface popped up with notifications. Name, Lang Qian, race, human, lifespan, 15 days 6 hours 25 minutes, cultivation, martial god peak, absolute area range 18 centimeters, exchange points, 1950 points. Looking at the system notifications, he questioned and then commanded, "So I have this many exchange points already. Let's check out the shop. Increasing lifespan is the most important, so I'll buy a few life-saving cards first." After the system opened the shop and announced the prices, Lang Qian complained, "What outrageous prices. Let's grab a basic mystical card and see." After selecting the purchase, the card appeared. He quickly reached out, grabbed it, and crushed the card. The system announced, lifespan increased from 15 days 6 hours 25 minutes to 45 days 6 hours 25 minutes. Faced with the benefits he received, Lang Qian grumbled, "This kind of attack pricing is a joke. Maybe I should buy a range card instead." He looked at the pile of items that appeared and started to make his choices. After just a few seconds of thinking, he quickly decided on an item. Suddenly, a beam of light shone back into his face. The system announced, 10 centimeters turned into 22 centimeters. Lang Qian, after reading that, slapped his forehead, looking utterly defeated and sighed, "Ooh, such an expensive card, and it only increased a little. At this rate, when will I ever master the world?" Accidentally, when he opened one hand, he discovered something. The card shaped like a gift box contained, each time consuming 50 points to exchange for one. Drawing rewards increased luck by 7 points. Accumulate enough 10 lucky points or multiples of it, and you will definitely receive a big secret gift pack. His eyes suddenly lit up. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Looks like the universe isn't completely shutting me down. I'm the luckiest guy in the world." Then he raised his finger, trembling as he prayed, "I'm counting on you." Without hesitation, he pressed the gift option on the system and shouted, "Gold finger." But it didn't go as expected. The notification popped up, "Thanks for stopping by. Accumulated lucky points, 1. Even though he felt a bit disappointed, Lang Qian didn't give up and kept pressing, "Next time, I'm definitely hitting the jackpot." The system announced, "Thanks for stopping by. Accumulated lucky points, 2. Next time, definitely. Next time. One more time." The system announced, "Thanks for stopping by. Accumulated lucky points, 10. After countless attempts with no results, he lay down on the bed, feeling completely drained. At this point, he had nearly spent all his reward points, and the notification popped up asking if he wanted to continue drawing with 50 points left. Lang Qian looked at his trembling finger, filled with hesitation. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. "Damn it, there's no insurance. Hesitation is failure." Finally, after a few moments, he decisively chose to continue opening gifts. After many persistent tries, exceeding all expectations, he finally succeeded in drawing. The system announced, "Congratulations, you received a primary area card of mysterious grade X1. A mid-level Earth grade specific card X1, a special level mysterious grade technique, a complete collection of heart-linked flower dance, and a high-level heavenly grade absolute counter card X1. Accumulated lucky points, 11. Lang Qian joyfully exclaimed, yes. 550 points and I got so many items, plus a set of special techniques of heavenly grade. Jackpot, everyone. The system continued to ask, with 10 accumulated lucky points, do you want to spend those 10 points to open a secret gift pack? Without a moment's hesitation, Lang Qian replied, open it. Luck struck him again as the system announced, congratulations to the host for receiving the judge's eye. Then it continued, the world is treacherous, and people's hearts are hard to read. The judge's eye can determine and monitor the loyalty of others towards the host. If it detects betrayal, the host can manipulate the judge's eye to execute punishment. The judge's eye has a permanent effect. Do you want to activate it? The judge's eye has a permanent effect. Do you want to activate it? He smiled and replied, activate it. The system continued to explain, the judge's eye activation reminder, when executing punishment, the target must look directly into the host's eyes for at least 3 seconds or more. The severity of the punishment depends on the target's loyalty level. Having received this power, Lang Qian looked up with his sharp, electric eyes, awesome, let's test this ability out. Scene shifts to the dining room. At this moment, the table was carefully set with various dishes. Lang Qian looked at the plates of food on the table and thought to himself, this girl is quite resourceful, huh? Just then, from a distance, Chen approached, holding a plate of food. Senior, are you done resting? The meal is ready, you can eat now. Wanting to test his ability, he began to activate it. Lang Qian looked at Chen and started analyzing. Mo Chen, human race, max martial soul, disciple of the Origin Star Moon Sect, master is sect leader Jia Xiaomu. Currently, she is the A rank of the host, practicing the upper-level heart method of the lotus, an advanced-level lotus sword technique. She has reached level 7. With a loyalty of 10%, deemed untrustworthy. Suddenly, the system popped up a reminder, stating that if loyalty is below 10%, it recommends using the judge's eye to punish, just in case. Do you want to punish? Lang Qian stared intently at Chen, pondering, a loyalty of 10%, how low is that? To put it bluntly, someone like this could easily stab you in the back. After that, he sat down and picked up his chopsticks to grab some food. Lang Qian put the food in his mouth and began to taste it. As soon as he experienced the dish, his eyes widened in surprise. An indescribable deliciousness hit him, as if it captured every flavor in the dish. He thought to himself, although it wasn't a feast, the taste truly reminded him of the warmth of home. Who would have thought? The system suddenly popped up a notification, activating the side mission human without 10-4, revealing Chen Zhu's true intentions when approaching the host. Guiding her towards goodness. Reminder, the host must find a way to be both gentle and strict to increase Chen Zhu's loyalty, as it will be needed later on. Faced with the system's mission, Lang Qian slapped his forehead in frustration, thinking to himself, seriously, even having a meal comes with a mission. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, Chen Zhu stood beside him, sensing his feelings, instinctively covering her mouth, worried in her thoughts. The senior's expression looked so pained. Could it be? Afraid something bad might happen, she looked at Lang Qian and nervously asked, Senior, is the food not to your taste? Chen Zhu immediately went on high alert. Suddenly, his face darkened, and he commanded in a stern voice, sit down. Seeing this, Chen Zhu didn't dare to argue and fearfully sat down. Yes, yes, sir. He continued to order, eat. Noticing Lang Qian's extremely tense expression, Chen Zhu's face turned pale with fear. At the same time, she thought to herself, is he telling me to try the food to see how bad it is? I tasted it earlier, and it was fine. Lang Qian's expression worsened, and he asked in a deep voice, do I really have to feed you myself? As soon as he said that, Chen Zhu was terrified by his authority, her body trembling as she stammered, Senior, Chen Zhu knows she was wrong. Chen Zhu is willing to accept punishment. Seeing Chen Zhu confess, Lang Qian's anger gradually subsided, and he asked, if you know you were wrong, then tell me where you went wrong. She looked at him, crying and feeling guilty, saying, Chen Zhu's cooking isn't good, making it hard for the senior to swallow. From now on, Chen Zhu will work hard to improve her skills, so the senior won't be disappointed. Suddenly, he slammed his chopsticks down on the table, creating a loud noise. Lang Qian spoke sternly, is that all? Chen Zhu. Faced with his anger, she didn't know what to do except frantically apologize. Chen Zhu didn't know how to ask the senior for guidance. He saw this and without hesitation raised his finger, then proposed, all right. I'll give you 2 hints. Tin Nuyet Mon, Than Lien Tam Fap. The chair was also sent flying away. Seeing that his anger hadn't lessened, she fearfully knelt on the ground, trembling as she admitted her fault. Chen Zhu knows her crime. Chen Zhu knows that hiding things from the senior is an unforgivable sin, but please, senior, let Chen Zhu explain. Lang Qian's face was calm, without a hint of disturbance as he replied, I'm giving you a chance to clearly state your purpose for coming to the Mystic Darkness sect. If you utter even a half-truth, you'll be killed without mercy. At this point, his expression turned unusually fierce, and the atmosphere around him became oppressively terrifying. Chen Zhu bowed her head, tears welling up in her eyes. She was originally the top disciple of the sect leader Jia Xiaomu from the Tranquil Moon sect. A year ago, while the sect leader was away, she fell victim to a scheme by the soul-devouring sect. After returning, she passed away from internal injuries within just a few months. Following that, the soul-devouring sect proceeded to take over the Tranquil Moon sect, merging it into the blue path of the soul-devouring sect. That sect was led by the guy Jia Longquan, who just disrespected the senior in charge. He imprisoned Chen Zhu in the Tranquil Moon sect, forcing her to marry his son. Chen Zhu had initially wanted to end her own life, but thinking of her master's tragic death and the destruction of her sect, she couldn't accept it. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, filled with so much pent-up frustration. She knelt down, voice choked with emotion, enduring the suffering and humiliation, planning for a year, and today was supposed to be the day she avenged it all. But unexpectedly, her strength was lacking. Lang Qian sat in his chair, arms crossed, sternly watching Chen Zhu. It seemed he had already guessed her intentions, and he coldly questioned, so you lured Jia Longquan to the mountain of ruthlessness, intending to use me to deal with him, and staged a drama to make me save you, using that as an excuse to keep you at the mountain of ruthlessness. Chen Zhu looked up with tear-filled eyes, trembling as she replied, yes, that's right. Seeing her admit it, Lang Qian pressed on, you bet your life, serving beside me to seek the lower volume of the sword technique and the pure lotus mental method. Planning to return to the soul-devouring sect for revenge after mastering them. This is truly your real purpose for approaching me, right? Chen Zhu's eyes widened in shock, and she lowered her head. Realizing Lang Qian was extremely angry, Chen Zhu bowed deeply, accepting her guilt. Senior, go ahead. To die at your hands would be a blessing for 3 lifetimes for Chen Zhu. At her desperate plea, he stood up, leaving his chair, and agreed, fine. Lang Qian stood tall, looking at Chen Zhu with a terrifying expression, an overwhelming killing intent radiating from him. If you have admitted your guilt, then today I will punish you severely. He raised his hand, preparing to strike. A wave of furious energy descended upon Chen Zhu. She shut her eyes tightly, bracing herself for the punishment from Lang Qian. But surprisingly, after a while, there was still no movement. And she herself was completely unharmed. Seeing this, she quickly looked up. In front of her stood Lang Qian, with a calm expression. Instead of punishing her, his hand was resting on her head without her noticing. Lang Qian's gaze darkened as he began to claim ownership, declaring that from today, Mo Chen Zhu would be his first disciple in 1,000 years. Chen Zhu knelt down, looking up with wide eyes full of surprise, stammering, disciple. He held his head high and replied proudly, from now on, you will be in charge of my living arrangements and work schedule. She looked up at him with sparkling eyes, on the verge of tears. Noticing her strange reaction, Lang Qian asked, "What's wrong? Do you have any objections to my decision?" Far from what he imagined, Chen Zhu rushed forward, hugging his arm tightly, crying and thanking him. "I can't believe it. Thank you, senior, for taking me in." Watching Chen Zhu sob uncontrollably while clinging to his arm, tears streaming down her face, he felt utterly helpless just standing there. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. System notification, loyalty level of Mo Chen Zhu, 10% 60%, reward points available, 500 points. Upon seeing the system notification, Lang Qian's previously annoyed expression instantly brightened with joy. The system continued to announce, "Mission completed. Humans are not saints, turning back is a safe haven. Acknowledging mistakes can lead to correction. Unveiling true intentions. Approaching oneself. Reward points, 1,000 points." Reading this, Lang Qian's eyes suddenly sparkled with happiness. But it didn't stop there. The system popped up again, "Mission completed, touching hearts, guiding towards goodness, taking in a talented disciple. Double reward points, 1,989 points." With these notifications, his mood soared to new heights of joy. After the reward announcement ended, the system activated a new mission, a day as a teacher, a lifetime as a father. Put all your effort as a mentor into helping Chen Zhu grow, guiding her to become a heroic figure. Activate side mission. Historically, only those with loyalty can assist a ruler in creating a new world. Within 10 days. Increase Chen Zhu's loyalty to over 80%. Severe penalties for leaving the city. Lang Qian stroked his chin, deep in thought, and mused, "Another mission already. They really are quick. Are they worried I won't have enough points to spend?" Meanwhile, Chen Zhu was still crying her heart out, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing this, he felt utterly helpless, thinking to himself, "How long is this going to go on?" At the headquarters of the Soulless Sect, in the Azure Dragon Peak. In the vast main hall, a faceless figure sat confidently on the throne of power. He looked down at his subordinates and asked, "Are all the reports you have verified?" One of the subordinates stepped forward, kneeling respectfully to report, "Everything has been witnessed by me personally." That Lang Qian, who knows what kind of divine power he possesses, managed to easily suppress the sect leaders and masters of various factions all by himself. The subordinate also witnessed Lang Qian using his finger as a sword, executing the ultimate technique, the one sword of the cloud, from the cloud sect in an instant, turning the sect leader Li Yun Qian into dust right on the spot. Next to him, a subordinate with silver hair tilted his head in confusion and asked the person beside him, "How could that Lang Qian withstand the combined efforts of over a dozen sect leaders?" The person next to him agreed and replied, "Exactly. Moreover, after cultivating for 1,000 years to reach the peak, how could he possess such immense spiritual power?" Li Yun Qian was also a master at the martial emperor level, and he was defeated in one move, turning to dust. Another subordinate with black hair turned to ask, and the one beside him responded and questioned back, "Could it be that Lang Qian's strength is still at the pinnacle level?" Suddenly, a subordinate with green hair spoke up, saying that ordinary talented cultivators probably couldn't, but he is the demon lord Lang Qian. How could that be impossible? And he is none other than Wei Qian Cheng, the second in command of the Soulless Sect. Unexpectedly, from outside, a subordinate rushed in urgently to report. Reporting to the sect leader, the leader of the Ghost Path, Jia Longquan, has died today at the Mountain of Ruthlessness. Without hesitation, he knelt down to urgently inform. Upon hearing the urgent news, the people in the hall buzzed like ants that had disturbed their nest, all asking, "What? The ghost leader is dead. What's going on? Hurry up and explain." According to the report from the kneeling subordinate in the hall, "I was with the leader when we were chasing the traitor to the foot of the Heartbreak Mountain. Unexpectedly, that Lang Qian struck and killed the leader. He also told me to convey a message to the sect leader. He said he would come to find the sect leader to reminisce about the past, and that the sect leader should just wait patiently. If not. Noticing the hesitation of the subordinate, the leader, with a calm expression, held a teacup in his hand and quietly asked, if not, then what? At the leader's question, the subordinate lowered his head, his face pale with fear, trembling as he spoke, kill him immediately. He had just finished speaking when the leader of the church got super angry, slamming his hand down on the chair, and crushing the teacup in his grip. A stream of bright red blood dripped down onto the floor. Without a hint of pain, he raised his blooded hand to his mouth, tasting it with his tongue and grinning wickedly. Looks like it's time to pay a visit to the old master. In Qianlin's hall, Lang Qian suddenly sneezed, feeling like someone was talking about him. Chen Zhu, who was cleaning up the dishes, noticed and worriedly asked, "Are you okay, senior? Do you need me to light some coals to warm up?" Lang Qian rubbed his nose and replied, "I'm fine." The system popped up again. The system announced that the words of the host had reached the evil disciple Liu Muzhuan, and today he had successfully repelled the attacks from the righteous sects. Killing the leader of the Soul Ghost Church had made him more cautious, activating the effects of the Judgment I reward system, 200 points. The system displayed an analysis, Liu Muzhuan, human race, max martial god level. The third evil disciple of the host's underworld law. Cultivation technique. Thunder Fire Lightning, heavenly grade, max. Combat technique, Wind Thunder Phantom, high heavenly grade, max. Weapon, Divine Wind Silver Spear, high heavenly grade. Loyalty level, -80%. After reading the system analysis, he worriedly thought, -80%. Is he planning to tear me into 100 pieces or what? Noticing Lang Qian's uneasy expression, Chen Zhu approached him, continuously asking, "Senior, you don't look so good. Can I give you a shoulder massage?" But instead of feeling touched, he caught a few unusual words and asked back, "What did you just call me?" Realizing she had misspoken, Chen Zhu awkwardly scratched the back of her head and repeatedly apologized, "Master. I know I was wrong." The system announced Chen Zhu's loyalty level, from 60% to 65%. Seeing this, Lang Qian shot her a glance but didn't argue further, letting it slide this time. Noticing he wasn't upset or punishing her, she quickly smiled and moved closer to him. Saying, "Yes, master, let me give you a massage." Sensing something, Lang Qian quietly leaned back and looked up. From a distance, a pair of white wings flew in. It was a messenger pigeon, with a small letter tied to its leg. Seeing this, Chen Zhu quickly soared up and caught the pigeon. Holding the messenger pigeon in her hands, she confirmed, "This is the special messenger pigeon of the Ulan church." She opened the letter to read. Her optimistic demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold sweat trickling down her face. Her expression turned pale with fear. She stammered, "No." The letter read, "Chen Zhu, the leader of the Ulan sect is dead, and Ulan sect is furious. In 2 days, they will execute all the senior and junior sisters imprisoned in the dungeons. What should we do?" Seeing her terrified expression, Lang Qian stepped closer and asked, "Chen Zhu, do you want me to take action?" Under his suggestion, her expression darkened as she replied, "Disciple knows that both the Mystic Darkness sect and the U-Soul sect are evil sects. If Master intervenes, it could lead to misunderstandings and worsen our reputation. But the senior and junior sisters at the Tin Nuyet sect are like family to Chen Zhu. She must save them." As she spoke, she bowed her head and walked away. Instead of fear, her body now trembled with rage. Chen Zhu clenched her fists and proposed, "Therefore, I implore Master to allow me to leave and rescue them." Lang Qian looked at her seriously, his expression focused. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Is this your final decision?" She firmly replied, "Yes, Master." Seeing his disciple's determination, Lang Qian assigned the task, "All right, if that's the case. 2 days from now, I will definitely let you save them." He stepped forward and placed a hand on Chen Zhu's shoulder, surprising her. Lang Qian reassured her, If you are part of the Mystic Darkness sect, then this matter is my responsibility. At his comforting words, her body shook with emotion. Her eyes reddened, on the verge of tears. Once again, she suddenly knelt and bowed her head before Lang Qian, repeatedly thanking him. Thank you, Master, for your great kindness. I will remember it in my heart. In the future, whether facing a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, I will do my utmost for you. The system notification popped up, activating the side mission in 2 days, rescue the Tin Nuyet sect and flatten the Ulan sect. Chen Zhu's loyalty increased from 65% to 75%. Reward points earned, 200 points. Lang Qian seemed unfazed, extending his hand to Chen Zhu. All right. So tonight, cook me some fried pigeon to show your sincerity. At his words, her eyes widened in shock. But she obediently replied, yes, Master. Suddenly, she turned to look at the pigeon beside her with an incredibly shy expression. In another room, looking at the system interface before him, he stroked his chin, smiling. These reward points seem easier to earn than I thought. That's right, I haven't tried out that reward card yet. Let's see what a primary area legendary card can do. Then, he glanced at the card he just received from the last round. His eyes filled with contemplation. Without any hesitation, he reached out and tightly gripped the card right in front of him. A surge of energy radiated out, enveloping his body. The system displayed a notification. Range field, 22 centimeters to 522 centimeters. He looked at his hand, his eyes sparkling with joy as he exclaimed, it increased by a whole 5 meters, that's insane. From a nearby pillar, a cockroach crawled closer. His sharp, cold gaze suddenly swept over. That terrifying look made even the cockroach shudder in fear. Lang Qian suddenly stared intently at the cockroach, an invisible wave of energy radiating throughout the space. The cockroach, under his thoughts and control, inched closer and closer. Its body trembled uncontrollably from fear, as he coldly fixed his gaze on it, thinking to himself, everything in this area is absolutely under my control. Whether it moves or lives or dies. Suddenly, it was crushed by his pressure. Lang Qian calmly sat down in a chair, his mind racing with thoughts, but this power drained a lot of energy, so he knew he couldn't use it carelessly until the critical moment. The upcoming battle would definitely be a fierce one against his third disciple, Lin Muzhuan. I fear that the disciples closest to him will come to help. Those are, the fourth disciple, Zhuang Jiao Han, the seventh disciple, Zhu Zhenghe, and the fifth disciple, Mo Yao Li. At that point, no one would expect what these troublemakers would do. If things go well, they'll just watch the situation. If things go south, they might team up to take me down right on the spot. If I don't prepare a few trump cards, this time the odds are definitely not in my favor. Lang Qian looked at the system that appeared before him and commanded, System, open the shop. As the system popped up, his gaze swept over the system's notification board. He looked at the shopping cart displayed on the system and wondered, special discount. Let's see what's good. As he clicked on it, 3 eye-catching cards suddenly appeared before him. The system began to reveal the information of the first card, high-level heavenly product, test version. After using this item, for 5 minutes, you will possess absolute power. Able to freely use powerful techniques, slay gods if you meet them, and fear no one. Exchange points, 500 points. Next up is the info on the second card, the Ocean Recharge Bounty, Premium Grade, Test Version. After using this item, you can withstand all attacks at any level for 10 minutes. Transferring your own power and damage from your attacks. Exchange points, 500 points. And finally, here's the scoop on the third card, the Dominance over all Premium Grade, Test Version. Once you use this card, you can unleash absolute power 3 times within 3 minutes. With each hit stronger than the last. It can knock out early-stage martial artists and those below them on the spot, while mid-stage martial artists and above will feel sheer terror, freezing their bodies for at least 10 seconds. Exchange points, 500 points. After reading all that, without a second thought, he quickly hit the buy button for the cards. System notification: congratulations, Master KI has successfully exchanged for 2 anti-reversal cards, 3 ocean recharge bounty cards, and 1 dominance over all card, totaling 3,000 exchange points spent. He glanced at the system notification, rubbed his chin, and started pondering. Even though these items have a much shorter usage time compared to the previous ones, their effectiveness hasn't changed at all. Plus, they are 10 times cheaper than the original price. Too bad he ran out of exchange points, otherwise, he would have definitely bought another one. Right after that, Lang Qian quickly clicked on the gift box next to him, excitedly exclaiming, "I still have points left, time to draw some rewards." The system displayed: Primary Earth Grade Pill X1, Intermediate Mysterious Grade Shelter Card X1, Accumulated Luck Points, 2. Seeing a good start, he was pumped and continued to click on the draw rewards with a super excited expression. "Oh yeah, luck is on my side. Thanks for stopping by." System notification: Accumulated Luck Points, 3, thanks for stopping by. Contrary to his expectations, this draw didn't go as smoothly as he hoped. This made him frown and feel pretty annoyed. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was late afternoon. The system board announced: Accumulated Luck Points, 18, Total Draws, 20 times. Total Draws, 20 times. Wins, 2 times. Win rate, 10%. Bloodline verification, none. No matter how many times he persevered, the results were still pretty dismal. Lang Qian sighed and slapped his forehead, showing his frustration. Noticing his reaction, the system asked again, "Your accumulated points have reached 10, would you like to use 18 points to open a mystery gift pack?" Without any hesitation, he replied, "Open it." It seems that after all the persistent efforts, without giving up, the system has sent a congratulatory message, congratulating the host for receiving a supergrade heavenly treasure. A brilliant stream of golden light radiates all around. Lang Qian looks at it with an incredibly surprised expression and exclaims, "What is this?" The scene shifts to the kitchen. At this moment, Chen Zhu is holding a spoon to taste her soup. After sampling her own cooking and feeling it's not bad, she joyfully exclaims, "Awesome. The master will definitely love it." Suddenly, in the corner of the kitchen, a dazzling beam of golden light suddenly appears. With her naturally curious nature, she approaches, quickly opens the window, and looks up. Chen Zhu's eyes widen in astonishment as she exclaims, What is that?" From the sky, a phoenix with radiant golden feathers, shining like sunlight, soars gracefully through the air. Looking closer, Chen Zhu wonders, is there a person on that? As if realizing something, her eyes widen, filled with amazement. She sees Lang Qian majestically riding on the back of the divine bird, causing her to exclaim in shock, "Master." In the distance, in the forest, a few girls look up and chatter excitedly. "Look over there, is that the infamous Lang Qian on the divine bird? That calm demeanor. Could it be? Those girls are the scouts from the T-own sect lying in wait at the foot of the ruthless mountain. Up high, near a nearby tree, a bald guy with a shiny head raises his hand to shield his eyes for a better view. He is from the Than sect. Looking at Lang Qian in the sky, he questions, could that notorious guy have broken through the heavenly tribulation and come back to life? Over by the Dark Spirit Sect scouts, a voice commands, "Quick, send a pigeon to report to the sect leader." Moments later, all the pigeons in the forest suddenly take off into the sky, fleeing the area in a panic. From above, Lang Qian looks down with a cold expression and commands, "There are so many watchdogs under the mountain of ruthlessness. Divine bird, bring those pigeons back to me." As soon as he finishes speaking, the bird he's riding raises its head high. Its eyes turn fierce, and it lets out a cry. Hearing the call of the bird, the flock of pigeons suddenly comes to a halt. From that cry, a powerful aura emanates, completely overwhelming the flock of pigeons that are gradually approaching him. In the face of this astonishing scene, down below, the minions of the phantom detective stared wide-eyed in shock and exclaimed, "Bark! Bark! Bark bird, the phoenix!" The system popped up a notification, indicating that the host successfully intercepted 50 secret communication treasures. Reward points earned, 500 points. Lang Qian didn't pay much attention. He stood on the majestic bird, arms crossed, coldly warning, "From now on, if I see you again, you're dead." The system displayed another congratulatory message. "Congratulations to the host for successfully driving away all 50 secret agents from the various sects under the Mountain of Ruthlessness. Bonus reward points, 500 points. Over at Lang Qian's palace. He quickly strode down the path. As he walked, he petted his beast, praising it, "You did great, my majestic bird." At his compliment, it happily chirped, "Yeah." Looking at it, his eyes sparkled with joy. In his mind, he smiled and thought, "I can't believe I got this super rare divine beast from the secret gift bag, what a steal." Chen Zhu stood at a distance, watching him. She held a plate of roasted pigeon in her hands. With a look of sheer amazement, her eyes trembled, and she thought to herself, "Oh my gosh. So the dazzling figure over there is really my master. This guy might be at the peak of the martial god realm. No, he's got to be a super divine being. How did someone so powerful take her as a disciple? How many lifetimes of cultivation did I have to go through to earn such a blessing?" The more she thought about it, the more her eyes welled up, almost in tears. The system displayed a notification. Mo Chen Zhu's loyalty increased from 75% to 80%. Side quest completed. Historically, only the talented could assist a ruler in creating a new world. Mo Chen Zhu's loyalty has reached 80%. Reward points earned, 1,000 points. Sensing her presence, Lang Qian gently tilted his head and asked, "Is that you, Chen Zhu?" She approached with the plate of roasted pigeon, greeting, "Master, you're back." She quickly presented the plate of pigeon before him and bowed at a 90-degree angle, saying, "The roasted pigeon is ready. Please enjoy, Master." Seeing that she had fulfilled his request well, Lang Qian pointed to the side and commanded, "Good job, you take care of this area too." As Chen Zhu turned her head, she suddenly spotted a flock of pigeons lined up neatly in the courtyard. The flock of pigeons looked at the roasted pigeon in her hands and trembled, their expressions turning pale. At night, in Chen Zhu's area. In the quiet room, a stream of golden light filtered through. Chen Zhu was deep in sleep at that moment. On her snow-white shoulder, there was a strange tattoo. From that tattoo, cracks suddenly spread out like veins. They kept expanding more and more. Then, they gradually moved up to her face. Once they reached there, Chen Zhu instinctively opened her eyes wide, her gaze pitch black and deep, looking incredibly terrifying. In the middle of the night, in Lang Qian's area. He was still lying on the bed, sound asleep. Outside, a foot was stealthily approaching. Sensing the noise, Lang Qian opened his eyes wide. As he turned his head, a female figure with long hair and green eyes appeared beside his bed. Seeing her, he asked in confusion, "Chen Zhu?" Without a word, she quickly attacked him. Lang Qian reacted swiftly and easily dodged her attack. Standing in the corner of the room, he looked at Chen Zhu, who was out of control, and asked, "What do you want, Chen Zhu?" Hearing his voice, she slowly turned her head, growling each word, "Master. Kill him." Her eyes widened, glowing green. Surrounding her body were green tendrils like veins. Chen Zhu gritted her teeth. Her expression was utterly horrifying. Lang Qian watched, his eyes filled with surprise and shock. Looking at the mark on Chen Zhu's shoulder, he thought to himself, that symbol is the real soul poison from the mountain. Real soul poison pill. The user can turn poison into fire, losing rationality, activating the potential within and greatly increasing their power, becoming a demonic assassin. Immediately, he remembered the people from the soul cult, his face cold as he pondered, this poison pill is the work of that disciple Zhuang Gao Han. Why did Chen Zhu get hit by this poison? Could it be? Suddenly, Chen Zhu's arm lunged at his neck. Thanks to his agility, Lang Qian easily dodged the strike. But she didn't stop there. Chen Zhu frowned and extended her sharp hand to continue the attack. Meanwhile, he bent down to evade the blow. As he dodged, he frowned, thinking, too fast. His eyes widened in astonishment. Just a moment ago, Chen Zhu was right in front of him, but in the blink of an eye, she vanished without a trace. To his surprise, Chen Zhu appeared from above. With her bright green eyes, she was diving towards him. Faced with such a sudden attack, he frowned, thinking, there's no way to dodge this. Chen Zhu didn't hesitate for a second and attacked him with her claws. When her hand touched Lang Qian's face, suddenly, the system displayed a notification, Absolute Zone activated. Under his sharp gaze, she couldn't move at all, her hand trembling as she tried to break free from his control. Still, she struggled to move, angrily gritting her teeth, kill him. Lang Qian noticed her hand slowly breaking free. His expression was filled with worry as he thought to himself, the control is weakening. Looks like the time limit for the Absolute Zone is about to run out. To quickly find a way out, he glanced to the side and commanded, System, open the shop. As the system appeared, he quickly clicked on the purchase option. An image of a new skill popped up. Checking the price, he sighed and complained, damn, that's expensive. However, due to the situation, he ultimately clicked to buy it. After that, he quickly grabbed what he had purchased and used it to gag Chen Zhu. Her gaze gradually shifted, and the marks on her neck began to fade away. After a few brief seconds, everything returned to normal. Before long, she once again fell deep into sleep. The next morning, while the birds were quietly perched on the branches, a loud scream suddenly echoed from the room. It was Chen Zhu's scream. She looked around the room, trembling as she spoke, This is my master's room. Sitting on the bed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Glancing at the outfit prepared for her, she wondered, why am I here? I vaguely remember being poisoned, losing my mind. Could it be that I attacked my master? That's why my master had to save me. In that moment, she started changing back into her clothes. While changing, she tried to recall and asked herself, damn it. After fainting, I can't remember anything. I didn't do anything embarrassing, did I? Suddenly, Lang Qian opened the door and walked in. To her surprise, his face had a scratch under his chin and was dusted with dirt. He looked completely calm and asked, You're awake, Chen Zhu? Seeing his disheveled appearance, Chen Zhu exclaimed, Master, what happened to you? But his expression was totally unfazed as he calmly replied, I finished refining some pills and got hungry, so I roasted a pigeon to fill my stomach. What's up? Looking at him, she trembled and said, Chen Zhu thought she might have overexerted herself last night. Lang Qian didn't care at all. He plopped down on the bed, scratching his head, looking utterly exhausted. He had been tormented all night, and it was killing him. Meanwhile, she sat beside him, her body shaking, replaying his words in her head, tormented, tormented. Suddenly, Lang Qian pulled out a notebook along with a small box and handed it to Qian Tuyet, saying, Take this Heart of the Lotus technique and practice it properly. Here's a low-grade earth spirit essence for you too. Staring at the small box in front of her, she stammered, This. He explained, I used one last night to save you, and there are 2 left. Use it immediately whenever you feel unwell. Suddenly, tears began to fall from her eyes onto the book. Chen Zhu held the book in her hands, crying and trembling, her heart aching. Ever since the death of her master Jia Xiaomu from the Pure Moon Sect, her heart had been frozen. But Lang Qian's warmth easily melted the ice. From that day on, Chen Zhu silently vowed, she would never betray her master. She would follow him to the ends of the earth. No questions asked. At Mystic Darkness Sect. Outside the room. After obtaining the Heart of the Lotus technique, Chen Zhu focused on her training. She wanted to become strong quickly so she wouldn't drag Lang Qian down. As if sensing something, A surge of energy swept through her. It was the sound of someone eating. Chen Zhu was taken aback, her eyes wide in shock. It was a young man with brown hair walking towards her. Seeing him, Chen Zhu shouted, "Who are you? How dare you barge into Mystic Darkness Sect?" Yet he didn't care at all, giving her a cold glance before growling, "If you don't want to die, get lost." Martial cultivation consists of 10 levels, each with 5 realms. Higher-level cultivators can gauge the realm of lower-level opponents from the spiritual energy they emit. However, lower-level cultivators, having never experienced the range or intensity of higher-level spiritual energy, can't accurately assess their opponent's level. The spiritual energy that Chen Zhu was sensing now, it far exceeded her understanding when facing a stronger enemy. There was only one way to win. Seeing Chen Zhu not react at all, he didn't wait any longer, reaching for his sword and saying, "If you want to die that badly." But before he could draw his sword, Chen Zhu charged in with a staff brimming with energy, shouting, "You're the one who's gonna die." She launched a surprise attack without hesitation. Using her weapon, she struck fiercely. In no time, she found herself behind him, her expression one of utter shock. Chen Zhu turned her head, thinking to herself, "If this move fails." He drew his sword, glaring at her with a cold, murderous look, and growled, "Goodbye." It was a life-or-death moment. A long slash came crashing down. Surprisingly, his attack was blocked by another sword. Chen Zhu, relieved to be safe, quickly turned around. Seeing a familiar figure appear before her, she exclaimed, "Master." He was over here, his expression still far from cheerful. Calmly, he greeted, "Long time no see, Master." Lang Qian remained expressionless, coldly staring at him. The scene was a bit ironic, with Chen Zhu standing in the middle while Lang Qian and his former disciple faced off with their swords. The young man with red hair tilted his head and greeted, "Long time no see, Master." Lang Qian continued to look at him with a frosty expression, not responding. Chen Zhu, realizing the connection between the two, looked on helplessly and asked, Master?" He was Go Wen Yao. The system was analyzing. Go Wen Yao, a peak-level human martial god, the first evil disciple of the host. Mastering top-tier demonic transformation techniques, peak. Top-tier martial arts, peak, weapon, dragon spear, top-tier, loyalty level -60%, classified as a traitor. Lang Qian frowned, glancing at him, thinking to himself, "Let's see the power of the judgment eye in action." Without a hint of caution, Go Wen Yao commanded, "Strike." Suddenly, a loud thunderclap echoed from the sky. Go Wen Yao looked up, puzzled. "Thunder? It's clearly sunny out." Moments later, he suddenly jumped back, creating distance between himself and the two of them. He abruptly looked up. From the sky, fierce lightning bolts came crashing down. Caught completely off guard, Go Wen Yao was hit. Chen Zhu stood beside him, looking up at Lang Qian, wondering to herself, could the heavenly thunder be summoned by Master? And watched as Go Wen Yao got hit by his lightning strike, feeling secretly pleased. This ability is pretty awesome, punishing those wicked beings should feel like this for maximum satisfaction. Over by Go Wen Yao, he was propping his sword against the ground. With a sword crackling with electricity, Go Wen Yao knelt down, bowing his head. Seeing he was completely unfazed, Chen Zhu trembled and said, He's not affected at all." Just as he thought he dodged a bullet, Go Wen Yao looked at them with a nonchalant expression and smugly declared, "My top-tier weapon, the long tusk blade, can absorb your lightning damage." But before he could finish, he suddenly felt something off in his body. Right after that, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Go Wen Yao knelt, clutching his chest, shaking in pain, thinking to himself, "This power exceeds the absorption limit of the long tusk blade. Could it be that my master has truly defied the heavens and broken the 1,000-year curse?" The system chimed in with a notification, successfully punishing the troublemaker, and awarded him 200 points. Lang Qian stepped forward, standing in front of him, coldly addressing him, "You wicked being, Go Wen Yao. Do you realize your crimes?" His face was clearly furious, his gaze intense, radiating a murderous aura. Go Wen Yao stared wide-eyed in silence. The more intense it got, the fiercer Lang Qian's gaze became. In an instant, he pulled his sword from the ground. Without a second thought, Go Wen Yao turned and bolted. Chen Zhu shouted after him, "Master, he's running away." The system unexpectedly popped up a reminder. Noticing Lang Qian's lack of reaction, Chen Zhu tilted her head and suggested, "Master, he's about to escape. Quickly use Heavenly Strike on him." Still, Lang Qian stood there, letting Go Wen Yao slip away. He quickly jumped onto the roof and vanished. Seeing this, Chen Zhu looked on in confusion. After confirming Go Wen Yao had successfully escaped, Lang Qian finally turned around, resting his hand behind him, calmly walking away. Chen Zhu followed her master. When she heard him call her, she turned back and replied, "Yes, master." Inside the main room, Lang Qian walked ahead, with Chen Zhu trailing behind. Watching Lang Qian's calm silhouette, a million questions raced through her mind. What's up with master? Someone just barged into the mountain of ruthlessness. And it was one of his enemies. Letting him go is like releasing a tiger back into the wild. While walking, he suddenly asked about Chen Zhu's training progress. "How's your heart lotus technique coming along?" She replied, Chen Zhu was already training. But unexpectedly, that person showed up. Once he sat down in his chair, he looked down and made a request, "If that's the case, you can train in front of your master." Chen Zhu bowed her head and obediently replied, "Yes, yes, sir." Lang Qian propped his hands up, tilting his head in deep thought. Go Wen Yao didn't seem like he was there to assassinate him, it felt more like he was there to confirm something. Maybe he had heard about Lang Qian driving away the righteous sects and wanted to scout him out. Usually, he focused solely on his training and had no interest in gathering intel behind the scenes. Someone must be pulling the strings. Then, he glanced down to observe Chen Zhu training. The bait had been cast. Now, all he had to do was wait for the fish to bite. Lang Qian's gaze turned sly and full of malice. Scene change, at another tea house. Jia was holding a teacup, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Go Wen Yao's whole body was shaking too, clearly showing his extreme anger. A girl with a cold expression approached with her arms crossed and asked, "You say the master just stood there and called down the thunder? Even he from before might not have been able to do that." She was Shen Yuanqing, the second disciple of Changqing's sect. On the other side, a young man with green hair smiled as he approached. "Second sister, the senior brother always speaks his mind, it must have been the master who injured him." He was Zhu Xingxiu, the eighth disciple of the sword demon Lang. Once both of his brothers were seated at the tea table, Go Wen Yao spoke up. "Honestly, even now I can't believe it. I never expected the master's cultivation to be even more unfathomable than before. Back then, the master looked just like an ordinary person, his energy center lifeless, and there wasn't even a hint of thunder in the air, not even a subconscious feeling of the thunder's presence. Yet, just like that, an invisible bolt of lightning struck down on him. If I hadn't fought tooth and nail against many powerful opponents to gain this extraordinary intuition, I would have truly died at the mountain of ruthlessness." As Go Wen Yao recounted, he bit down hard on his own nails, his body shaking with rage. After finishing the story, Shen Yuanqing stood up from the table. She stepped back, facing the window, and calmly said, "Previously, we at Changqing sect heard news confirming that the master's cultivation had declined due to the thousand-year calamity. But just a few days ago, the master effortlessly killed Li Yanqian, a peak martial emperor, and drove away many encirclements of dozens of martial emperors. Plus, today I managed to call upon the Thunder God, who has favored the senior brother. Everything is pretty clear now. The master has truly grasped the art of spatial shifting, but how much of his power has actually been restored is still uncertain." Seeing this, Zhu Xingxiu quickly got up from the table, leaning forward towards Shen Yuanqing, clearly wanting to clarify the situation. He had to head to the Ulan road. At that moment, at the tea table, Go Wen Yao turned around, leaning slightly, his body still trembling, and said, 8th junior brother. I'm still injured, so I won't be going to Ulan Road tomorrow. After hearing this, Zhu Xingxiu placed his hand on the window, a sly expression on his face, and asked, "What about senior sister? Are you really going to leave me all alone?" In response to his question, she wore a not-so-happy expression and crossed her arms as she walked away. Then she spoke up to decline, "I have things to do too. So I probably can't go. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't bring trouble upon yourself, just watch from a distance." Despite Shen Yuanqing's advice, he didn't seem to care much, happily waving goodbye. "Thanks for your concern. Senior sister, take your time." Once he was alone in the room, his expression changed in an instant. Zhu Xingxiu rubbed his chin and pondered, if what the senior brother said is true, then the master's power has indeed not diminished but increased. It seems there's only one path laid out before me. Turning towards Chen Zhu, she was still diligently cultivating. Lang Qian stepped over to take a look, thinking to himself, has she really mastered the lotus heart technique in just the time it takes to burn an incense stick? Looks like this girl is a real genius. He stroked his chin, his expression full of delight. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. The system announced that Shen Yuanqing and Zhu Xingxiu had heard Go Yanyao's account, activating the judgment, iron earning 488 points. It then began analyzing Shen Yuanqing, mid-level martial god of the Wu clan, second evil disciple of the host. Main cultivation, top-tier heavenly grade martial arts, peak. High-tier heavenly grade Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, peak. Weapon, Phoenix Dance Fan, top-tier heavenly grade. Loyalty level, 40%, classified as a potential traitor. Next up was Zhu Xingxiu, late-stage martial god of the human race, 8th evil disciple of the host. Main cultivation, top-tier heavenly grade martial arts of the heavenly sword unification. Peak, high-tier heavenly grade sword technique of the heavenly spirit returning sword illusion, peak. Weapon, heavenly rainbow cloud sword, top-tier heavenly grade. Loyalty level, -70%. Classified as a potential traitor. Lang Qian looked at the 3D image the system projected before him, grinning as he said, "The fish is about to bite the hook. Go Wenyao and Shen Yuanqing are definitely together. But which path will this Zhu Xingxiu take?" The system notification popped up again, registering the new master-disciple relationship. New disciples' favorability decreased by 70%, perception indicates a new relationship has formed. Lang Qian grumbled, this is such a hassle." The troublesome Zhu Lan too suddenly appearing in the master-disciple list made Lang Qian feel a bit uneasy. Even though among the 9 disciples, he had the deepest schemes. To deal with him, preparations were necessary. Lang Qian looked at the system and commanded it to open the shop. The promotional prices were over, what a bummer. "Well, let's try my luck with a draw first." He reached out and tapped the gift box with a bored expression. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly selected and went for 10 consecutive tries. Next, 10 cards burst out one after another. The system congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations, host, you've received a mid-level mysterious essence, a double basic earth grade Lingyu chasing wind sword X1, and a high-level heavenly grade absolute counterattack card X1. He stroked his chin, looking quite pleased. His luck was pretty good. The system continued to ask, "You have accumulated enough lucky draw points. Would you like to use them to open a secret gift package?" Lang Qian replied without hesitation, "Open it." The system congratulated him again, saying, "Congratulations, host, you've received a rejuvenation pill. This pill not only revitalizes the body, restores youth, but also promotes the flow of energy channels, strengthens the spine, and can even fill you with vitality, restoring 1/10,000th of your peak period." He reached out to grab the item. The system produced a spirit pill. Lang Qian quickly popped it into his mouth. His eyes suddenly widened. A surge of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy flowed from the top of Lang Qian's head to all his acupoints, nourishing his entire body and meridians. As all the spiritual energy gathered at his dantian, Lang Qian felt an unprecedented surge of power. His dantian felt as hot as fire, and his whole body was filled with an incredible strength. The system congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations, host, you've restored 1/10,000th of your peak period." Lang Qian observed a stone statue before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and launched an attack on the stone statue. Lang Qian raised his hand in front of his eyes, staring at the energy radiating from it, feeling helpless as he wondered, is this really just 1/10,000th of my power? If I fully recovered, I wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Suddenly, a noise came from behind him. Lang Qian glanced back, on high alert. Behind him was Zuxing Xiu, kneeling with his head bowed, saying, "Disciple Zuxing Xiu pays respects to the master." Lang Qian didn't react at all, the surrounding space was eerily silent. He shot a glance at Zuxing Xiu, his expression indifferent, thinking, when did he get here? How did I not notice? What if he tries to ambush me? Perfect timing. In an instant, his gaze shifted, turning sly. Seeing Lang Qian's lack of response, Zuxing Xiu felt a wave of unease and wondered why his master wasn't saying anything. Is he testing my attitude? Or is he just ignoring me completely? He then sneaked a glance up to observe. But before he could even look, he had to quickly raise his head, eyes wide in shock. Right in front of him was Lang Qian, looking furious, his face twisted with rage as he growled, "You little brat, do you know your crime?" Zuxing Xiu's expression shifted to pure fear, beads of cold sweat starting to form on his face. He recalled Go Wen Yao's story about how when the master asked, "You little brat, do you know your crime?" Before the answer could even come, the heavenly thunder struck down. Panic set in as he thought, could it be that the master wants to do the same? Without thinking, he quickly bolted from where he stood. At the same time, Zuxing Xiu drew his sword for defense, his expression tense. He quickly glanced up at the sky. But after waiting, the thunder didn't rumble at all. He thought in surprise, where's the thunder? What's with just hearing thunder, but not seeing it? My senior brother is such a trickster. Could it be that the master is hiding the thunder to kill me? Lang Qian stood at a distance, pretending not to know, and looked at the sword in Zuxing Xiu's hand, asking, "You little brat, do you want to strike at me?" His face suddenly turned pale, his body trembling with fear. Immediately, he knelt down. Zuxing Xiu knelt down in front of Lang Qian, his expression super serious, as he hurriedly confessed, "I'm sorry, master. I know I messed up. I'm just afraid of your wrath, please forgive me." Seeing this, Lang Qian raised his hand like he was about to unleash a move. His face was cold as he remarked, "So you know about the thunderbolt, huh? You must have met Go Wen Yao then. If that's the case, I won't waste any more words." At Lang Qian's words, Zuxing Xiu quickly interrupted, looking terrified, "Master, wait a second. I came back this time to start over, to make amends. Please, master, give me a chance." He quickly bowed his head and begged. Watching him, Lang Qian thought to himself, looks like Zuxing Xiu has heard about me defeating the righteous sects. He's trying to find a way to save himself, huh? Then he spoke up, asking, "You little brat, do you even realize that the sins you've committed can't be atoned for in this lifetime? How do you plan to make amends and start over?" Zuxing Xiu raised his hand in front of him, trying to explain, "Master, I know I've committed serious crimes, but at the beginning, I had no choice. If I hadn't followed the orders of that mysterious figure, tens of thousands of people in the Mystic Darkness sect, including you and my fellow disciples, would have been in danger." The more he spoke, the paler he became. Lang Qian, upon hearing this, exploded in anger, shouting wildly, "Don't come crying to me about your hardships, what mysterious figure? All I know is what you all did at the start that made people believe the rumors." Once again, Zuxing Xiu bowed his head. He quickly explained, "Master, for the past few years, I've been gathering information and discovered that someone is trying to tear apart the mystic darkness. Sect, plotting against you and causing the 9 of us to drift away from you. All of this was orchestrated by that mysterious figure pulling the strings. Please, Master, give me a chance. For you, for the mystic darkness sect, let's uncover the truth and bring the mastermind to light. He extended his hand, his expression serious as he pleaded. Zhu Xingxiu's words made Lang Qian realize something. Why was the mystic darkness sect so divided, and why did the 9 disciples betray and leave? He couldn't remember any of this. It seemed like those memories had been intentionally sealed or wiped clean during the time travel. How much of what Zhu Xingxiu said was true? Lang Qian could only judge based on his behavior. Seeing that he seemed sincere, Lang Qian decided to give Zhu Xingxiu a chance to make things right. All right. I'll give you a chance, get up. After being helped up, he bowed his head in respect and kept thanking, thank you, Master. This time, I promise to keep my word. As Lang Qian turned to leave, he rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The aura radiating from his master always felt profound and unpredictable. It must be the power of reversing the universe. Wise birds choose the branch to perch on, and wise people choose the master to rely on. It seems returning to the mountain of ruthlessness was indeed a smart move. His gaze gradually twisted into something cunning. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from the sky. Zhu Xingxiu asked in confusion, what is that sound? Lang Qian replied, it's a death sentence that can be pardoned, but a living punishment is hard to escape. Today, I grant you a path of heavenly thunder, enjoy it slowly. Seeing this, Zhu Xingxiu spread his arms, fearfully pleading, Master, spare my life. I can't withstand your heavenly thunder. But in response to his fear was the calmness from Lang Qian. If you can't withstand it, then why keep you around? A bolt of heavenly thunder struck down from the high sky onto the mountaintop. System notification. Successfully punished the traitor Zhu Xingxiu, earning 200 exchange points. Turning to Chen Zhu, a lotus-shaped aura appeared above her head. This was also the moment she completed her cultivation. Chen Zhu extended her hand in front of her, looking at it with astonishment, having fully comprehended the lotus heart technique. This means she can help her master in the upcoming Ulan battle tomorrow. When she looked at the chair that had been propped up for some time, she curiously asked, where did master go? Outside. Chen Zhu walked around searching for Lang Qian, calling out loudly, Master. After a while, still not seeing him, a sense of unease crept into her mind, and she thought, could it be that he went to Ulan alone, fearing she would drag him down? Her eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Spotting a dark figure on the ground, she exclaimed in shock, what is that? That was Zhu Xingxiu. He was lying on the ground, unconscious. Chen Zhu approached, holding a stick and poking him repeatedly. I'm worried, thinking, is he dead? He looks like he was struck by lightning. Her gaze then caught something beside her. She looked at the precious green sword, and Chen Zhu couldn't help but exclaim, a weapon, the top-tier heavenly Hongyun sword. She quickly grabbed the sword to examine it and guessed that its owner was the legendary sword master, Zhu Xingxiu, the 8th disciple of the master. Looking at him unconscious before her, Chen Zhu was half convinced and half skeptical, wondering, how did he end up here? Could it be that he came to assassinate the master, but ended up getting a beatdown instead? It felt like the person lying in front of her had already passed away. She held the sword in her hand, her eyes gleaming with joy. But if he was really dead, then this sword would belong to her. Suddenly, Zhu Xingxiu woke up. He looked at her, his voice incredibly weak as he asked, Girl, what are you doing? Instinctively, Chen Zhu quickly stepped back. She looked at him in shock and exclaimed, You're not dead. He looked at her, his body trembling as he struggled to speak, still can be saved. Out of nowhere, Chen Zhu drew the sword. A strong aura of killing intent radiated from her. Then, she charged at him with the sword, her expression cold as she declared, Then let me send you off in style. Chen Zhu rushed towards him, shouting, "Die!" Zhu Xingxiu's eyes widened as he stared at her. But before she could reach him, her expression shifted to one of surprise. He appeared right in front of her, but in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Chen Zhu stood there, stunned, asking, "Where did he go?" At that moment, a voice came from behind her, "What are you looking at?" Chen Zhu turned around in shock. The sword in her hand had disappeared without her noticing. From behind, Zhu Xingxiu pressed his own sword against Chen Zhu's neck, grinning mischievously. "Taking someone else's stuff is a bad habit, my lady." Realizing he had been behind her all along, she was astonished and kept questioning, Were you faking death this whole time?" Even the master was fooled. "No way." He turned away, retrieving his sword. Then he covered his mouth, coughing up blood repeatedly. If she had ever taken a hit from the master's lightning strike, she wouldn't be saying that. "If I hadn't used the protective technique of the heavenly spirit sword in time, I would have turned into a dried corpse by now, cough cough." Chen Zhu exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" Looking at his condition, she thought to herself, there's no way the master couldn't tell if he was dead or alive. So that means the master showed him mercy and let him go. Zhu Xingxiu wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and turned to ask her, "By the way, where's the master now, little junior sister?" At his way of addressing her, Chen Zhu exploded in anger, shouting, "Who are you calling little junior sister, you thick-skinned jerk?" But surprisingly, he didn't seem bothered at all. Instead, he looked amused. "Wow, little junior sister, you're really fierce. That's a bit of the mystic darkness sect spirit right there." Seeing him teasing her, she was so furious that flames of rage surrounded her body. Ignoring Chen Zhu's emotions, Zhu Xingxiu began to recount, "I remember back in the day, our mystic darkness sect ruled the martial world with an awe-inspiring presence. Especially our master, who was famous far and wide. No exaggeration here, he was ruthless, thunderous, bloodthirsty, and wild." Chen Zhu not only didn't believe him, but also shouted in anger, "What nonsense! Our master is nothing like you say." He stroked his chin with a sly smile, "Little junior sister, I'm just looking out for you. You'll see the real side of our master one day." Seeing he wouldn't shut up, Chen Zhu angrily approached from behind. She kicked him hard in the groin, yelling, "Die!" His groin felt like an egg that had just been smashed. Zhu Xingxiu rolled on the ground, clutching his groin in pain, as if he had lost half his soul. Scene shifts to inside a room. Lang Qian was intently examining the cards in front of him. He pressed a button in the system, his expression furious as he shouted, "WTF! I drew 10 cards and didn't get a single one. I don't believe this, one more time." But in the end, he was still left disappointed. His eyes were red, looking like he was about to cry, with a very pouty expression. Lang Qian sat facing a corner of the wall, looking incredibly dejected. The system displayed a notification, showing that Chen Zhu had maintained her faith, earning 200 points. He stroked his chin, confused, and asked, "Maintain faith?" In another room, a sneeze echoed, "Achoo." Zhu Xingxiu entered the room, rubbing his nose and assessing, "Why is the main hall so dusty everywhere? Have you been taking care of the master properly?" Hearing his complaints, Chen Zhu was extremely annoyed and threatened, "Do you want another kick?" Hearing the noise outside, Lang Qian opened the door. As soon as he saw him, both of them bowed in unison, "Disciple greets the master." Lang Qian shot a cold glare and asked him, "You little brat, are you talking trash about your master behind their back again?" Zhu Xingxiu lowered his head, sincerely confessing, "Master, I wouldn't dare. I was just chatting with junior sister for a bit." "Right, junior sister." He glanced over at Chen Zhu for confirmation. But she didn't care at all, even turning away in annoyance, huffing. Lang Qian, looking displeased, warned, "Zhu Xingxiu, don't think that just because I let you come back, you can act all high and mighty. If you keep this up, the heavenly thunder won't spare your little life next time." Seeing that his master wasn't fully convinced, Zhu Xingxiu made a promise to show his loyalty. "Master, To prove my loyalty, I'm willing to clear the Ulan road for you and save the disciples of the Pure Moon Sect. Lang Qian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked up. Chen Zhu turned her head back and asked, "Who are you going to save?" "Based on what?" He proudly replied, "Based on me, the 8th disciple of the Master. Let me handle this. Not only will it not ruin our relationship, but it'll also clearly highlight the status and strength of the Master." Zhu Xingxiu raised his chin, smugly asking, "Master, what do you think of my plan?" Lang Qian coldly replied, "It's nothing special." Right after that, he walked away, leaving Zhu Xingxiu stunned. Huh? Meanwhile, Chen Zhu behind him stifled a laugh. As he left, Lang Qian didn't forget to give a command, "I'll handle tomorrow's matters, you just stay obediently at the Mountain of Ruthlessness." Noticing his master seemed different than usual, Zhu Xingxiu put his hand on his chin, looking worried and asking, "Has the master changed? You used to always tell me to come up with plans." As soon as he sat down, Lang Qian quickly called out to Chen Zhu. She stepped forward, carefully bowing her head and gently asking, "Does the master have any instructions?" Lang Qian took out a sword, saying, "Tomorrow's battle at Ulan Road will definitely be filled with danger. I am giving you this sword for self-defense." Chen Zhu exclaimed in surprise, "That's the Spirit Moon Pursuit Wind Sword." Zhu Xingxiu approached from behind, smirking as he asked sarcastically, "This is indeed a good low-grade earth weapon. Master, isn't it a bit too early for junior sister, who just reached the early stage of martial king?" She shot him a glare, thinking to herself, "What's it to you?" Lang Qian, sitting high above, explained, "Chen Zhu has completely broken through to the early stage of martial king, plus she just used 2 low-grade earth-level heavenly spirit chi consecutively. Her internal spiritual power has significantly thickened. You can totally use the Spirit Moon Chase Wind Sword now." She looked at him trying to justify himself, and her expression was super emotional. Then she gazed at him with sparkling eyes, silently calling out in her head, "Master." Zhu Xingxiu was hit like a lightning bolt, completely shocked, and kept asking, "What? A low-grade elixir? Heavenly spirit chi? 2 of them? Master, you're spoiling your little junior sister way too much." At the same time, he thought back to when they hadn't received such treatment at all. When he couldn't break through his realm, well, let's see 2 moves from Master. When he couldn't raise his cultivation, come on, let's see 2 moves from Master. When he couldn't comprehend any mental techniques, let's see 2 moves from Master. If he didn't get beaten to a pulp, he'd either be dead or on the brink of it. If he wasn't getting hit, he was just about to be. The more he thought about it, the more he felt down. His body was so pale it looked like a gust of wind could blow him away. Those days were truly something he didn't want to remember. Noticing his expression, Lang Qian asked, "What's up? Are you unhappy with my decision?" He replied sadly, I wouldn't dare." He continued to make suggestions, seeing that Zhu Xingxiu cared for his junior sister like that. "Tomorrow you'll accompany me to the Ulan Road. You're in charge of Chen Zhu's safety." As soon as Lang Qian finished speaking, Zhu Xingxiu quickly complied, "I will definitely fulfill this. As long as my little junior sister is around, I will be too. If even a single hair is lost, I will definitely die to atone." Seeing his eager demeanor, Lang Qian continued to give orders, "I'm a bit hungry now. Go to the town and buy some essential supplies, no snacks allowed." Chen Zhu replied, "I will obey." He quickly left, brushing past Chen Zhu. After getting far from them, he pondered, "What is Master planning? If he's trying to send me away, there must be something he needs to do that he can't tell others. Could it be?" In no time, Zhu Xingxiu had swiftly left the room. Chen Zhu saw this and quickly raised her hand to voice her concern, "Master, this guy is so cunning and scheming, why do you still keep him around? It could be really disadvantageous for you later on." Lang Qian stood up from his chair, reassuring her, "I have my own plans, you don't need to worry." She didn't ask anything further and respectfully replied, yes. As he stepped down, he reminded her, this sword is both a sharp star for killing and a weapon for saving lives. Use it flexibly and adapt to the situation. The line between good and evil is a thin one, so you gotta be careful. Then he pulled out a sword and held it up in front of him. Chen Zhu carefully took the sword he offered, bowing her head in thanks. Thank you, Master. I'll remember your words. Shifting towards Lang Qian's bedroom. He was sprawled out on the bed, his face drenched in cold sweat. Lang Qian sighed wearily, phew, this is exhausting. Playing the role of the evil master is tougher than I thought. The system chimed in, saying the side quest was complete. The host has taught Chen Zhu the intermediate level of the heart link technique, a countergrade skill. Reward points earned, 1,000 points. Chen Zhu received the sword gifted by the host, feeling grateful, and their master-disciple bond grew stronger. Reward points earned, 200 points. Lang Qian's expression instantly brightened. But then, his gaze shifted, and a wicked grin spread across his face, full of malice. Awesome, 1,200 points added to the account. This time, I'm definitely hitting the jackpot. Watch my ultimate move. Without hesitation, Lang Qian quickly pressed the button on the prize box. Suddenly, the system popped up again. The system announced that the wicked disciple Zhu Xingxiu had tarnished the reputation of the Ming sect. Deducting 1080 points. As soon as he read that, Lang Qian's excitement turned into pure rage. His whole body radiated killing intent, his eyes blazing with fire as he growled the name, Zhu Xingxiu. Outside in the hall, Zhu Xingxiu was happily playing his flute. He was carrying a heavy load on his shoulder, feeling proud of himself. This time, he was sure he had completed the mission perfectly, and maybe the master would reward him with a top-tier elixir. But before he could bask in his joy, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Chen Zhu. Not bothering with pleasantries, she went straight to the point. Finally, you're back. The master is looking for you. Hearing this, he stroked his chin, thinking happily, oh. The master is in such a hurry to find me. Could it be that the reward is ready? He then lowered the heavy load from his shoulder and asked Chen Zhu, hey, junior sister, can you help me with this? I'm off to see the master now. Back with Lang Qian. At this moment, Zhu Xingxiu was bowing to him, saying, Master, I'm back. I've completed the task and brought back enough supplies for us to last 3 months, plus some other. But before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous sound suddenly echoed from the sky. He looked up, his expression twisted in fear. That familiar sound, could it be thunder? After making the guess, Zhu Xingxiu quickly bowed his head in earnest supplication. His body was trembling uncontrollably from fear. He had brought back the supplies as his master requested. So why was his master punishing him like this? Lang Qian's gaze turned more menacing, a thick aura of killing intent surrounding him. He angrily demanded, then tell me, how did you acquire those supplies? Zhu Xingxiu's face went pale, stammering as he replied, about that. Lang Qian raised his hand to the sky, his face cold as he declared, the Mystic Darkness sect is no longer the Mystic Darkness sect of the past, those who do evil cannot be forgiven. Seeing this, Zhu Xingxiu panicked and knelt before him, banging his head on the ground as he pleaded, Master, please show mercy. I won't do it again. I really can't handle this thunder. Ignoring his words, Lang Qian kept his hand raised, looking at him with a piercing gaze. Then, he pointed at Zhu Xingxiu and shouted, strike. The moment his voice finished, a powerful bolt of lightning descended from the sky, hitting him hard. Below, Chen Zhu approached, her footsteps drawing closer. Standing before Zhu Xingxiu's charred body, she gasped and covered her mouth in shock. Noticing he wasn't moving, she asked, Master, is he dead? Lang Qian stood opposite her and explained, I sent him down the mountain to buy supplies, but he used underhanded methods. Then, he looked down and ordered, bury him. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. The system announced, main mission completed. Congratulations, host, for successfully taking the first step in cleaning up the house and tidying up the family. Reward points, 5,000 points. After reading this, Lang Qian was so shocked he almost spat blood. He shot a disgusted glance at the system, thinking to himself, 5,000 points for this. The main mission rewards are really generous. Meanwhile, as Chen Zhu checked his body and noticed he was still breathing, she asked, Master, it seems like he's still gasping for air. Should we bury him? Lang Qian looked down, his mind racing with questions. He wondered, wasn't the point of cleaning up the house to eliminate traitors? But clearly, Zhu Xingxiu wasn't dead. Why had the mission already been completed? Then he looked at Chen Zhu and said, Chen Zhu, the celestial spirit essence pill I gave you before, you still have one left, right? She earnestly replied, yes, master. Seeing this, Lang Qian made a request, let her take it. His words left her utterly shocked, and she exclaimed, huh? Noticing her surprise, Lang Qian quickly added, don't hold back, whenever I have time, I'll make more for you. Chen Zhu raised her head and asked, disciple doesn't dare to, this life of mine belongs to my master. Don't mention the elixir, even my life, I would gladly offer. It's just that I'm a bit confused. You ordered to take action, so why save him in the end? He explained, taking action was because he made a mistake and should face severe punishment, but saving him is because he's connected to the mystic darkness sect's internal strife. She was utterly astonished and exclaimed, what? The mystic darkness sect is being framed. But it made sense, with the mystic darkness sect being so powerful, and her master's strength being so formidable, if there wasn't someone behind the scenes scheming, they wouldn't be able to cause a rift in the mystic darkness sect. Lang Qian gently closed his eyes, his face calm as he expressed his wish. After going through a 1,000-year calamity, I no longer have a clear impression of what happened back then. I want you to quietly gather information from your senior brother Zhu Xingxiu about what happened. Chen Zhu didn't hesitate and immediately obeyed, Master, don't worry. I will do my best. He reminded her, remember, don't rush, just take your time to gather information. She replied, yes. After assigning the task, Lang Qian commanded, all right. You can go now. Chen Zhu respectfully bowed and said, disciple takes my leave. At this moment, everyone began to leave. After the two of them left, only Zhu Xingxiu remained, lying motionless on the ground. He lay there without any reaction. After a while, he gradually began to regain consciousness. Zhu Xingxiu didn't expect this heavenly thunder to be much stronger than the last time, but what surprised him even more was the celestial spirit essence pill from his master. Regardless of its medicinal properties or healing effects, even the hidden spiritual power within it was unparalleled. Zhu Xingxiu felt as if a stream of divine power was flowing through him. If this is truly the elixir crafted by my master, then his cultivation level must have reached the pinnacle of immortal martial arts. Over on Lang Qian's side, the system unexpectedly appeared. System notification, loyalty of Zhu Xingxiu, -70% reduced to -40%. Reward points exchange, 500 points. Looking at the system notification, he rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, wondering why the loyalty was still in the negatives. It seems this kid is only submissive out of fear of my power. But the most important thing right now is tomorrow's battle. System, open the shop. He commanded. As he checked the shopping cart in the system, his eyes lit up. He exclaimed, what a fantastic deal. Just in time. Feeling super happy, he clicked on the shopping cart, thinking, now I'm a mega rich dude. But when the items appeared, he was stunned by their prices. They were ridiculously high. Even though he was a bit dissatisfied, he decided to go ahead and buy, comforting himself, well, it's better than buying the area card at full price. The system popped up asking if the user wanted to successfully purchase the high-grade county area card, and immediately use the area card. Lang Qian replied, use it. Suddenly, his body was surrounded by a wave of purple energy. At the same time, the system displayed 522 centimeters, 1,322 centimeters. After upgrading himself, he extended his hand in front of him, smiling, thinking, a distance of 13 meters should be enough to handle the battle situation. His gaze shifted to the massive rock nearby. Lang Qian raised his hand. After a brief moment, the rock began to shake. Finally, with a flick of his wrist, it was effortlessly lifted off the ground. With Lang Qian's control, the huge rock hovered in midair. He quickly straightened his face, clenching his fist. Suddenly, the massive rock shattered into countless tiny pieces. Then, Lang Qian opened his palm and raised it high. The fragments of the rock followed his command, swirling upwards in a spiral. Lang Qian frowned, raised two fingers, and pointed down to the ground. Accordingly, the rock fragments dove down towards a nearby lake. The impact was so strong that it sent water splashing up, falling back down like rain. Lang Qian felt smug, his gaze sharpening as he declared, "Tomorrow, I'll let those Ulan guys taste the power of the absolute area." That evening, Zhu Xingxiu was lounging, casually lying on the rooftop. He opened his eyes and coldly said, "Tomorrow's showdown at Ulan Road is a great opportunity for us. We must get this information to our friends before sunrise. If we fail, we are done for." Next to him was a girl with purple hair and a wine-red outfit. She reached out in front of him, earnestly saying, "At your command, my lord." In the blink of an eye, a night had passed, and the sky began to brighten. Chen Zhu was lying in bed, exclaiming, "Oh no, is it morning already?" Her eyes were wide with shock and disbelief. Realizing she had overslept, she curled up in her blanket, tossing and turning in bed. Just thinking about going to Ulan Road made her anxious and unable to sleep. Oh no, this is definitely going to drag Master into trouble. Hoo. A moment later, Chen Zhu was holding a cup of tea with a very unpleasant expression, leaning on her brother. That was tea, strong tea made by Chen Zhu. Taste, 1 star, strength, 5 stars. Meanwhile, Zhu Xingxiu was super excited. He flung the door open and exclaimed, "Good morning, Master and Junior Sister. Let's go flatten Ulan Road." But what greeted him was an empty scene, not a soul in sight. Seeing this, his face turned pale, looking very dejected. As expected, they never planned to take him along. Just then, Chen Zhu walked in from outside, annoyed, asking, "What are you shouting about so early? Aren't you afraid of waking Master?" Upon seeing her, Zhu Xingxiu turned to her with a look of surprise. "An immense joy, Junior Sister, you're still here." He then pranced over, asking, "Why are your eyes so dark? Did you stay up worrying all night?" Chen Zhu replied irritably, "I really shouldn't have given you that last pill yesterday." Zhu Xingxiu continued, "I'll always remember your kindness from yesterday, Junior Sister. If you need anything, just let me know." She snapped back, "Just keeping your mouth shut would be a huge help." Already. Suddenly, Lang Qian walked over. Both of them bowed their heads in respect, greeting, "Good morning, Master." Seeing that all his disciples were present, Lang Qian commanded, "It's time, let's set off." Unexpectedly, Zhu Xingxiu suggested, "Master, how about we go to Ulan Road? After all, Junior Sister is only at the early stage of the Martial King realm, and can't keep up with us. How about I go ahead and handle things? Saving people is the priority." Chen Zhu shot him a furious look from the side. Lang Qian looked at Zhu Xingxiu's response and said, "No need, Chen Zhu will come with me. We can get to Ulan Road before we even finish half a cup of tea." At his answer, Zhu Xingxiu's expression was one of shock, as if he couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "What? You can get there before finishing half a cup of tea? How is that even possible?" Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from outside. Zhu Xingxiu curiously asked, What is that sound?" To satisfy his curiosity, he stepped outside to check out what was going on. When he looked up, his eyes widened in amazement. He gazed at the divine beast soaring in the sky, unable to contain his shock as he exclaimed, "A divine beast of the highest grade, a god-level Ming bird." The divine beast quickly landed on the ground. From his elevated position, he watched Lang Qian and Chen Zhu approach the divine beast, his eyes nearly popping out in surprise. "Is that a joke from the master?" Below, Lang Qian looked at the divine beast and suggested, "Chen Zhu, come sit on the Ming bird with me." Chen Zhu didn't refuse and shyly thanked him, "Thank you, Master." At the same time, Zhu Xingxiu was sprinting towards them at lightning speed, shouting, "Master, wait for me." However, he was still too slow. By the time he arrived, the divine beast had already taken off into the sky. All he could do was kneel down, his expression one of utter despair. Up in the sky, the divine beast glided peacefully. Chen Zhu sat on its back, looking around with a delighted expression. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Master, little junior sister." It was Zhu Xingxiu, who was riding on his sword. He quickly flew up alongside the divine beast and started to mock, "Even though this Ming bird is a divine beast, its speed isn't that impressive." "Ha ha." Feeling insulted, the Ming bird shot him an angry glare. Noticing the divine beast's reaction, Lang Qian reminded, "Chen Zhu, hold on tight." She respectfully replied, "Yes, yes, master." As soon as he finished speaking, the divine beast shot forward like a rocket, leaving Zhu Xingxiu far behind in just a few seconds. Watching the divine beast disappear into the distance left him speechless. Meanwhile, in another scene, Lang Qian and Chen Zhu stood before the entrance of Ulan Road. At that moment, Lang Qian looked at Chen Zhu beside him and instructed, "Let's cause some chaos, Chen Zhu." Her expression was super serious as she replied, "Understood, yes, master." She then moved away from the gate. Quickly, she charged forward, using her sword to smash it open. As soon as she broke through the door, she peered inside, her eyes widening in shock. It was a massive group of soldiers, all armed and waiting behind the gate. The leader of the soldiers had a fierce expression, shouting at them, "The master has ordered, anyone who dares to intrude will be killed without mercy." Then, like a swarm of ants, the soldiers rushed out. Faced with their overwhelming numbers, Chen Zhu observed, feeling a bit anxious. She thought to herself, "So many of them, oh my." The leader yelled, "Surrender." But before he could get closer, he suddenly felt something was off with his body. He found himself frozen in place, thinking, "I can't move. What's happening?" Lang Qian unexpectedly appeared from behind. He glared at the soldiers with a furious expression and growled, "You little pests, dare to block my way." Immediately, half of the soldiers in front dropped to their knees, bowing to the two of them, leaving the others behind utterly confused. The soldiers in the back, seeing their comrades act this way, were furious and shouted, "What are you doing up front? If you're scared, get out. I want to rise in rank and wealth. Get lost." In contrast to the chaos among the soldiers, Lang Qian remained calm. He gestured behind him, ready to move forward, saying, "Let's go." Chen Zhu replied, "Ah, yes." Lang Qian took a few steps. Then a few people from the back suddenly knelt down. One soldier holding a sword in the back couldn't help but ask, "Hey, why are you?" But as Lang Qian took another step toward them, he too knelt down. He led the way, with Chen Zhu following behind. Wherever he walked, the soldiers all knelt down in unison. Chen Zhu looked at the kneeling soldiers around her, her expression one of surprise. At the same time, she couldn't help but marvel, just based on his presence, he's made everyone terrified. No wonder he's the master. From inside, the sound of drums began to echo. Upon hearing it, her eyes widened with worry as she exclaimed, "The drums. Could it be that the execution has started already?" The scene shifted to the execution site. A group of girls is tied up with ropes around their necks, forced to kneel on the ground. Behind each of them stands a strong young man, holding a sword, waiting for the execution order. One girl with freckles is crying non-stop, "I don't want to die." The girl with blue eyes looks at her sobbing friend and confidently says, "Don't cry. Sister Chen Zhu will definitely come to save us. Hearing the conversation between the two girls, the leader watching them suddenly bursts out laughing. Ha ha ha. He is the new leader of the dark blue sect. Yuan Long looks at the group, holding an execution order in his hand, and sneers, "You're relying on someone else to save your own life." He then throws the execution order in front of them, exclaiming, "Pitiful weaklings, just die." The order flies high, heading towards the group awaiting their death sentence. Just a few seconds later, the order quickly falls to the ground. But before it can hit the ground, a mysterious force stops it, making the order hover in midair. Soon after, the order shatters into tiny pieces. The pieces fall to the ground, sliding past the feet of Lang Qian, who is approaching. Both of them step forward, standing in the middle of the execution site. Upon seeing Chen Zhu, the girl with blue eyes joyfully exclaims, "It's sister. I knew she wouldn't abandon us." The other girl keeps crying tears of joy, "Sister, hoo. Yuan Long, sitting high above, greets them, "Welcome, esteemed Elder Lang." He then introduces himself, "I am Yuan Long, the new leader of the dark blue sect, here to welcome Elder Lang." Below, Lang Qian uses his keen eyes to observe and analyze. He thinks to himself, "Late-stage martial king realm, much stronger than me, no wonder he acts so arrogant." Over at the fire dragon, he's also watching them, frowning as he evaluates. From the aura around their Danqian, it's clear they are only at the martial general level. There's a significant gap compared to my strength. What's with the claims of killing Li Yun Qian in one move, or wiping out Jia Longquan with a glance? It's all just fabricated rumors. He clearly shows disdain in his thoughts. Yuan Long glances at him with a look full of implications, thinking to himself, "If I just kill that guy, I'll definitely earn the favor of the sect leader." Inside, he was feeling a certain way, but on the outside, he was trying to keep up a polite facade. He stood high up, looking down with an arrogant demeanor, and asked, "Elder Lang, I wonder what brings you to my Ulan path this time? If it's about the Jia Longquan matter, our leader has prepared a gift to show our sincerity. Bring them up here." Lang Qian, seeing this, remained calm and didn't react. He just turned to Chen Zhu beside him and instructed, "Go untie the sisters." Chen Zhu obediently replied, "Yes, master." He stood up high, watching Lang Qian's every move, feeling infuriated as Lang Qian ignored him, his hands clenched tightly, and his body trembled with rage. He gritted his teeth, his expression twisted in anger, thinking to himself, how dare he ignore me? That bastard. Unable to control his fury any longer, Yuan Long swung his hand and shouted angrily, "Anyone who dares to move, kill them on the spot." At his words, Chen Zhu, who was walking, turned around to look at him with a shocked expression. In a hidden corner, a soldier had drawn his bow, ready to shoot. Lang Qian glanced over. On the other side, another soldier had also drawn his bow. The soldiers, upon Yuan Long's command, were all in a ready stance, just waiting for his order to attack. Yuan Long once again threw his command token to the ground, right at Lang Qian's feet. His expression turned cold, and without another word, he growled, "Execute." At that moment, the group of executioners standing behind the prisoners began to raise their blades, preparing to strike down. As the blade was about to touch the neck of the short-haired girl, suddenly, Lang Qian, who had been silent, spoke up, "Kneel." Immediately, the group of young executioners suddenly dropped their weapons to the ground. Then, they all knelt down simultaneously, compelled by an invisible force. Lang Qian didn't look back, he continued to issue commands, slapping his mouth. The young executioners, without hesitation, immediately obeyed his orders. The soldiers aiming their crossbows at him looked on in shock at the scene before them. They all voiced their confusion, what's happening? Yuan Long, witnessing this, felt a shiver of fear. At the same time, he thought to himself, is it really just based on his aura that he can do this? No. He's not just at the martial general level. He must have used some kind of magical technique or artifact. In just a flash, his expression returned to normal. Yuan Long pointed towards them and started barking orders to the archers, telling the generals not to be afraid. Shoot them down like a swarm of bees. Suddenly, from above, a familiar voice rang out. Who dares to touch a single hair of my master, kill them without mercy. Yuan Long looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, that's. A few seconds after realizing Zhu Xingxiu's identity, he exclaimed, the sword demon, Zhu Xingxiu. His expression was filled with rage, and Yuan Long pointed at Zhu Xingxiu, shouting loudly, don't be afraid, everyone charge forward. As the soldiers rushed in, he announced a reward. Whoever brings me the head of Lang Qian will be rewarded with 1,000 gold. Upon hearing this, the soldiers, filled with fury, charged ahead. They shouted in unison, kill him. Up high, Zhu Lang Qian quickly jumped down. He drew his sword to shield Lang Qian and Chen Zhu. He looked at the soldiers, his gaze sharpening, and asked, Master, can I handle these useless fools by myself? Lang Qian, not really caring, replied, do as you wish. He then began to soar into the air. Zhu Xingxiu held his sword out in front of him, starting to unleash his powers, and behind him, countless swords formed a circle. Zhu Xingxiu looked down with a mocking expression, you useless fools. Let me teach you how to be human. He pointed his sword down at the soldiers and shouted, launching his attack. His swords flew down, striking the soldiers. A few of them, unable to react quickly, were hit hard. The others didn't fare much better. They were hit one after another, sent flying back. After finishing his attack, Zhu Xingxiu landed gracefully on the ground. Before him lay the bodies of the soldiers sprawled out like fallen leaves. His eyes sparkled with delight, thinking, a perfect ending, now my master will definitely see me in a different light. Realizing something was off, Chen Zhu pointed up and shouted, Master, I can't see that guy anymore. Hearing this, Zhu Xingxiu looked around and asked, can't see? Who can't you see? Up high, Yuan Long, who had just been standing on the platform, was now nowhere to be found. Seeing his disappearance, Zhu Xingxiu stared at the empty space with a look of utter shock. In his mind, he worriedly thought, damn it, when did he slip away? How could my perfect performance go to waste like this? Next, he quickly bowed before Lang Qian and made his own request, Master, I'll hunt that guy down right away. I'll bring his head back within a stick of incense. Surprisingly, he calmly walked past him and assigned the task, you stay here and protect Chen Zhu. Zhu Xingxiu exclaimed in shock, huh? His eyes blazed with extreme anger, insisting that the master handle it. Over by the forest, Yuan Long was leisurely making his exit. As he left, his expression was filled with rage, grinding his teeth and complaining, I could have killed Lang Qian and flattened Than Van. Damn it. It's all that Zhu Xingxiu's fault for showing up and ruining everything. But didn't Lang Qian and his disciples have a falling out? Why are they helping him now? Even though Lang Qian's power had diminished due to the 1,000-year drought, his disciples were not something he could take on. It's better to hurry back and report to the sect leader. At that moment, a noise suddenly came from behind Lang Qian. He quickly reacted, attacking towards the sound. The blade he threw struck something head-on. A wild boar was swiftly killed by him, collapsing to the ground. Yuan Long looked at the beast he just attacked and smacked his lips, TSK. At that moment, Lang Qian's figure rushed in from behind. He quickly sensed it, his eyes showing a hint of caution. A loud noise erupted, dust rising high from the ground. Under the forest, the dust gradually settled. As it became less dense, Lang Qian's figure slowly came into view. He placed his hand on the ground, using his sharp gaze to look straight ahead. From behind him, Yuan Long approached, speaking with disdain, he. Is this really your speed? Just as I thought. Lang Qian's face remained icy, turning his head slightly. Suddenly, Yuan Long raised his fist, ready to attack. He smiled smugly and shouted, where are you looking? Caught off guard, he quickly got hit and was sent flying. Lang Qian was thrown back, crashing hard against a nearby tree. The noise was so loud that it startled the nearby birds, sending them flying in all directions. He stepped closer and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, do you really think you're still the legendary master of the dark arts from back in the day? Let me tell you something. Right now, you're just a useless wreck. Feeling disrespected, he opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife, glaring at Ulan. Leaves kept falling from the tree. Drops of blood flowed from Lang Qian's mouth one after another. He clenched his teeth tightly. Lang Qian's face darkened, his expression showing deep discomfort, as he thought to himself, how annoying to be disrespected at such a crucial moment. The system displayed a notification. Unable to activate Absolute Zone, please wait for spiritual energy to recover and try again. He recalled the moment he used his spiritual energy, regretting not holding back a bit. It wouldn't be so bad now. Ulan stood arrogantly, his expression full of pride. Lang Qian, you really don't know your place, daring to chase after me with your current level of cultivation. What a waste of living for 1,000 years, you don't even know when to advance or retreat. You've really gotten too used to being arrogant. Today, I, Ulan, will crush all your dignity. I need you to understand, losing your power. He extended his hand in front of him, staring intently. Then Ulan clenched his fist, a golden energy radiating from his hand. He then pulled his hand back, preparing to attack. He shouted loudly, how miserable it is. Immediately after, he swung his hand, launching a direct attack towards Lang Qian's head. Just as his fist and energy technique were about to hit Lang Qian's forehead. Suddenly, it all came to a halt, and the energy vanished. Seeing that Lang Qian was completely unharmed, he stood there in shock. In his mind, he wondered, the punch should have landed, but why is he completely fine? Could it be that the diamond fist he trained his whole life couldn't even hurt him? Ulan couldn't believe his own thoughts, once again unleashing his energy to prepare for another attack. No way. Absolutely not. Instantly, his hand touched Lang Qian's head again. But strangely, each time he advanced, his energy would dissipate. His expression was filled with worry, thinking to himself, before my power even reaches him, it all suddenly disappears. What on earth is going on? At this moment, Lang Qian remained calm, his eyes revealing a deadly sharpness. Under Lang Qian's gaze, Ulan's face suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. His expression was one of sheer horror, as he exclaimed, Don't look at me like that. It was the first time Ulan had seen that look. It happened when he was 10 years old, during the ranking competition for the junior division. He saw it in his father's eyes. Disappointment. His father was very disappointed in himself. As the eldest son of the Yuan family, blessed with golden silver eyes, everyone had high hopes for him. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop that look from appearing more and more. If he hadn't been born into such a family, if he didn't have those eyes, would he have received even a few words of praise? He clenched his teeth, rage boiling over as he shouted, Don't use that look on me. His eyes flashed with a golden light, and behind him was the representation of a fierce golden lion. He lunged forward, shouting, Look at me. Die. His hand shot towards his opponent's head. Surprisingly, as he aimed directly at his opponent's head, an invisible force seemed to drain his strength away. His expression was one of shock, his mind filled with question marks. His punch, the strongest move he could muster, was stopped by just 2 fingers from Lang Qian. The color drained from his face, stunned, he thought, how is this possible, my strongest move using all my energy? He only needed 2 fingers to. Ulan's hand hung in the air, trembling uncontrollably. Realizing everything was spiraling out of his control, he no longer felt the arrogance he once had and began to feel fear. He thought to himself, his level is far beyond mine, I have to run. As he tried to move. Strangely, even as he attempted to advance, his body remained frozen in place. He wondered, why can't I move? I being restrained. This is a spatial control ability that only those at the martial immortal level can possess. Suddenly, Lang Qian sat up. He lifted his head, successfully charging his energy. At his words, Ulan was utterly confused, thinking to himself, charging energy, what does that mean? The system appeared. The system notification board displayed, Ocean card, 100 crosses, high-grade celestial item, trial version. After using this item, for 10 minutes, one can avoid all levels of attacks, transferring the opponent's ironclad damage and strength back to themselves, allowing them to use it. Suddenly, Ulan's feet were lifted off the ground. With Lang Qian's control, his whole body floated in midair. He looked up and asked, "Do you want to live?" The guy replied in fear, "Yes. I really want to live. It was all because of my foolishness that I did such despicable things. I hope you won't hold it against me, just consider it nonsense from a small fry. I swear I'll wish you a long life." Seeing him ramble on, Lang Qian interrupted, annoyed, "If you want to live, shut your mouth." Then, taking the opportunity, he laid down the rules, "Now I'll ask you a question, and you answer it. If you keep talking nonsense or lying, I'll send you straight to the afterlife. Where is your leader Lin Muzhuan right now?" he asked, looking at him. The guy trembled as he replied, "The leader is at the Qinglong Peak, the headquarters of the Solar Sect. It was he who sent me to take over the Ulan path. And it was also him who told me to deal with you. I was really wrong. I'm not a human, I shouldn't have tried to guess your intentions. Please spare my life." Seeing his desperate pleas, Lang Qian felt extremely annoyed. He thought to himself, "I really want to tape this guy's mouth shut." Lang Qian spoke up, "I can let you go." The guy was shocked and asked back, Really? He raised his hand, giving him two choices, but only one person had two options. First, be my spy, be loyal to me, and work for me. Second, go back to being a follower of your solar sect and continue serving Lin Muzhuan. Choose. Faced with these demands, Ulan gritted his teeth, worriedly thinking, "Isn't this like asking me to betray? If the leader finds out, I'm dead for sure." Seeing he was hesitant to answer, Lang Qian set a deadline, "You have 3 seconds to answer, or I'll send you to the afterlife." He stammered. After a few seconds of thinking, he hurriedly replied, I choose the first one." On the surface, he made that choice, but inside he was calculating, "If I'm going to die whether I choose 1 or 2, I might as well pretend for now." Lang Qian saw through his thoughts and angrily shouted, "How dare you deceive me?" Then, in a fit of rage, he made him crash down to the ground. His face slammed hard against the ground. After teaching him a lesson, Lang Qian lifted him up again. He looked at Ulan, whose face was all messed up, floating in front of him, and shouted, "Choose again." He still couldn't believe it, feeling a bit uneasy inside as he thought, could he really read my mind? No, he must be guessing based on how long it took me to answer. Once again, he firmly replied, "I choose option 1. Even if it means you kill me right now, I still choose 1. Lang Qian smiled with satisfaction, "Good." Seeing his expression, he felt secretly pleased, just as he had predicted. But suddenly, Lang Qian's eyes lit up, revealing a mischievous glint, "Then I'll grant your wish. Off you go to meet your maker." After that, Ulan was suddenly lifted into the air by him. He soared up, flying over the entire forest. When he reached a certain height, he suddenly stopped. Then, he quickly dove down. As he plummeted, he was so terrified that tears streamed down his face. Ulan kept screaming for mercy. I was wrong, Elder Lang. If there's a next life, I swear I won't do anything this stupid again. In the next life, I vow to serve Elder Lang with all my heart." At his desperate pleas, Lang Qian raised his hand to control him. He shot towards Lang Qian and then stopped right in front of him. Lang Qian looked at him calmly and said, "If you know you were wrong, I'll give you a chance." Seeing that he had been spared, Ulan kept swearing, "Thank you, Elder Lang. I will definitely not let you down." After releasing him, Lang Qian turned to leave. Seeing this, Ulan quickly asked, "Yes, but I'm still confused. But before he could finish, Lang Qian replied. Good, then you can go back to the soul cult. He was shocked and asked back to the soul cult. Lang Qian confirmed, that's right. From now on, you will be my mole in the soul cult. Lang Qian put his hand on his chin, looking very calculating. In the forest, the sun was now at its peak. Below, Yuan Long was stunned, his whole body trembling with fear. He stammered, "AA mole." What? Seeing him hesitate, Lang Qian suddenly stopped and asked, "AA mole?" Yuan Long quickly shook his head in denial, "No." Then, he held out his hands in front of him, bowing sincerely, "I will not let the leader down." Suddenly, Lang Qian appeared right in front of him. He looked at Yuan Long with a very eerie expression. He said in a low voice, "Good, then let's put on a show that's as real as it gets." Yuan Long gasped, "Huh?" Out of nowhere, he threw a punch straight at the guy's face. The surprise attack caught him off guard, leaving his face pale, as he watched the fist coming at him. He was quickly sent flying away. A huge crash echoed through the air. He lay on the ground, his head spinning, thinking, this is just too much. Meanwhile, Lang Qian stood nearby, looking super pleased, saying, "This should definitely trick Lin Muzhuan. After you get back to the soul cult, don't contact me right away, just wait for my news." He started to get up, trembling as he replied, "Understood, my lord." Then, Lang Qian handed him a healing pill, offering it as a gift. "This special grade healing pill is for you, take it." He gratefully accepted the pill, saying, "Yuan Long thanks the sect leader." After that, Yuan Long quickly turned and walked away, his body still shaking from the pain. Watching him leave, Lang Qian stroked his chin, looking deep in thought. Lin Muzhuan probably anticipated I'd come to the soul cult to rescue someone, but only sent a weakling like him to guard. What exactly is he plotting? Suddenly, the system popped up. System notification. Successfully rescued a disciple of the Pure Moon Sect, flattened the soul cult, and struck fear into many behind the scenes. Earned exchange points. 1,080 points. Successfully manipulated the new leader of the soul cult, Yuan Long, to work for you. Earned bonus, 500 points. Gained appreciation, respect, and admiration from 58 disciples of the Pure Moon Sect. Earned bonus, 500 points. After reading the system notification, his expression instantly brightened, excitedly exclaiming, "I can't believe 2,000 points just dropped into my lap, this is epic." But he didn't get to enjoy it for long, as the system suddenly announced, Zhu Xingxiu committed evil acts and killed innocent people, deducting exchange points. 1,800 points, making him so furious he almost spat blood. Lang Qian shouted in rage, "That damn Zhu Xingxiu, I'll kill you." Back at Lang Qian's church, the divine beast landed in the courtyard. Chen Zhu and Zhu Xingxiu quickly ran out to greet him. They both exclaimed, "Master, you're back." After the greetings, Chen Zhu curiously asked, "Master, what happened with that Yuan Long, the leader of the soul cult?" But before he could answer, Zhu Xingxiu quickly interjected. "Little junior sister, are you pretending not to understand? If Master makes a move, that guy is as good as dead, no chance of a burial." While the two of them were chatting away, Lang Qian sat across from them, silent with a seriously dark expression. Noticing this, Chen Zhu's eyes showed clear signs of unease. She glanced over and whispered, "Master. Master looks a bit strange." He replied, "You noticed that too, junior sister. Master keeps staring at you." She agreed, "Yeah, that's true." Suddenly, Zhu Xingxiu's expression also started to darken. He leaned in and whispered, "Do you know what this means?" With his somewhat cryptic question, she still didn't get the hint and asked back, "What does it mean?" Zhu Xingxiu's eyes sparkled with pride as he smiled smugly. "It means Master is really pleased with my performance this time, he. Chen Zhu still found it hard to believe and asked again, Is that really it?" He held his head high, striking a very proud pose. I'm the one who understands Master the best in the Mingjiao district. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Right in front of him was Lang Qian, who had appeared out of nowhere, radiating a terrifying aura, like a bomb that had been lit and was just waiting to explode. Zhu Xingxiu no longer looked so full of himself. His face turned pale, and he was sweating bullets. Master. Lang Qian's gaze grew increasingly furious, as he glared at him and asked in a low voice, "You little brat, do you know your crime?" He trembled and replied, "Crime? I don't know." Without saying another word, Lang Qian immediately raised his hand to the sky. Then he looked at him and asked again, "You really don't know?" Zhu Xingxiu quickly dropped to his knees, banging his head on the ground. "Master, I truly don't know what crime I've committed. Please enlighten me." Seeing that he still hadn't realized his wrongdoing, Lang Qian asked once more, "Did you kill any innocent people?" He lifted his head and repeated the question, "Kill innocent people?" Then he crawled forward, his expression resolute as he insisted, "Today, the people I killed were all evildoers plotting against Master, except for..." At the last part, he seemed hesitant. Lang Qian growled, "Except for who?" Zhu Xingxiu looked up and replied, "Except for the son of Jia Longquan." Lang Qian asked again, "The son of Jia Longquan?" He looked pale, hurriedly explaining that today he saw his junior sister not only speaking inappropriately, tarnishing her reputation, but also pulling tricks in front of everyone. In a moment of anger, he acted out, not realizing his bones were so fragile that one strike took him out. Lang Qian turned to Chen Zhu for confirmation, asking, "Is this true?" She honestly replied, "Yes, Zhu's senior brother wanted to take revenge for me, but unexpectedly." Then, she quickly moved to stand beside Zhu Xing, bowing her head to plead for forgiveness, asking her master not to punish Zhu's senior brother. Lang Qian remained silent, not responding. Suddenly, he lowered his hand, and the killing intent radiating from him abruptly vanished. He glanced at the guy and said, "Out of respect for your concern for Chen Zhu's honor, I won't punish you this time." Zhu Xingxiu bowed his head in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master." The system displayed a notification. Successfully taught Zhu Xingxiu a lesson, earned exchange points, 200 points. Lang Qian turned to leave, saying, "Get up. Follow me to the main hall." The guy behind him respectfully replied, "Yes, Master." Suddenly, his fearful expression vanished, replaced by a sly look. He thought to himself, "I almost thought the Master discovered that incident, that was close. The previous Master never hesitated to kill the innocent, bloodthirsty by nature, and was extremely cruel to us. But the current Master seems like a completely different person." Over at another area, Lang Qian stepped inside. Following him were Chen Zhu and Zhu Xingxiu. Suddenly, countless palace maids appeared in the area. They all knelt and bowed their heads in unison, saying, "Welcome back, Elder Lang. Thank you for saving our lives, Elder Lang." After that, they raised their heads in gratitude. Seeing them finish their bowing, Lang Qian gestured for them to stand up. They again said in unison, "Thank you, Elder Lang." Among the maids, a girl with shoulder-length hair looked at him shyly and whispered, "I heard Elder Lang is over 1,000 years old, yet still looks so youthful and handsome." Another girl beside her added, "I really admire senior sister Chen Zhu." On the other side, a girl with chestnut brown hair also stared at him in admiration, exclaiming, "Lang Qian Sr. is so tall." Wherever Lang Qian went, all the gazes of the palace maids followed him. On the outside, he looked super calm, but deep down, he was feeling really shy with so many people staring at him. He thought to himself, "Wow, this is the first time so many girls are checking me out." His heart was racing like crazy, telling himself to stay cool, man. Suddenly, he put his hand over his mouth and pretended to cough. Lang Qian glanced over at the girl and called her name, Chen Zhu. She replied, "Yes, that's me, Chen Zhu." He spoke up, saying that the evil forces that had taken over the Moonlight Sect had been eliminated. She tilted her head, looking super happy, clearly grateful for her master's support that made everything go smoothly. Out of nowhere, he looked at everyone in front of him and declared loudly, "From now on, you all must work hard to rebuild the Moonlight Sect." Chen Zhu felt like she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes widened in shock. Then she turned to him and asked, "Master, what do you mean by that?" Lang Qian replied that now the Moonlight Sect had been reclaimed, but with just the strength of the sisters, they couldn't protect it well. "I think you understand this better than I do, Chen Zhu." The more he spoke, the dimmer her expression became, showing clear signs of sadness. Seeing her silent, he continued, "You are the top disciple of sect leader Jia Xiaomu of the Moonlight Sect and the one with the highest cultivation level right now. If you want the Moonlight Sect to survive, it's essential for you and your sisters to work together." Her steps seemed frozen, as if she couldn't move forward. Chen Zhu straightened her back and seriously asked his silhouette from behind, "So, Master, do you want me to stay?" He answered, "It's not me who wants you to stay. It's them. They need you, Chen Zhu." Over at the chapel, a girl with shoulder-length hair clasped her hands, looking at Chen Zhu with sparkling eyes, wondering if her senior sister wanted to leave them. Another sister chimed in. Clearly just reunited. Not only that, but everyone in the crowd looked at her, pleading desperately, "Please, don't go. Senior sister, you won't abandon us, right?" Chen Zhu stood tall, bowing her head. Around her, the calls of her younger sisters echoed, "Senior sister. Senior sister. Senior sister. Senior sister. Senior sister." She bit her lip, hesitating to speak. In her mind, she recalled the words her mother had told her before leaving, "Chen Zhu, if your master is no longer around, you must take good care of everyone. Next up is Lang Qian's help. In 2 days, the master will help you save everyone and flatten the Ulan road." She stood in the middle, facing two incredibly tough choices. Chen Zhu gritted her teeth, her body trembling uncontrollably. Noticing her silence or lack of reaction, Lang Qian spoke up, "Chen Zhu, don't hesitate anymore. The Tin Nuyet sect can't be without you." Suddenly, she looked straight at him, recalling her vow to the heavens that in this life and the next, she would definitely follow and take care of her master, never leaving his side. "So, forgive me, Master, for not being able to comply." After a moment of contemplation and hesitation, she finally made her decision. In response to her choice, Lang Qian remained cold and expressionless. Meanwhile, the junior sisters behind her felt utterly disappointed and sad. Suddenly, Zhu Xingxiu stepped forward, bowing earnestly, "Master, I have a few words I'm not sure if I should say." Lang Qian looked at him and allowed him to speak. He looked at him carefully and expressed his opinion. "I think it would be better to merge the Tin Nuyet sect into our Mystic Darkness sect. First, not only would this not violate the little junior sister's vow, but the Tin Nuyet sect would also be protected by the Mystic Darkness sect. Other sects wouldn't dare to invade. Second, the Tin Nuyet sect would continue to develop as before, with the little junior sister still in charge, and the Mystic Darkness sect wouldn't interfere. Important matters of the sect could be handled by capable junior sisters. What does the master think?" Lam Qian stroked his chin, pondering. This idea was pretty good, but merging into the Mystic Darkness sect also meant facing the entire martial world. After considering Zhu Xingxiu's suggestion, he turned to Chen Zhu and asked, "Even so, are you all willing?" Mo Chen Zhu knew that just facing the dark spirit Zhao could lead to the Tin Nuyet sect's destruction at any moment, let alone confronting the entire martial world. She absolutely couldn't let her sisters fall into such danger. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from behind. Chen Zhu turned around. Behind her, all the members of the Tin Nuyet sect were kneeling, speaking in unison, "We are willing to join the Yumin Zhao." Her eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "Everyone." Under her gaze, everyone looked on with unwavering determination. "Chen Zhu, if it weren't for the help of the Mystic Darkness sect today, we would have been done for. We are willing to join the Mystic Darkness sect to repay the life-saving grace of Senior Lang Qian. Please, Chen Zhu, agree." The desire and resolve of everyone moved her deeply. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned around immediately. Then, Chen Zhu knelt before Lang Qian, pleading, "My Tin Nuyet sect is willing to join the Mystic Darkness sect. Please, Master, grant us this." With everyone's agreement, he looked at them proudly and declared, "All right, from today, the Tin Nuyet sect officially merges with the Mystic Darkness sect. We live and die together." Following that, all members of the Tin Nuyet sect bowed in respect, paying homage to Master Lang Qian. The system unexpectedly appeared. System notification. Successfully developed the Mystic Darkness Sect Alliance. Reward points doubled, 500 points. Chen Zhu's loyalty, from 80% to 90%. Reward points exchanged, 500 points. The sunset began to fall. In the main hall of the sect, Yuan Long raised his hand in front of him, bowing his head in shame, admitting his failure, saying he couldn't hold Ulan Road, and asked the master to punish him. Seeing this, the master asked him, "If Ulan Road has fallen, how could you return here?" He replied, "About that. I took advantage of Lang Qian's carelessness to escape back here." After hearing Yuan Long's answer, the one called master continued to ask, "What do you bring back for me?" He replied, reporting to the master, as instructed, "Yuan Long has grasped Lang Qian's true power. The rumors that have circulated for thousands of years were all just a facade." His cultivation level. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Yuan Long clutched his chest in pain. At that moment, blood began to flow from his mouth. After spitting blood, his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Yuan Long wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "His cultivation level is still at the mid-stage martial god realm. Just one strike was enough to injure me this badly. If it weren't for the master's concern, sending an additional 300 elite troops to me, Yuan Long would have long been dead at Lang Qian's hands." Feeling unsatisfied, the master asked again, "Is that all the news you have?" He stammered, "No. There's more. That demon didn't come to Ulan alone. The master's junior brother, the sword demon Lang Ren, Zuxing Xiu, was also present. Most of those 300 elite troops perished at his hands." On the side, a guy with brown hair turned to his buddy and asked, "Wasn't that demon lord supposed to have cut ties with all his disciples? Why is he suddenly making peace with Zuxing Xiu now?" His senior replied, "Could it be that Lang Qian actually wants to start over?" Feeling a bit unsure, he quickly pulled out a pill from his pocket and held it up. "That demon lord gave me this pill. He said he made it himself and told me to bring it back for the sect leader to check out." Huff huff. Under the sect leader's command, the pill quickly left his hand. Then, the pill flew towards Liu Muzhuan's outstretched palm. He stared intently at the pill and began to examine it. Suddenly, a smile crept onto his face. Out of nowhere, the guy below suddenly collapsed. He struggled to get up, his whole body shaking from pain. Seeing his pitiful state, Liu Muzhuan ordered, "Someone take the Long sect leader away to rest." 2 soldiers appeared from the sides and carefully helped him up. While being supported, Yuan Long still tried to report, as sect leader. "There's still one thing Yuan Long wants to report. That demon lord," his face turned pale, continuously sweating like he was poisoned. Before he could finish his sentence, he couldn't hold on any longer and quickly passed out. After that, Liu Muzhuan commanded, "That's enough for today, everyone go back and rest." The subordinates replied, "Yes, sect leader." In another room, the walls and objects were intricately carved. A man with short white hair followed him and asked, "Did Zuxing Xiu show up just in time? Is this the result of the sect leader secretly pulling the strings?" Liu Muzhuan replied, "Old Gui, this time I'm just returning a favor. It's all a play set up by my junior brother." He then took a letter and handed it to Wei Qiancheng. He opened the paper and started reading. "Third senior brother, it's time to return the favor. Don't come to Lantang anymore. Arrange for some people to put on a show to help my junior brother gain the trust of the master. Thanks a lot." After reading a bit, he exclaimed in confusion, "What does he mean by that?" At that moment, Liu Muzhuan turned his back to him and said, "If you want to know who among our brothers is the most unpredictable, it's none other than the eighth brother." The master was really curious about what was actually inside that medicine gourd. He rubbed his chin, looking totally freaked out. After the epic showdown at the Ulan road, news of Zhu Heng II returning to the Mystic Darkness sect spread like wildfire, leaving the entire martial world in shock. In a dimly lit room, a guy with green hair glanced over and exclaimed, "What did you say?" "The old eighth is back at Mystic Darkness sect." He was none other than Zhuang Gao Han, the fourth disciple of the True Soul Hall. A young man with red hair sitting nearby replied, "I heard he followed Lang Qian and took out a ton of people in the territory of the third senior brother. He's the seventh disciple of the True Soul Hall, the Hall Master Zhu Zhenghe." A girl with snow-white hair, gently petting her cute little animal, chimed in, "Are you talking about Zhu Xingxiu? Is this news legit?" She was Mo Yao Li, the fifth disciple of the Heavenly Destruction Palace. At the hot springs, Shen Yuan Qing was soaking, looking super worried and wondering, "Looks like the old eighth really made it to Ulan Road. What's he thinking?" Meanwhile, Gaoan Yao was fuming. He ripped the paper in his hands and growled, "That traitor. I need to find him and get some answers." Under the forest, a loud sneeze echoed, "Achoo." Seeing this, Zhu Xingxiu's follower behind him asked anxiously, "Young master, are you okay?" He rubbed his nose and replied, "I'm fine, just a bit chilly in the woods." A killing intent, Zhu Xingxiu sensed a wave of murderous energy coming from all directions. But he had already anticipated this. While walking, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Yun Ni, have you found out about that investigation I asked you to do?" The girl replied, "Yes, but it's still not detailed enough." Yun Ni pulled out a piece of paper and respectfully presented it to him, which only had a few rough notes. "Please take a look, young master." Zhu Xingxiu took the paper to examine it. Looking at the notes, he squinted in confusion and asked, "These notes still have way too many unclear parts. Who's trying to cover up something about the master?" In the sky, Lang Qian and Chen Zhu were riding on the back of a divine beast. The divine beast, the Trung Min bird, slowly spread its wings and soared through the sky. Lang Qian sat in a meditative position, eyes closed, and called out, "Chen Zhu." She quickly turned her head and replied, "Yes, master." He asked, "What do you think of Zhu's behavior today?" Chen Zhu replied, "Senior brother Zhu not only decisively takes out the enemies, but has also actively helped the master multiple times. The most important thing is that he can anticipate what the master is worried about, which is really tough." Suddenly, his expression turned icy cold, and his gaze carried a chilling aura. Faced with his extremely grim expression, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, trembling in fear. "Master, did Chen Zhu say something wrong?" "Damn it, Chen Zhu, please forgive me." He raised his hand to his chin, looking deep in thought, saying, "You're not wrong, but what you just said made the master think of some important matters." She stole a glance at him, silently wondering, what important thing? He suddenly turned to her and praised, "You did really well today. When we get back, I'll teach you some elixirs." Hearing this, she felt incredibly grateful and knelt down to bow, saying, "Disciple thanks you, master." Lang Qian looked at her and added, "I hope you reach the martial emperor realm soon, then I can gift you a heavenly grade technique." Suddenly, Chen Zhu's body started to tremble. Heavenly? A heavenly grade technique? Her eyes lit up, clearly showing her excitement. She couldn't stop expressing her gratitude, saying, "Chen Zhu will definitely train hard, and not let master's love go to waste." At Lang Qian's chapel. In the main hall, he walked ahead while Chen Zhu slowly followed behind. When they reached the door of his room, he gestured, "I'm going to rest now, you should head back and rest too." She bowed her head to take her leave, saying, "Yes, master." Lang Qian calmly entered his room. The system appeared. System notification, Disciples Jong Gao Han, Ju Zeng He, Mo Yao Li activated the Judgment Eye effect. Reward points, 600 points. Jong Gao Han, Human, Mid-Level Martial God. Elder of the Soul Electric, 4th Evil Disciple of the Host. Main focus, Heavenly Grade Special Mental Technique. Blood Poison True Bone Classic, Peak. Heavenly Grade High-Level Blood Demon Flame Pill Formula, Peak. Weapon, Dark Blood Heavenly Demon Cauldron, Heavenly Grade Special. Loyalty, -60%, judged to be a traitor. Ju Zeng He, Human, Late Level Martial God. Master of the Soul Electric, 7th Evil Disciple of the Host. Main focus, Heavenly Grade Special Earth Destruction Heavenly King Mental Technique, Peak. Heavenly Grade High-Level Explosive Flame Technique, Peak. Weapon, Earth Destruction Flame Flag, Heavenly Grade Special. Loyalty, -70%, judged to be a traitor. Mo Yao Li, a member of the human race disguised, mid-level martial god, Heavenly Destruction Bow, Bowmaster, the 5th evil being of the host. Specializes in top-tier heavenly mental techniques. Heavenly Destruction Technique, Jade Heart Technique, Peak. High-level Heavenly Illusion Heart Jade Art, Peak. Weapon, Heart-Devouring Serpent, Special Top Tier. Loyalty level, -50%, Judgment of Betrayal. He looked at the image projected by the system. The minions had just left the dark blue path, and these wicked creatures had already received the news. Knowing that Zuxing Xiao had returned to his Mystic Darkness sect, they probably wouldn't dare to act recklessly for the time being. Thanks to Chen Zhu and Zuxing Xiao this time, he didn't have to waste too many artifact tokens and managed to catch the dark blue path off guard. He should reward them handsomely. After that, he commanded, "System, open the shop." The system transported him to another space, where the screen displayed various skill options. Remembering his promise to Chen Zhu, he quickly selected the potion category, and bought the elixir he had promised her. Given the current situation, Chen Zhu's cultivation speed was faster than someone like him, who had endured 1,000 years of drought. To prevent situations where he couldn't use the absolute area like this time, he needed someone skilled in protection by his side. Although Zuxing Xiao's strength far surpassed Chen Zhu's, his loyalty was utterly unreliable. For now, he needed to ensure Chen Zhu quickly improved her strength. Lang Qian squinted his eyes. A green elixir appeared. The system announced, Rapid Spirit Boosting Elixir X3, Mid-Level Earthly Grade, Pure Yin and Yang, Pure Yang Water, Pure Yin Fire. With powerful properties, harmonizing both sides, nurturing all things, opening meridians, replenishing qi and blood, enhancing spiritual power, healing wounds. All formulated together, astonishingly fast cultivation speed. Use within a week, 3 days for 1 pill, 3 pills for 1 journey. Exchange points, 880 points. He smiled in satisfaction and clicked to purchase. This is it. He returned to the main room. Zuxing Xiao burst in, flinging the door open and shouting, "Master, junior sister, I'm back. Do you remember me?" But all he got in response was an endless silence. Zuxing Xiao stepped inside, scratching his head in confusion. They should have been here waiting for him. Where did they all go? Suddenly, an incredibly fragrant aroma wafted through his nostrils. He turned his head toward the source of the scent. This fragrance was. He quickly rushed over, leaning his hands on the dining table. His eyes lit up, filled with desire, wondering, what a feast of delicious food this is. Suddenly, a thought struck him. I got it. Zuxing Xiao wore an incredibly arrogant and smug expression. He answered his own question, convinced that his master was very pleased with his outstanding performance today, but didn't want to praise him directly, so he had his junior sister prepare a delicious spread for him. Without hesitation, he quickly grabbed a pair of chopsticks, ready to dig in, just as he was starving to death, eager to taste his junior sister's cooking skills. But before the chopsticks could touch the food, Chen Zhu suddenly appeared from behind, her expression radiating hostility, and she growled, "Put those chopsticks down right now." Zhu Xingxiu quickly placed the chopsticks back in their spot. He turned around, his face pale, trembling as he tried to calm her down. Wait, let's talk this out. Junior sister. Chen Zhu's expression didn't improve much. Holding a plate of food, she mocked him. You thought this was all prepared just for you, huh? Ha ha. Faced with her anger, he stammered, I thought it was just for me, ha ha, just a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. At that moment, Lang Qian stepped out of the room, looking at the two of them and asked, what are you two making a fuss about? He bowed respectfully and replied, nothing, master. We were just joking around a bit. She paid him no mind and quickly invited Lang Qian to eat. The meal is ready, please enjoy, master. He smiled at them and said, today is a day of celebration for our Mystic Darkness sect, a joyous occasion in 100 years. Everyone, let's sit down and eat. Both of them replied in unison, yes, master. At the dining table, Lang Qian looked at them and announced, today, we managed to suppress the Soul Eater sect, and you two played a significant role in that. The Mystic Darkness sect has always been fair with rewards and punishments. If there's merit today, there will surely be a reward. Seeing the reward, Chen Zhu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, thinking to herself, a reward. What will it be? On the other hand, Zhu Xingxiu wasn't feeling too cheerful. Instead, he felt a bit of fear creeping in, wondering what his master was really planning. It was completely unpredictable. Lang Qian then took out a small wooden box and handed it to her. Chen Zhu, this is the mid-level earth-grade elixir I promised to refine for you earlier. This pill can help you speed up your cultivation and break through to the mid-level martial king realm sooner. Seeing the box, her eyes lit up even more than before. She looked into the box, eagerly thinking, mid-tier treasure. The low-tier heavenly spirit essence pill had such amazing effects before. Now with a mid-tier one, it must be incredibly powerful. Not stopping there, he also pulled out a manual and placed it on the table. Additionally, the master rewarded you with a special grade mysterious technique, the Lotus Heart Dance Manual. This technique is an upgraded version of the Green Lotus Heart technique. I hope you focus on your training and elevate your cultivation level. She received the two rewards from him, her expression filled with joy. Chen Zhu repeatedly thanked her master, promising to train hard and break through to the mid-level martial king realm soon. Over at Zhu Xingxiu, he looked at Chen Zhu's rewards with a very happy expression, thinking to himself, the master is so generous. Looks like there really are rewards, he he. Then, Lang Qian suddenly called out his name, Zhu Xingxiu. Zhu Xingxiu jumped up quickly, responding eagerly, yes, master. He leaned on his hand and said to him, today, not only did you protect Chen Zhu, but you also actively came up with plans to help me, solving my troubles. If you want a reward, feel free to say it, and I will do my best to fulfill it. At his offer, Zhu Xingxiu's eyes widened in surprise. The excitement on his face was gone, replaced by a worried expression. He thought to himself, just as I suspected, this is a trap from the master. Asking me to speak up. Trying to fulfill my request, is he digging a pit for me to jump into, master? Seeing that he still hadn't answered, he asked again, go on, what do you want? Zhu Xingxiu hesitated, Suddenly, he raised his hand in front of him, bowing his head to plead for forgiveness. Master, today I have made a mistake. I don't dare to ask for a reward, I just hope to redeem myself. As if anticipating his response, his eyes flashed with sharpness, thinking, just as I thought, this guy would respond like that. He must be afraid that if he makes a request, I'll strike him down with heavenly lightning. Lang Qian broke the hesitation, the mistake today, I won't pursue it any further. Don't worry, just say what reward you want, and I will do my best to fulfill it. Zhu Xingxiu was stunned, scratching the back of his head, asking again, really can I? He replied, why would I go back on my word? Realizing he was actually getting a reward, he hesitated and said, I want the heavy Ming bird. As soon as he voiced his request, Lang Qian froze, a million question marks popping up in his head, totally unsure how to respond. Fearing that he might tick off Lang Qian with his request, the guy quickly raised a trembling finger and stammered, I mean, can I ride the heavy Ming bird just once? Just once would be awesome. After hearing that, Lang Qian facepalmed, looking utterly helpless, thinking to himself, this guy was almost about to lose it and call down lightning. Suddenly, a familiar noise came from outside, and Zhu Xingxiu glanced over, feeling super confused. Lang Qian looked at his own hand and said, I've already called the heavy Ming bird here, so today you can ride it as much as you want. With that approval, Zhu Xingxiu dashed outside, shouting thanks to his master, I'm off now. After he ran off, Lang Qian was so mad he snapped his chopsticks in half, thinking, that little punk. I lent him the heavy Ming bird, and his loyalty hasn't budged an inch. The system unexpectedly appeared. System notification, congratulations, host, you've successfully planted Yuan Long as a spy in the soul armor. You've earned 200 points. Side quest activated. Winning a battle depends heavily on gathering information from the opponent quickly and accurately. Starting today, develop your network everywhere to gather useful intel. Reminder, when developing your network, choose useful and suitable people, don't just recruit anyone, or you'll face penalties. He looked at the system notification in his mind, pondering that it seemed the dragon had really submitted. Wait, there's still a quest. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, his expression full of surprise. The system asked if the judgment, I had detected the recent emergence of the demon beast, and whether it was using the judgment I penalty. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought, realizing that if the judgment I had spotted Go Wen Yao, then he must be in the mountain of ruthlessness right now. Too bad the judgment I can't pinpoint his exact location. Better to stay low and observe than to take risks. After all, it's just a demon beast, nothing to worry about. This is so annoying. Again? Today's really lively, huh? Out of nowhere, 3 system notifications popped up at the same time. Reading the notifications, his eyes widened in shock as he stared blankly. The system keeps notifying about the recent appearances of those wicked creatures. Are they using the eye punishment to judge them? There's been a sighting of the wicked creature Mo Di Liu lately. Are they using the eye punishment to judge that too? And what about the wicked creature Zhuang Jiao Han? Are they using the eye punishment for that one as well? Lang Qian was furious, his voice low and intense, these wicked creatures. Today, I'm going to catch all of you in one go. Gotta live up to the title of the Master of the Demon Path. Up in the high skies, Zhu Xingxiu was standing with his arms crossed, looking super arrogant while riding on the back of the legendary divine beast, the Chongming bird. No doubt it's the legendary Chongming bird. In the blink of an eye, they flew thousands of miles away. Suddenly, he raised his hand to his chin, looking puzzled and asking, taming a divine beast of this caliber is really tough. How did my master manage to do it? Out of nowhere, the divine beast's eyes widened. It started to speed up. Caught off guard, he slipped. Then, without any warning, the divine beast shot forward quickly. He, with a face full of fear, clutched the feathers of the divine beast and shouted, "What's wrong with you? Stop right now." But not only did it not stop, the Chongming bird flew even faster. It spiraled through the air. Zhu Xingxiu held on tightly to its feathers, his face pale from dizziness. He stammered, "Stop." But the Chongming bird didn't care at all, continuing to spiral forward. At this point, Zhu Xingxiu couldn't hold on anymore. He got so dizzy that he immediately threw up. His head was spinning, and he gradually lost consciousness. He lay unconscious on the back of the Chongming bird. At that moment, his hands started to move. He opened his eyes, dazed, and asked, Is it over? Am I still alive?" Then he tilted his head to the side, realizing this place seemed a bit familiar. When he woke up, he found himself back in the church. Suddenly, Lang Qian approached from a distance. Hearing the noise, he quickly turned his head and said, "Master." Without a word, Lang Qian suddenly called out to the Chongming bird. Seeing this, Zhu Xingxiu was terrified and shouted, wait a second, master." Immediately, the Chongming bird shot up into the sky like an arrow. He leaned on the back of the divine beast, wondering why his master was in such a hurry to call back the heavy-minded bird. Could it be? Suddenly, Lang Qian spoke up, asking, "How do we find your senior brother Go Wen Yao?" He questioned back, "Master, what do you want to do?" Lang Qian replied, "He's here." Upon hearing that, he immediately stood up straight, his expression one of shock. "You mean my senior brother has come to the mountain of ruthlessness?" To his surprise, the guy turned to him with a fierce expression, "Isn't this all part of someone's plan?" He pointed at himself, a million questions racing through his mind. "Me?" Lang Qian continued, "If I told you that not only your senior brother is here, but also your fourth senior brother Zhuang Jiao Han and your fifth senior sister Mo Yao Li have come too, what do you think?" Seeing the doubt in his eyes, Zhu Xingxiu quickly raised his hands in front of him, bowing earnestly, "Master, I truly have no idea what's going on. But I think they didn't come to find you." Lang Qian asked again, "Then who?" He confidently replied, "They came to find me." Lang Qian looked puzzled. "To find you?" He respectfully answered, "They must have heard that I helped Master deal with the dark path and return to the mountain of ruthlessness. They want to come and ask me about it." Lang Qian frowned at him. Then he replied, "What you said does make some sense. I'll temporarily trust you." He clasped his hands and bowed, "Thank you, Master." He then added, "They probably don't know that you're aware of their arrival. We can take advantage of this opportunity. Let's capture them." At this point, Zhu Xingxiu suddenly clenched his fists, his gaze sharp. Lang Qian rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, "This guy isn't just any ordinary person, he's on the same wavelength as me." He then stood facing him and said, "One arrow hitting 3 targets, I can't do it alone. After all, your senior brother and sister aren't fools. If they sense danger, they'll leave immediately. So, who do you think we should catch first?" Zhu Xingxiu respectfully replied, "The fourth senior brother Zhuang Jiao Han, or the fifth senior sister Mo Yao Li." Lang Qian asked, "Why?" He explained, "Among the 3, the fourth senior brother Zhuang Jiao Han is the most treacherous. To keep the soul-devouring sect afloat, he has used deadly poison to wipe out countless sects. Even using living people to refine poison, he can be called utterly heartless." Next up is the fifth sister Mo Yao Li. Since the establishment of the Heavenly Punishment Palace, aside from absorbing other forces, she has secretly colluded with the Western Witch Clan and the Northern Demon Clan. In fact, several battles that occurred at the Central Continent's borders in the past were all influenced by the Heavenly Punishment Palace. My disciple sees that the fifth sister is likely involved in the demonic affairs, and this will definitely lead to a bloody war in the future. After hearing this, he totally agreed and was satisfied with the response. He continued, saying that the Reality Soul Palace and the Heavenly Punishment Palace have a close relationship with the Soulless Sect. Now that the Reality Soul Palace is growing stronger, along with the powerful ally of the Heavenly Punishment Palace, this will definitely be the biggest obstacle for us to eliminate the Soulless Sect in the future. In light of Zhu Xingxiu's analysis, he asked, "If you've thought this through so well, then tell me, what brilliant plan do you have?" With Lang Qian's anticipation, he bowed his head and asked for advice. "Master, I believe with your strength, you can definitely handle the fourth brother and the fifth sister. As for the eldest brother, just let me take care of it. What do you think, Master?" At Zhu Xingxiu's suggestion, his eyes filled with rage, thinking to himself, "If it's tough, just push it onto me, that scoundrel." Then, Zhu Xingxiu quickly hopped onto his sword and took off. "Master, I'm going to lure them over now. I'll keep you updated." Over on Lang Qian's side, watching Zhu Xingxiu leave so calmly, he clenched his fists, his body trembling with anger. In the forest area, a small blade of grass was swaying back and forth. That was Zhu Xingxiu. He had a blade of grass in his mouth, swaying along. Sitting in a tree, he closed his eyes and hummed a tune. Suddenly, the grass nearby started to darken. In just a moment, it became wilted. Noticing the change, he opened his eyes to take a look. Before him was the figure of Zhuang Jiao Han approaching. Zhu Xingxiu, sitting high up, cheerfully greeted, "Long time no see, fourth brother. You definitely look even gloomier than before." Zhuang Jiao Han, showing no interest, got straight to the point. "Eighth junior brother, I'm here this time just to ask you two things. If you want to live, you'd better answer truthfully." He sat in the tree, playfully teasing, "Still the same old you, brother. You should at least learn a bit about dealing with people while making medicine every day." He. Suddenly, a green snake appeared from behind the tree and slowly slithered up. Sensing something was off, he turned around in surprise and looked up. Right in front of him was a snake, its mouth wide open, charging at him. It opened its mouth wide and then bit down hard on Zhu Xingxiu's neck. Caught off guard, he quickly took the hit, blood starting to trickle from his mouth. Suddenly, he felt his head spinning. Unable to keep his balance, he immediately fell down. Zhu Xingxiu collapsed face first onto the ground, making a loud thud. In front of him, a girl stepped forward and said, "We are not here to listen to your rambling." His junior sister. She was Mo Yao Li. Even after being bitten by the venomous snake, Zhu Xingxiu still managed to smile and flatter her. "Long time no see, fifth sister. You're looking more beautiful than ever, cough cough." Suddenly, a sword came flying in from a distance. The sword landed right in front of him. That was Go Wen Yao. Wen Yao stepped forward, picked up his sword, and growled, "If you answer even one word wrong, this sword won't hesitate to pierce your brain." Up high, Lang Qian was standing on the back of a divine beast, choosing his next move. A pill appeared. Along with it was the information about the pill below. Long Yang Bark Chuan Detox Pill, Heavenly Grade, Exchange Points, 1,200 points. Info, made from the essence of dragon blood mixed with 100 types of human poisons, heated with pure yang fire for 9,981 days, then soaked in rainwater for 100 days. This pill can detoxify all human poisons, but its potency is extremely toxic and powerful. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to use it. He raised his hand to his chin, looking at the system notification, deep in thought. The poison skills of Old Fourth were unmatched in the world, only this pill could save his life. The only problem was the price was a bit hard to swallow. Remaining exchange points, 3,232 points. But after thinking it over, he finally decided to hit buy. Whatever, you gotta spend money to save your life. Why? System notification. Successfully exchanged for 2 Long Yang Bark Chuan Detox Pills, remaining exchange points, 832. After the exchange, Lang Qian clenched his fists, his expression filled with rage. He growled, "For this 2,400 points exchange, I will definitely catch you guys today." Jong Jiao Han. Back down in the forest. At this moment, the grass that Zhong Jiao Han walked through had completely withered. From above, he looked down at Zhu Xingxiu lying on the ground and asked, "Are you really going back to the Mystic Darkness sect?" Eighth brother. Zhu Xingxiu, lying on the ground with a pale face from the poison, firmly replied, "Yes. I'm back." At the same time, Mo Yaoli stepped forward and asked, "Why did you do that? Have you forgotten everything that happened at the beginning?" Zhu Xingxiu smiled sincerely and replied, "After wandering outside for so many years, I just wanted to check out the mountain of ruthlessness, and spend some time with my master." Go Wen Yao, holding a sword pointed at his back, voiced his annoyance. "Trying to get information from this guy is just a waste of time. I think we should just deal with this traitor already." In response to his senior brother's words, he sneered, "A traitor? If your brain was as sharp as your sword, that would be something." As soon as he finished speaking, Go Wen Yao shot him a look that could kill. Go Wen Yao raised his sword, ready to stab Zhu Xingxiu, the sharp-tongued one. Hoping that after he dies, his tongue won't be so sharp anymore, he lay on the ground, watching the sword's trajectory. Go Wenyao aimed straight for his wide-open eyes. He showed no mercy as he plunged down hard. Go Wenyao smiled, smugly saying, "Safe travels, eighth brother." Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Below him was the sight of the sword embedded in the ground, while Zhu Xingxiu had vanished without a trace. Seeing the puddle in front of him, Mo Yao stammered, "Water? Could it be?" Suddenly, Zhu Xingxiu's voice echoed in their ears, "Ninth move of the heavenly spirit sword technique, shadow transformation." Go Wenyao quickly turned towards the source of the voice. He was now emerging from the depths of the forest. His expression was cold as he walked and said, "All these years of brotherly love, was it just me being overly sentimental? So heartbreaking." Then, he pretended to wipe away his fake tears. Mo Yao Lai looked at him and said, "We are not here to put on a show for you." Go Wenyao added, "If the three of us charge together, your little tricks won't save you." Zhu Xingxiu frowned, forcing a smile as he spoke. "I was planning to explain everything to you guys from the start. But you all just pulled your swords on me without saying a word." Mo Yao Li chimed in, "We got your message yesterday, telling us not to come Lin Hall. I thought you had some clever plan to take down the master, but instead, you used this chance to win his trust. What exactly are you plotting?" Zhu Xingxiu grinned slyly and replied, "Well, my dear junior brother." But before he could finish, a very familiar voice rang out from behind, "What is he plotting? Let me tell you." It was Lang Qian. He glared at his three former disciples, his voice dripping with anger. At the sight of him, all three exclaimed in unison, "Master! Lang Qian! Lang Qian!" Lang Qian noticed the shocked expressions on his old disciples' faces and asked, "Surprised to see me, huh? If I'm not mistaken, this is the mountain of ruthlessness, right?" Jong Gaoan spoke up, "Master's appearance, it really is true that he's turned the world upside down." Mo Yao Li sensed a shift in Go Wenyao's reaction and turned to ask, "Senior brother, what's wrong?" He trembled as he replied, Nothing. Just suddenly felt a chill. Meanwhile, he was secretly panicking, thinking, "Oh no." He definitely noticed. Spotting Go Wenyao, Lang Qian turned to him and asked, "Old Go, looks like we meet again. Did you enjoy the gift from our last encounter?" Zhong Gaoan watched the exchange between the two, thinking, "Old Go. Gift?" Suddenly, Go Wenyao raised his hand, his face pale as he stammered, "Master, I just remembered. I forgot to chop the firewood. I must take my leave." Before Lang Qian could respond, he bolted away like a deer. Mo Yao Li and Zhong Gaoan exchanged looks of disdain as they watched him flee. Zhong Gaoan stared at Lang Qian, thinking, even though Lang Qian looks rejuvenated, his energy feels weak, and the aura of a great villain around him has changed. Usually fearless, now he's trembling like this. There must be a reason. Noticing they were still standing there, Lang Qian asked, "Aren't you two going to run?" In response to his question, Mo Yao Li turned to ask, "Senior brother, what should we do now?" Zhuang Gaoan stared at him and said, "Lang Qian, I heard you've regained your strength from before." Seeing his master still silent, Zhu Xingxiu chimed in, "Of course. Otherwise, do you think the big bro would be scared and run away?" While his master wasn't angry yet, the junior advised them to get out of there ASAP. At Zhu Xingxiu's response, Zhuang Gaoan smiled. His body radiated a strong killing intent, which was good. "Because my current power has far surpassed my master from before." Zhuang Gaoan raised his hand to gather strength, getting ready to attack. Lang Qian looked at them and asked, "Surpassed your former self? What a clueless fool." He pulled out a sword, and a mysterious energy surrounded him. On Zhuang Gaoan's side, he wasn't about to back down, challenging, "Then let's see what you've got, Lang Qian." The next day, he and Mo Yao Li charged at him simultaneously. One after the other, they flew towards him. He looked at them, frowning, thinking, charging in together. "I have to seize the moment and use the absolute zone." Suddenly, Lang Qian's eyes widened in shock. Instead of targeting him, both of them zoomed past, heading for his back. Turns out, they were aiming for Zhu Xingxiu. Seeing Jong Gao Han and Mo Yao Li rushing towards him, he panicked and shouted, "Hey! Big bro, big sis, why are you targeting me?" Lang Qian turned around, frowning at them, wondering, did these two know from the start that my energy was weak, thinking if they took out Zhu Xingxiu first, they'd win big. Well, that's fine, let's see if Zhu Xingxiu really has what it takes. On Zhu Xingxiu's side, the two of them were charging at him at lightning speed. Realizing he was in a tough spot, Zhu Xingxiu quickly asked, "Big bro, didn't your poison skills improve a lot? Why don't you test them out on our master?" At his words, Lang Qian nearby shot him a very annoyed look, thinking, this damn guy. Zhong Jiao Han charged at him, saying, "I think you're more suited for this." Zhu Xingxiu looked panicked, pointing his sword ahead and shouting, "You guys, if you're tough, come at me one by one. I'm not afraid of anyone." Mo Yao Li charged in, saying, "I'll grant your wish." Then, she attacked with her whip. It was like a giant python, bursting with immense energy, lunging toward him. Zhu Xingxiu wasn't backing down either. He drew his sword and unleashed his energy, executing the 10th move of the Heavenly Spirit Sword technique. He aimed his sword at Mo Yao Li, and from it, a powerful energy manifested as a fierce bird soaring forward. Both Zhu Xingxiu's and Mo Yao Li's beasts charged directly at each other. As they got closer, Mo Yao Li's snake opened its mouth wide, ready to strike. Zhu Xingxiu wasn't about to hold back either, rushing forward with all his might. Gradually, they transformed into sources of power. The two sources of energy from both sides drew closer together. Finally, they collided head-on against each other. The clash of the two energy forces created a massive explosion. Lang Qian had to raise his hand to shield himself from the overwhelming spiritual energy radiating out. He thought to himself, the intensity of the spiritual energy from both sides is evenly matched. On Mo Yao Li's side, she gritted her teeth, her expression intensely focused, attacking while thinking, whichever side runs out of energy first loses. On Zhu Xingxiu's side, he frowned in annoyance, cursing under his breath, "Damn it." Neither side was giving in, and it was a stalemate. Suddenly, Mo Yao Li called out from across, "Eighth junior brother, looks like you haven't been slacking off these past few years, huh?" Zhu Xingxiu frowned in irritation and replied, "Of course not." Her eyes suddenly sparkled with smugness as Mo Yao Li sneered, "But too bad, I'm winning this match." As soon as she finished speaking, he looked ahead, utterly stunned. The spiritual energy from both sides had started to shift. Lang Qian, observing from the side, thought to himself, Zhu Xingxiu's energy is dwindling, it's really dropping. Suddenly, Zhu Xingxiu's spiritual energy began to decline, and from the other side, Mo Yao Li greeted him, "Sorry, junior brother. Goodbye." Her eyes widened, looking utterly terrified. "You idiot." She finished her sentence, while Zhu Xingxiu stood there, completely stunned by the scene unfolding before him. A surge of spiritual energy began to attack him. His eyes widened in sheer terror. At that moment, Mo Yao Li's spiritual energy had completely overpowered Zhu Xingxiu's, accompanied by a deafening sound. On the ground, a massive trench appeared as if someone had dug through it. Lang Qian, standing nearby, watched in shock, thinking to himself that Zhu Xingxiu's spiritual energy had completely vanished. A few of Zhu Xingxiu's belongings appeared on the ground. Mo Yao Li glanced at them and said, "This is the price of betrayal. Don't blame your senior sister for being heartless, okay, Lao Ba." Suddenly, a long sword pierced through her chest from behind. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her expression frozen in shock. Blood flowed from the wound down her body. How could this happen? It then trickled down her legs, forming a large pool of blood. Out of nowhere, a familiar voice rang out from behind her, "Don't blame your junior brother for being heartless, senior sister. That line belongs to you, right?" It was Zhu Xingxiu. He wasn't dead, and was holding the sword that had pierced Mo Yao Li's chest. The injury caused her to lose her balance and collapse. Her eyes became vacant as she trembled and asked, "Did your spiritual energy just vanish? Why is this happening?" Zhu Xingxiu looked at the blooded sword and smiled, replying, "The Spirit Sea Phoenix strike seems like a powerful move. But the next moment, I sealed all my spiritual energy. In reality, it was just a trick to immobilize the enemy. I struck a critical blow from behind." Lang Qian stepped forward from behind. He observed Zhu Xingxiu with a cold expression, thinking to himself, how strong is Zhu Xingxiu to hide his spiritual energy so well that no one noticed. Jong Han approached and stood in front of her, calling out, "Sister Mo." Mo Yao Li looked at him, trembling as she made her last wish, "Brother, you must avenge me." Suddenly, he felt something was off. Jong Han gritted his teeth, frowning as he thought, there's no way that fifth sister, being at the mid-level of the martial god realm, couldn't dodge Zhu Xingxiu's attack. Immediately, his eyes widened in realization. He quickly dodged away from Mo Yao Li. Jong Han swung his arms, turned around, and ran, thinking to himself, no wonder, I felt something was off from the start. It's all a trap. A trap set by those two guys. While running, he didn't forget to look back and shout a warning, "Next time, don't let me catch you. If I do, I'll throw you into the furnace and turn you into gods." Suddenly, he squinted, a million questions popping up in his mind. A surge of power struck down right in front of him, blocking his escape. Zhong Han covered his face from the dust. Through the haze, the figure of Lang Qian emerged, accompanied by his furious voice, "Mountain of Ruthlessness is a place. Anyone who wants to come can come." Zhong Han's eyes widened in shock as he looked up. Around Lang Qian, a fierce aura of spiritual energy radiated, along with a terrifying killing intent. He glared at him, his voice filled with rage, "You think you can just leave?" Lang Qian stood in front of Zhong Han, blocking his way. He frowned, gritting his teeth, wondering, how did Lang Qian get here so fast? His spiritual energy was only showing the level of a martial general, right? Could it be he's hiding his true power? Suddenly, he raised his hand. Zhong Han was taken aback by his action. He looked at him in disbelief, thinking, that stance is a technique I've never seen before. Suddenly, Lang Qian clenched his fist. Zhong Han's eyes widened in astonishment. A tremendous wave of spiritual energy erupted from Lang Qian's body. Then, Lang Qian moved at lightning speed. Zhong Han, with an expression of utter disbelief, gasped, "His spiritual energy, it can't be." Suddenly, he thrust his fist forward, charging at him. He tried to stall, wait. But before he could finish his sentence, he was hit by one of Lang Qian's moves and sent flying. The unexpected attack slammed him hard against a nearby rock. The impact was no joke. Zhong Han even spat out blood. From where he crashed, dust and smoke billowed up. A deep dent appeared where he hit. Zhong Han struggled to get up, coughing and wheezing. The system popped up a notification, showing the remaining time for the counterattack, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Outside, Lang Qian's expression remained icy and unchanging. But inside, he was secretly celebrating, thrilled by the sheer power of the counterattack card. 5 minutes was more than enough to deal with this pesky foe. Suddenly, he burst out laughing, "Ha ha. Who would have thought this frail-looking master had such incredible strength?" He chuckled while wiping his mouth with his hand. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, flashing a dangerously thrilling glint. If used for poison crafting, it would definitely be epic. Seeing Zhong Han still able to get back on his feet, Lang Qian frowned, thinking to himself, this guy can actually withstand a hit from a top-tier counterattack. His eyes suddenly lit up, his chilling expression fading away as he sensed my breath. Suddenly, a massive wave of poison radiated from his body. The flowers are still fresh over there. When this poison sweeps through, they instantly wither away. He was radiating poison and laughing triumphantly. This toxin is one that has no antidote. Just a little touch of it, and you'll be toast. You've got nowhere to run now, Lang Qian. Toxic smoke from Jong Gao Hen came crashing down from above. Lang Qian looked up, his eyes wide with shock. The toxic gas clouds are like monsters that can devour everything in their path. Lang Qian gritted his teeth, furrowing his brow as he looked up, thinking to himself, this power must definitely be at the peak level of a martial god. Is Zhuang Gao Hen really hiding 2 levels of strength? On Zhong Gao Hen's side, he raised his hand and laughed triumphantly. Feel the growth I've achieved over the years. Master. As soon as he finished speaking, the toxic air came crashing down on him like a raging waterfall. The toxic gas was rising higher than the mountains. Over by Zuxing Xiu, he was standing there with his arms crossed, watching intently, while Mo Yao Li was right behind him. He raised his hand to his chin, deep in thought. So, fourth brother has really been hiding his true power all these years. Someone hurry and let Shen Yuan Ting, and go when Yao know to get out of here right away. The plan has changed. Mo Yao Li knelt down and obeyed. Yes, young master. Suddenly, the makeup started to fade away. That's Yun Ni, who's pretending to be Mo Yao Li. Yun Ni bows her head earnestly and warns, young master, if Elder Lang finds out about you having Yun Ni impersonate the leader of the heavenly chariot Sect, it could end badly. Zuxing Xiu spoke up, saying he had his own plans, so he told Yun Ni to leave. Yun Ni replied, sure. He looked down, frowning and deep in thought. Zhuang Gao Han, that name just messed up the whole setup I worked so hard to arrange. Next, we just have to rely on Lang Qian. You better not check out early, all right. Down below, the toxin from Zhuang Gao Han has spread over a massive area. He's standing tall right now, right in the toxic mess he created himself. He looked at the scene before him in awe, thinking to himself, how is this even possible? My poison can't get anywhere near Lang Qian. It's like he's wrapped in a protective bubble that blocks any toxic vibes from getting through. Zhuang Gao Han secretly wondered if his power had skyrocketed compared to before. On the outside, Lang Qian kept his cool, but inside, he was a bundle of nerves. Thankfully, there was a safe zone, otherwise, he might have turned to dust by now. Activating the absolute zone will drain a huge amount of my energy. I need to take him out before the crazy card turns against me. There's still enough time for one more attack. The system displayed a message, 0 hours, 17 minutes. In the multidimensional realm, Lang Qian swiftly reached out to grab the elixir from the system. He pulled out a magic potion. The next day, he just popped it in his mouth. At the same time, he thought to himself, this is it, I'm all in on this one. Lang Qian threw a punch, shouting loudly, but it didn't land. Then become a star. Drop dead. Zhuang Gao Han. His eyes suddenly lit up, totally caught off guard. Just as his fist was about to land, he suddenly pulled back. Looking at the dummy in front of him, he thought to himself, a fake person. This fake body is packed with a crazy amount of toxic gas. If you hit it, the consequences could be totally unpredictable. In the toxic atmosphere, Zhuang Gao Han smirked and said, clever move, Lang Qian. Looks like this little trick won't fool you. Lang Qian turned his back, trying to pinpoint his location in his mind, thinking, the poison is too thick, I can't track him down. He continued to speak, and the sudden surge of spiritual energy from him really caught everyone off guard, but it seems like. Guess you're about to run out, huh? The system displayed a notification, the effect of the counterattack card has ended. Lang Qian looked up with a furious expression. The puppet behind him suddenly moved, and he turned around cautiously. His voice echoed, and now more and more shadows appeared behind him. Zhuang Gao Han continued, there's no way out now. At this moment, countless puppets surrounded Lang Qian. Zhuang Gao Han stood behind the puppets, raising his arms to control them, shouting, attack, my army of poisonous puppets. Gao Han's poison spread over a large area of the forest. Below, the trees had all died from the poison. On Lang Qian's side, he was now surrounded by countless poisonous puppets. He gritted his teeth, looking worried, thinking, this situation is unstable, even maintaining a small absolute area will gradually drain my strength. If these poisonous puppets get a hold of me, the consequences are unimaginable. Zhuang Jiao stood amidst the smoke, laughing triumphantly, ha ha, seeing you in such a miserable state is just too delightful. I remember back in the day, when I gave up the swordsmanship, I had trained for half my life to practice poison techniques. You strongly opposed me, Lang Qian. Now I completely understand why you did that. Because you knew I had a natural talent for poison techniques. You were afraid I would surpass you and become the unrivaled champion. Too bad, I never listened to your teachings. Now it's my turn to teach you a lesson, Lang Qian. As soon as he finished speaking, the puppets charged at Lang Qian all at once. 4 of them were rushing towards him from the front. Not stopping there, 3 more puppets were simultaneously advancing from behind. Lang Qian stood in the middle, surrounded by the puppets that were all rushing towards him. They attacked, enveloping his body, creating a massive mountain-like formation. On the other side, Zhong Jiao smiled smugly at him, ha ha ha, enjoy the torment of the corrosive poison eating away at your body. Suddenly, from within the puppets, purple rays of light emanated from Lang Qian. Zhuang Jiao looked at him with a stunned expression. The source of that light grew stronger, blasting all the puppets away. They were all split in half. Everything was flying in all directions. The source of spiritual energy was so strong that it forced Zhong Jiao to raise his hand in front of his face to shield himself. While using his hand to cover his face, he thought to himself, this super strong attack. How does he have such powerful spiritual energy? Surrounding his body at that moment was an incredibly fierce source of spiritual energy, as if it could sweep everything away at any moment. Lang Qian's face darkened and he sighed, highs. Zhong Jiao still shielding himself, looked up with a puzzled expression, highs. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he looked utterly stunned. In front of him, a massive wave of spiritual energy was rushing towards him. They quickly swept across the wild grassland, splitting apart to either side. He steadied himself, extending his hand in front of him, trying to hold his ground and avoid being blown away. Zhuang Jiao gritted his teeth, struggling to endure, thinking, this force, it's even stronger than before. My insides are about to burst. Suddenly, Lang Qian called out, Dad. Upon hearing his voice, his expression turned to one of shock. From behind, that wave of spiritual energy charged at him. With this force, he began to struggle to maintain his footing. Ultimately, unable to resist any longer, he was quickly blown away towards the vehicle by the wind. Zhuang Jiao was sent flying. He was launched out of control, soaring high into the sky. When he could no longer rise any higher, Zhuang Jiao quickly began to fall from the sky. In just a brief moment, he was brought back down to earth. A loud crash followed. As he hit the ground, smoke billowed up from below. The system displayed a notification, the effect of the overbearing dominance card had ended. He looked at him, thinking to himself, luckily I got this item at a discount earlier. The system displayed, overbearing dominance high grade, trial version. After using this item, within 3 minutes, it releases 3 times the power, each time stronger than the last. Capable of knocking out early-stage martial emperors on the spot, leaving mid-stage martial emperors in shock, their bodies frozen for over 10 seconds. Exchange points. 500 points. A stream of fresh blood flowed down to the ground. That was Zhong Jiao, struggling to get up, clutching his chest. Blood kept pouring from his mouth. As he steadied himself, he clenched his teeth and looked up to ask, what was that relentless barrage of attacks? I have never seen moves like that before. Lang Qian, standing opposite him, replied, the techniques I've mastered over my lifetime are countless. How could you possibly know them all? Suddenly, he burst into a loud laugh, ha ha ha. His body felt like it was revived, his face now radiating vitality, completely different from the clueless look he had before. Let's see if you can take me down before you run out of tricks. Out of nowhere, a jar appeared above his head. From that jar, a green liquid poured down over him. The substance emanating from the jar seemed like a crucial tool, helping him restore his energy. Once finished, Zhuang Jiao smiled knowingly. Take your time enjoying this. It's the technique I painstakingly trained in after leaving you. Lang Qian stood across from him, astonished. He frowned, gritting his teeth, his expression tense. Meanwhile, he held a card in his hand, thinking, this guy's energy is recovering fast. I can't let him have a chance to regain strength. Without hesitation, he squeezed the card tightly. A powerful surge of energy erupted from his body. Lang Qian glared at him with fury, his expression resolute, silently vowing, this is the last chance for a counterattack. I have to take him down this time. Zhuang Jiao wasn't one to back down either. He looked at him with a smile and asked, you still have that much energy left? Truly worthy of being the once undefeated master of the world. Let's see what you've got, he challenged, and the two of them charged straight at each other. Lang Qian and Zhuang Jiao both took off, leaping forward at the same moment. They were evenly matched, both advancing simultaneously. Zhuang Jiao raised his sword and swung it fiercely at him, his expression full of arrogance. At the same time, Lang Qian refused to back down. He quickly drew his own sword and struck back at him. In that moment, both shouted, who's the strongest? They both thrust their fists forward, launching a direct attack against each other. Their hands drew closer and closer. The massive energies from both sides collided head-on. This attack created a significant clash. After the collision, their source of spiritual energy exploded like a bomb, shooting up into the sky. The impact was so strong that Zhuang Jiao was pushed back. On the opposite side, Lang Qian was no exception. After the clash, he quickly slid across the ground. But it didn't stop there. The collision created a massive crater, almost like an arena. Both sides charged at each other head-on again. In the middle of them, the spiritual energy from both was locked in a fierce battle, neither side giving an inch. Zhong Jiao gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into the attack. Lang Qian was no different. He unleashed all his spiritual energy for a final strike against him. Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhu Xingxiu was watching them clash relentlessly. He couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying showdown, with no wasted moves, just a pure contest of spiritual power. I had my senior brothers help me lure Zhuang Jiao to the mountain of ruthlessness, hoping Lang Qian would take him out. I never expected it to escalate like this. Lang Qian's power has increased beyond his peak, which totally caught me off guard. But what surprised me the most was that Zhuang Jiao could actually hold his own against Lang Qian. All these years, he's been hiding his peak martial god strength. Plus, with the blood demon cauldron, he can recover his spiritual energy. If I can't get rid of him this time, it's going to be a huge problem later on. Back to Lang Qian and Zhuang Jiao. They were still at a stalemate, neither willing to back down. Both landed at the same time, locking eyes with each other, surrounded by swirling dust and debris. The system popped up. He glanced at the system notification, frowning with worry, thinking to himself, damn it, the power of the cheat card can't beat him, I need to come up with another plan fast. Amidst the swirling dust, he looked up with a cold gaze at Lang Qian, who was tougher than I thought. But I doubt you can hold out much longer. If I'm right, you've only got 2 minutes left. He raised his hand to signal. At his spot-on remark, Lang Qian couldn't help but feel a jolt of panic. His eyes were wide with surprise as he glanced at the guy, wondering to himself, how did he know I only had 2 minutes left? Does he know about the system's existence? To his astonishment, Zhuang Jiao smiled and said, surprised, right? The secret behind your power. I've already figured it out. In the stillness of the space, Lang Qian and Zhuang Jiao stood facing each other. The guy raised his hand to his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. I know all about the secret of your power. Meanwhile, Lang Qian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, as he realized the guy had figured out the system's existence. He thought to himself, no way. I should be the only one who knows about the system. Noticing Lang Qian's tense expression, the guy pondered and made his own deduction. Clearly, the spiritual energy in your Dan Qian is only at the martial general level. Yet you can use such powerful techniques. Plus, every attack releases your full strength. A seasoned warrior, who has been through countless battles, wouldn't use their spiritual energy so recklessly. Unless there's one possibility. You have infinite spiritual energy. Just like my blood demon furnace, it can draw spiritual energy from the surroundings, constantly feeding it to me. You must have some kind of divine artifact that provides you with spiritual energy. 2. Every time you unleash your power, you make a hand gesture like you're crushing something. I think that's the trigger for your divine artifact, right? Faced with his sharp insight, Lang Qian thought to himself, how sharp is this guy? Zhuang Jiao Han continued, your spiritual energy bursts last exactly 5 minutes, then that powerful energy suddenly disappears. So you can't use it indefinitely, right? Lang Qian. As soon as he finished speaking, Lang Qian was left utterly stunned. Zhuang Jiao Han went on, and as for timing, I'm very sensitive to it. After all, even a slight difference can affect the final outcome of your living poison technique. Upon hearing about his poison technique, Lang Qian's eyes filled with rage, his expression radiating killing intent. He thought to himself, living poison technique. Seeing Lang Qian's reaction, Zhuang Jiao Han lowered his head, a wicked smile on his face. You have 1 minute left before your spiritual energy bursts end. If you don't use this precious time to attack, it seems you know that relying solely on that power won't be enough to defeat me. Out of respect for the past, I can show you some mercy. Just hand over that divine artifact to me, and we are good. This deal is pretty reasonable, right? I promise I won't lay a finger on your master anymore, and I'll be just like junior brother Zhu, heading back to the mountain of ruthlessness to stand by your master's side. Hearing his proposal, your expression turned a bit colder. Lang Qian repeated Zhuang Jiao Han's words, standing by your side. I definitely need someone to stay at the mountain of ruthlessness. You raised your hand, looking super determined, saying, for the sake of the people, today I will definitely kill you at the mountain of ruthlessness. At your bold declaration, he smirked with disdain, for the sake of the people. Ha ha, I doubt you'll even keep your own life. If you don't want to drink the toast, you'll have to face the penalty drink. With that, Zhuang Jiao Han reached out, gathering energy into his palm. So along with your divine artifact, not only that, but the toxic energy also surrounded his eyes. After a moment, Zhuang Jiao Han was equipped with an additional layer of attack armor formed by the toxins. He looked at you with an air of arrogance and said, off to hell you go. Lang Qian looked at him, eyes wide in surprise, thinking to himself, that guy's spiritual power can still keep rising. Suddenly, he appeared behind you, smiling as he asked, what are you looking at, Lang Qian? You jumped and quickly turned around. But caught off guard, you were swiftly hit by him, sending your body flying away. You raised your hand to block, trying to withstand his power, sliding across the ground. In your mind, you thought, his power is way stronger. While you were sliding on the ground, he unexpectedly appeared from behind, charging at you. Zhuang Jiao Han threw a punch at you, growling, I'm right here. You turned around, quickly reacting to block Zhuang Jiao Han's attack. He smiled, his expression full of excitement, as he mockingly reminded you, quick reflexes there, Lang Qian. But your burst of spiritual power only has 3 seconds left. Then, Zhuang Jiao Han seemed to gain momentum, using his spiritual power to attack you fiercely. He started counting down, 3, 2, 1. As his words ended, the system notification popped up, indicating the end of the counterattack effect. Zhuang Jiao Han reached behind him, smiling victoriously as he declared, now is your time to die. Go to hell. Then, He threw a punch infused with an incredibly powerful energy right at Lang Qian's face. While attacking, he shouted your name, Lang Qian. Suddenly, Zhuang Jiao Han's attack was blocked by Lang Qian's hand. The energy radiating from his body completely vanished. He looked up at Lang Qian, his expression utterly stunned. How is this possible? He blocked it. Lang Qian's pupils lit up as the energy from Zhuang Jiao Han's body was continuously absorbed into him. Your energy is really impressive. Realizing he was being drained of energy, Zhuang Jiao Han panicked and shouted, You're sucking my energy. Stop it. Lang Qian spoke in a deep voice, having finished absorbing the energy. At the same time, the system announced, 09 minutes 13 seconds. His gaze turned deadly fierce. For revenge, Lang Qian threw a powerful punch at his chin, shouting, sending you on your way. The impact was so strong that it left Zhuang Jiao Han's face pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lang Qian hit even harder, making it impossible for him to resist, and he was sent flying into the sky. Zhuang Jiao Han was launched high into the air. As he fell, he couldn't believe what had just happened, thinking to himself, clearly, his explosive energy state had vanished. How could he still attack me with full force? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. It was Lang Qian, and not stopping there, he charged up energy in his palm, ready to strike him, the one who truly deserves to go to hell. Without hesitation, he unleashed his attack. Zhuang Jiao Han was quickly sent flying far away. He landed a short distance away, with dust rising and a loud crash following. Below the forest, in the midst of the swirling dust, Zhuang Jiao Han's figure gradually became visible. He frowned, lying motionless on the ground. A moment later, Zhuang Jiao Han trembled as he pushed himself up. Damn it. For the past 100 years, no one has ever beaten me this badly. I will definitely kill you. Watching Lang Qian approach calmly, he called out, Lang Qian. His eyes filled with murderous intent, Lang Qian coldly asked, Is it just you relying on yourself right now? Zhuang Jiao Han looked at him and laughed loudly, Ha 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 ha. Indeed, you're getting old, Lang Qian. Don't forget that we have an endless source of spiritual power. He spread his arms wide, starting to gather energy from the surroundings. The divine artifact was now floating above his head. His expression was one of great satisfaction, tilting his face up to welcome the influx of spiritual power from the divine artifact. This little injury would heal in an instant. This time, I will definitely return the favor 100-fold. A blue liquid was flowing down from the vial. Suddenly, it stopped, frozen in place, leaving Zhuang Jiao Han in shock. He exclaimed, What's happening? At that moment, you stepped forward, raising your voice to ask, Aren't you curious about the secret of my power? Open your eyes wide and take a good look. Then, you quickly raised your hand, controlling the situation. Under your control, Zhuang Jiao Han was pulled towards you. His eyes were wide with disbelief, thinking to himself, I can't control my body. As he flew towards Lang Qian, you grabbed him tightly by the neck. Zhuang Jiao Han's eyes widened, his body trembling as he struggled to say, What? Lang Qian looked at him, his gaze filled with rage, This is my power. Lang Qian held Zhuang Jiao Han's neck firmly. You looked at him, your face dark and serious, and said, You're going to experience my power firsthand. With your strong grip, Zhuang Jiao Han trembled uncontrollably. Unexpectedly, you released your grip from his neck. His eyes went blank. Realizing he was floating in mid-air, he exclaimed in surprise, My body is suspended in the air. The power to manipulate space. Could it be that you've reached the realm of a martial immortal? Lang Qian raised his hand, pointing down at the ground. Zhuang Jiao Han was then pulled down, kneeling on the ground. Lang Qian's eyes were dark, his expression filled with deadly intent as he asked, You wicked beast, do you know your crime? Zhuang Jiao Han hurriedly replied, Disciple knows the crime, disciple was wrong. At that time, I shouldn't have betrayed my master, and today I definitely shouldn't have attacked my master. Disciple has committed a grave sin, please spare my life. Lang Qian repeated his words, spare your life. You know your crimes are unforgivable, yet you dare to ask for mercy. Seeing this, Zhuang Jiaohan looked up, trembling as he pleaded, Master, I only ask you to spare my life. As for how you want to deal with me, it's up to you. You raised your hand to your chin, pondering, you said I could handle you however I want. That's what you said. His body suddenly radiated a fierce aura, holding his divine weapon in hand. He narrowed his eyes and declared the punishment. I will strip you of all your cultivation, and destroy the blood demon. Blade. In the reflection before him, his expression was one of utter shock. Zhuang Jiaohan shouted loudly, vehemently opposing, Master, doing that is like taking my life. I can't accept it. Even so, he couldn't sway the slightest bit of determination from him. His expression darkened as he asked, can't accept it? Do you think I'm negotiating with you? As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly used his spiritual power to shatter his divine weapon. Zhong Jiaohan, on the opposite side, panicked and shouted, Master, stop. At that moment, the blood demon blade began to crack. Seeing his divine weapon about to be destroyed, his anger surged, and he yelled, stop right now. That's my life. Lang Qian showed no mercy, forcefully crushing the blood demon blade. His eyes widened in disbelief, his expression utterly stunned. His divine weapon shattered into countless fragments, falling to the ground. Zhuang Jiaohan knelt down, watching his weapon being destroyed, his body trembling with rage. His hand pressed against the ground shook uncontrollably. Zhuang Jiaohan stood up, eyes wide with hatred, glaring at him, you bastard, I will kill you. I must kill you. I will use you to brew poison. I will make you wish you were dead. In the system space, a notification popped up, showing Zhong Jiaohan's loyalty, fluctuating wildly. His loyalty plummeted without restraint. In just a moment, it dropped by over 80 points. It only stopped when it hit the -95% mark, leaving him stunned as he looked at his loyalty level. His face darkened, Lang Qian gathered energy into his finger, thinking this stubborn fool was truly deluded. For the sake of the people. Today, I will strip you of your cultivation. He declared, quickly channeling his spiritual power toward him. His spiritual energy penetrated Zhuang Jiaohan's dantian. He felt his dantian continuously expanding, like a balloon being inflated. As the spiritual energy in his dantian expanded to its maximum size, deep inside his body, a flash of green light flickered. His dantian exploded. Zhuang Jiaohan screamed in agony. His scream wasn't just from pain, it was the moment his dantian shattered. He realized that the cultivation he had risked his life for over hundreds of years was now gone. The spiritual energy within him began to dwindle. This meant that Zhuang Jiaohan, the unparalleled genius of his time, was now just a useless person from this day forward. For Zhuang Jiaohan, a man who faced countless hardships to achieve his current strength without fear, there was nothing more brutal than having his cultivation destroyed. After obliterating his dantian, Lang Qian turned to leave. From this day on, Zhuang Jiaohan no longer existed in this world. Just go. Zhuang Jiaohan trembled, trying to get up. He shouted to stop him, you can't leave. I will kill you. I must kill you. Suddenly, his body transformed into a ghostly figure, lunging at Lang Qian from behind. A loud crash echoed. Lang Qian turned around, looking back. In front of him was the sight of Zhu Xingxiu sitting on Zhuang Jiaohan's back, tightly restraining him. Master, I'm late. He lay on the ground, turning his head up, struggling fiercely, let me go. You traitor. I must kill that old man. Seeing his reaction, Zhu Xingxiu said coldly, Fourth senior brother, don't you understand? This is the greatest mercy Master can show you. As soon as he finished speaking, he burst into laughter, ha ha. Ha 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 ha. His expression was one of laughter, but tears streamed down his gaunt cheeks. Lang Qian turned his head and ordered Zhu Xingxiu, you handle him. He's all yours. He bowed his head in compliance, I will take care of it, Master, you take your time. The system appeared. System notification, main quest completed. Congratulations, host, for successfully advancing the main quest to clean up the sect and rebuild the foundation. Reward points, 5,000 points. In this world, virtue is paramount, and everything has its fate. The host handled this matter appropriately. Additional reward points, 1,800 points. He looked at the system notification and thought to himself, this reward is pretty generous, but it also cost a lot. Dealing with this Jong Gao hen guy is really draining a lot of resources. If I actually get surrounded by those nasty creatures, it's game over, man. Next, in the system space, he spoke up. System, open the attribute interface. The system displayed the information, name, Lang Qian, race, human, lifespan, 525 days 23 hours 36 minutes, status, leader of the Alliance Sect, Master of Dark Arts. Number 1 on the heavenly ranking, cultivation level, peak martial general, can still cultivate, absolute area range, 1,322 centimeters, exchange points, 6832, main quest. Clean up the sect, rebuild the foundation, 2/9, investigate the cracks in the master-disciple relationship, luck points, 20, skills, insight, 3 uses today. Disciples, Mo Chen Zhu, loyalty 95%, Zuxing Xiu, loyalty -40%, mount, heavy Ming bird, ancient divine bird, super premium grade. He rubbed his chin, thinking that for now, his lifespan and area range were enough. What he urgently needed was to rack up more exchange points, so he could stock up on resources when the discounts came. Completing the main quest gives the most exchange points. So, which nasty creature should I deal with next? Suddenly, his eyes widened. He looked at the notification board, and the words started to scramble. Lang Qian exclaimed, What is happening? Without realizing it, he collapsed. His face turned pale, devoid of any vitality, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Lang Qian fearfully thought, my consciousness is fading, no. No way, passing out now, everything around him went dark, and he quickly fell down. Lang Qian fainted, lying on the ground. From behind, Zuxing Xiu's footsteps approached. His expression darkened as he walked closer to him. He raised his hand to his chin, wearing a very eerie smile, truly a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. He. The sky poured down like a gentle rain. Lang Qian remained motionless on the ground. His eyes slowly opened, his body still frozen as he thought, my consciousness is fading, why is this happening? Hearing a noise, Lang Qian looked up in surprise. It was Zuxing Xiu, coming closer to him. Seeing him stop beside his body, he trembled and said, Zhu. Xing Xiu, help me back. He sat down, back, huh? He grinned with a deep meaning, sorry, Lang Qian. Engui is never coming back. Then, he pulled out a knife from who knows where and stabbed it straight into his chest. His eyes widened, his expression utterly shocked. Lang Qian's vision started to fade, and Zuxing Xiu looked at him with a smug expression, saying, safe travels, Lang Qian. I'll help the Huin Minjiao rise to the top again. He struggled, trembling as he called out his name, Zhu. But before he could finish, he quickly slipped into unconsciousness. A while later, his eyes slowly opened, and he vaguely saw Chen Zhu's face. In front of that blurry figure, Chen Zhu's voice rang out, Master. He began to regain consciousness, tears streaming down Chen Zhu's cheeks. She looked at him, sobbing as she called out, Master, you're finally awake. Seeing him trying to sit up, she quickly reached out to stop him, are you okay? Don't get up. In response to her worry, he reassured her, I'm fine. Lang Qian turned his head to look out the door. He thought to himself, was that just a dream? What a crazy dream it was. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Lang Qian felt pain and clutched his chest tightly. Chen Zhu noticed and asked anxiously, Master, what's wrong? He gritted his teeth, thinking, it feels like being torn apart, it hurts so much. Outside, Zhu Xingxiu rushed in, shouting, "What's going on, little junior sister? Is master dead?" At his words, Chen Zhu's expression turned furious, and she yelled, "You crow. You're the one who's going to die. Master is perfectly fine." He approached Lang Qian's bed and exclaimed, "Finally, master is awake." Just seeing him made Lang Qian's expression darken. He questioned, "You wicked brat, you want master to die early, don't you? Just to grab all the ultimate techniques and treasures from the mountain of ruthlessness." Seeing this, Zhu Xingxiu quickly knelt down, repeatedly apologizing, "Disciple absolutely didn't mean that. I was just too worried about master," and spoke out of turn. "Please forgive me." His face darkened as he spoke. "Chen Zhu, help me get up." Zhu Xingxiu, still kneeling, suddenly moved closer to Lang Qian, helping him up while urging, "Master, you shouldn't be moving around right now, or it'll harm your energy. The medicine will be ready soon, and I'll bring it to you." Chen Zhu chimed in, "Master, how are you feeling now? You've had us all worried these past few days, especially Zhu. He brought in so many famous doctors, but none could heal your wounds. At one point, I thought you were, well, you know." Seeing his two worried disciples, he reassured them, "It's all good now. Just a few days of rest, and I'll be back to normal." Lang Qian glanced over at Zhu Xingxiu. The system pinged with a notification, "Zhu Xingxiu's loyalty level, -40%. He looked at him, thinking, this guy's loyalty is still in the negatives. He could have taken the chance to off me and claim the mountain of ruthlessness for himself. But that just highlighted what Zhu Xingxiu truly needed. It was probably worth 100,000 times more than any rare treasures or ultimate techniques. Noticing him staring, Zhu Xingxiu asked, "Master, what's up? Why do you keep looking at me?" At his question, Lang Qian suddenly smiled. He looked at him and praised, "You did really well in that fight. You worked hard, Zhu Xingxiu." Zhu Xingxiu's eyes widened. He saw Lang Qian smiling at him. Zhu Xingxiu scratched the back of his head, looking super shy. "It's nothing, master. It's just what a disciple should do." The system pinged again, noting Zhu Xingxiu's loyalty increased from -40% to -10%. Bonus points awarded, 500 points. Seeing his loyalty go up, Lang Qian looked at him helplessly, thinking, a smile has such crazy power, turns out this guy likes it. Noticing Zhu Xingxiu looking a bit dirty, he reminded, "Xingxiu, go wash your face. You're covered in dust. Let Chen Zhu bring the medicine to me." He replied, "Yes, master." On the table, there was a bowl of eerie green medicine steaming ominously. Chen Zhu carefully fed him the medicine with a spoon. With her ample bosom in front of him, his face turned bright red. She noticed he was hesitating to drink and encouraged, "Why won't you open your mouth, master? Bitter medicine is what cures the illness." Lang Qian glanced at the stark white mountains, feeling shy as he replied, "Well, let me drink it myself." He raised his hand, suggesting. After a moment, the bowl was finally empty. Lang Qian tilted his head and asked Chen Zhu, "Did I really sleep for 2 days and 2 nights?" She replied, "Of course. Zhu and I were worried sick." To save his master, Zhu Xingxiu went to great lengths to invite all the legendary healers from across the region, but it was all in vain. If it weren't for a quirky healer known as the Ghostly Hand, who finally stepped in, who knows when his master would wake up. After hearing this, Lang Qian rubbed his chin, pondering to himself, "So this Zhu Xingxiu guy really went all out to save me, huh? What's he really thinking?" After a moment, Lang Qian cleverly suggested to Chen Zhu, "Hey, you've been taking care of me for days now. You must be exhausted. Why don't you head back and get some rest? I'm feeling a bit tired myself and could use a break." She replied, "Sure, master. Just call me if you need anything." Chen Zhu quickly left after that. As soon as she was gone, he summoned the system and said, "System, open the attribute interface." When the system popped up, his eyes widened in shock. The system announced, exchange points, 2,832 points. Looking at his remaining points, he was utterly stunned and exclaimed, "Wait. I had 6,832 points before. Where did those 4,000 points go?" Suddenly, he recalled what Chen Zhu had said about Zhu Xingxiu going to great lengths to save their master, but it didn't help at all. Realizing why he lost points, Lang Qian's eyes burned with anger as he gritted his teeth. "Zhu Xingxiu, this bastard never fails to disappoint me." He slammed his hand on the table, covering his mouth with the other hand, his face turning pale as he coughed violently. Seeing blood in his palm, his body trembled uncontrollably. His expression grew even paler as he reached out to select the potion section of the system. Sure enough, the Long Yang Bark Chewin detox pill had potent medicinal properties. Just as described, extremely strong poison. He checked the store for anything that could ease his pain. When he saw the price of the detox pill, he gasped, "Damn, it costs 1,000 points to exchange. Forget that, I'll just steal it." Despite the steep price, Lang Qian reluctantly clicked the purchase button. Holding the detox pill in his hand, he frowned. I hope this actually works." Without hesitation, he quickly popped the detox pill into his mouth. A powerful surge of energy radiated from his body. Feeling his health restored, he held his hand up in front of him and exclaimed, "Wow, I'm all better in the blink of an eye. This 1,000-point potion is the real deal." The system appeared. The system announced, "Special offer available." In front of him appeared 3 cards, each with different effects: Absolute Block or High Grade, Aura Shield, High Grade, and Counterattack Shield, Special Grade. The function of the first card popped up, Absolute Block, High Grade. This item is a passive activation card. As soon as the host is attacked, they can actively consume this card to block all damage. Must be equipped beforehand. Exchange points, 300 points. Next up is the second card, the Aura Shield, High Grade. This item is an active activation card. When attacked, the host can crush the card to form a full-body protective barrier. An invisible armor that lasts for 30 seconds, during which any attack cannot harm the host. Exchange points, 400. Finally, we have the third card, the Counterattack Shield, Special Grade. This is also an active activation card. When the host is attacked, using this item can create a bow-shaped armor that can redirect 79% of the incoming damage back to the attacker. Exchange points, 500 points. He looked at the cards displayed on the notification board, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. They were all defensive cards. While not as exciting as attack cards, it's a rare opportunity to equip a few of these. The system then displayed a congratulatory message, congratulating the host for acquiring 1 Absolute Block High-Grade card, 1 Aura Shield High-Grade card, and 1 Counterattack Shield Special Grade card, consuming 1,200 exchange points. He glanced at his remaining points and pondered, what should I do with the leftover exchange points? Of course, it's time for gacha. His eyes lit up, and he eagerly pressed the gift box from the system, his expression full of excitement. Looking at the floating cards in front of him, his expression turned pale, filled with disappointment. His body trembled with anger as he exclaimed, 10 times in a row and got nothing, what a joke. Meanwhile, the system displayed, remaining exchange points, 132 points. Accumulated luck points, 30 points. Lang Qian didn't give up, he continued to press the button again. But in return for his determination, was a result that was far from what he hoped for. He leaned his forehead on his hand, looking utterly defeated, damn it. Yet Lang Qian was still resolute, raising his hand in front of him, his eyes radiating a terrifying killing intent, pulling the lever one last time. This was his final hope. Then, he pressed the system's lucky draw button with all his might and shouted, 1 shot to the stars. The system announced, thanks for stopping by. Accumulated lucky points, 32. Even though he had put all his hopes into the final move, it still didn't turn out as expected. Lang Qian looked at the system, and could only cry in despair. He helplessly slumped down on the table. Suddenly, the system popped up. The system asked, "Lucky points have reached 30. Would you like to use 20 lucky points to open a mystery gift?" Looking at the system's notification, he rubbed his chin, pondering, 30 lucky points. I wonder if I can skip the 20-point gift and go straight for the 30-point one. Previously, using 10 points got him a judgment eye, a heavy bird, and a mysterious fairy herb. If he used 30 points, what treasures would he unlock? After a moment of hesitation, he finally made up his mind. I want to use 30 lucky points to open the mystery gift. The system announced, 30 lucky points deducted, opening the mystery gift now. A dazzling light burst forth from the system. The system congratulated him. Congratulations, host. You've received a level treasure. A golden light emerged from his body. He looked at it in amazement and exclaimed, "What is this?" A stream of blue light radiated from the energy orb floating before him, shining brilliantly. Lang Qian reached out, controlling the orb, and asked curiously, "What is this?" As the energy source faded, 2 books appeared, and he exclaimed, "Secret manuals." The system announced, "Congratulations, host. You've obtained the legendary lute, an ancient technique that, when mastered, allows you to become the master of all realms, capable of anything." Lang Qian opened the secret manual and was astonished, exclaiming, "Master of all realms, capable of anything. This manual is top-notch." Suddenly, his eyes widened. He looked at the open manual, but couldn't find a single word. He gasped, "What the heck? Why is there nothing written in it?" Lang Qian angrily shouted, "The next one is the same. What am I supposed to learn with my feet?" The system reappeared before him. The system announced, detected that the host has obtained legendary technique. Relevant data has been compiled and displayed on the personal attribute interface. After reading it, he commanded, "System, open the attribute interface." The system displayed all of Lang Qian's information. Lang Qian examined the system, stroking his chin with a scrutinizing expression. If this was just a type of cultivation technique, once fully mastered, it should simply elevate his cultivation level. There shouldn't be a need to separate the information into 2 distinct categories. Meanwhile, the system reappeared. The system announces the mission and activates the side quest. In the vast forest of books, diligence is the path, and the ocean of learning is endless, with effort. Success will follow. A volume of the mysterious techniques, breaking through understanding will lead to fame. Wishing the player to soon unlock the secrets, grasp the mysteries within. Nothing is impossible. Congratulations on activating the side quest and earning 200 points. Holding the notebook in his hands, he was so excited he was shaking. Not only did it have personal information, but it also had its own missions. This is it. This volume of the mysterious techniques is definitely a top-tier treasure. It's a compilation of all the super VIP cultivation methods in the world. Like stumbling upon a rare gem. His eyes lit up with endless anticipation. But after flipping through the book a few times, he still had no clue how to solve it. What on earth should he do to unlock it? This volume of mysterious techniques didn't have a single word. Suddenly, he remembered the martial arts movies he had watched and wondered, wait a minute. Could this be a wordless heavenly book like in those martial arts films? Scene shifts to near the lotus pond. A fishing line is cast into the water. That's Zhu Xiao, sitting on a rock by the pond, fishing. While fishing, he was secretly worried and wondered if his master would punish him for this. He didn't expect it to be so peaceful. Could it be that his master didn't notice he had Yun Ni disguised as the 5th sister? Logically, that shouldn't be possible. Could it be that his master wanted to give him a chance to admit his mistake? From the roof above, a beam of light rushed down. He followed the light with his gaze, his expression one of surprise. It was Lang Qian, who gently landed nearby. Zhu Xiao followed his gaze, thinking to himself, "Master. Master! How could his movements be so incredibly swift? The divine doctor had said he couldn't use spiritual power for 2 months. He couldn't help but marvel at him. Suddenly, Lang Qian pulled out a book he had just received from the system. Then, he dipped it into the pond. When he opened the book, there was still no change, nothing at all. Looks like this isn't the way to go. After saying that, he dashed off like a gust of wind, leaving Zhu Xingxiu sitting there, wide-eyed at his speed. Following the same path, he jumped back onto the roof and returned. Zhu Xingxiu watched, his expression darkening as he thought, could it be that master got electrocuted? In the kitchen, Chen Zhu is holding the ingredients and moving around the room. She's got 2 pigeons in her hands, looking super excited because she's planning to cook them for her master tonight. Suddenly, her eyes widen in surprise. It's him. He's using a book to poke the fire in the kitchen. Seeing his strange behavior, Chen Zhu can't help but ask, "Master, what are you doing?" After a moment, he quickly pulls the book out. Noticing the book hasn't changed at all, he looks really frustrated and exclaims, "Looks like fire isn't the answer. This is so annoying." After realizing his idea didn't work, he quickly leaves the kitchen, pondering to himself, "What should I do? What should I do?" Chen Zhu, still watching him from behind, can't stop staring at his retreating figure. With his bizarre behavior, she quickly covers her mouth in disbelief and exclaims, "Could it be that master has lost his mind?" Out of nowhere, Zhu Xingxiu suddenly appears next to Chen Zhu. He speaks up, "What you see is just like what I see." She turns to him, surprised, "Zhu senior brother." She looks at him curiously and asks, "What do you think?" With master acting like this, could it be that the doctor is having issues? He, too, is confused and replies, "Don't look at me, I have no idea. But don't you find it strange? How come master's injury healed so quickly?" Meanwhile, in his room, Lang Qian is holding a blank notebook, shaking with frustration. He glares at it, feeling angry and helpless, asking, "Damn it, I've tried every method I could think of. How on earth can I make the words appear here? Forget it, maybe one day it'll just show up out of the blue. I should deal with something else first." Finally, he gives up. He quickly puts the 2 notebooks away in his own space. At this moment, he remembers his disciple and asks, "Where's Xingxiu?" As soon as he finishes speaking, Zhu Xingxiu appears right in front of him, bowing with his hand out, "Master, what do you need?" He looks at him, his expression darkening, and asks, "What happened while I was unconscious? Tell me everything in detail." Zhu Xingxiu replies, "As you command, master." Ever since the epic showdown between the master and the 4th senior brother, the martial world has been buzzing for 2 days straight. Not only that, but all the sects from different countries have started digging into the master's situation. Lang Qian looked at him in surprise and asked, "Really? So, have your senior brothers and sisters made any moves?" Zhu Xingxiu continued, "For now, the senior brothers and sisters are pretty quiet. Especially in Changqing, the actions of the 1st and 2nd senior brothers have been quite low-key lately. You can even see that they've halted a lot of their ruthless activities. As for the soulless sect of the 3rd senior brother, the true soul palace of the 7th senior brother, and the heavenly beast hall of the 5th senior sister, they are still as active as ever. All their activities are going on without a hitch. But the true soul palace of the 7th senior brother is even more resentful towards the master now that he's taken out the 4th senior brother." After hearing him out, Lang Qian quickly set aside the topic. He looked at him and asked, "I get it now. But there's one last thing I want to ask you. Why did your 5th senior sister Mo Yao Li run away during the last battle?" At his question, the guy's eyes widened, and he looked completely stunned. Suddenly, his body started to tremble, and he raised his hand, ready to report, thinking to himself, "What needs to come will come." Seeing his reaction, Lang Qian sensed something was off. A wave of ominous energy radiated from him as he growled, "I'm asking you." Zhu Xingxiu quickly dropped to his knees. Then he bent down and knocked his head on the ground in front of Lang Qian, admitting his fault. Master, I know I'm in the wrong. At that moment, the fifth senior sister asked the disciple to have someone impersonate her. The first and second senior brothers were also invited to play along. Please forgive me, Master. Lang Qian's face darkened as he repeated what he said, playing along. You've got some guts, Zhu Xingxiu. At his question, Zhu Xingxiu was taken aback and explained, I originally wanted to lure the fourth senior brother in to capture him. I didn't expect he was hiding his true strength. I'm such a fool. Please punish me, Master. Knowing he was in deep trouble, Zhu Xingxiu quickly bowed his head in remorse. Surprisingly, Lang Qian didn't punish him right away but suggested, punishment is inevitable, but considering that you escorted the master back this time, we'll put it on hold for now. Hearing this, his eyes widened in shock, and his expression was one of utter disbelief. Seeing that he wasn't punished, Zhu Xingxiu immediately bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude, thank you, Master. I promise I won't mess up again. His actions left him in disbelief, thinking to himself, I thought he was gonna unleash the thunder again, my master was never this merciful before. Lang Qian didn't press for more details anymore, he just asked, where's your fourth brother being laid to rest now? Zhu Xingxiu quickly reported, Master, I'm on it. The disciple brought him into the heart of the Moonlit Sect's grounds for the members to keep an eye on him. With his arrangement, he thought to himself, the Tin Nuyet sect really is something else, just like having a pair of clogs stuck in his gut. As he suddenly remembered, he continued to ask, by the way, what about your senior brother Yuan Zimo and your junior sister Zhu Yuan Qing? Why haven't you mentioned them at all? Zhu Xingxiu was kneeling, and when he heard the question, he was totally taken aback. He trembled and stammered, they. Seeing he wasn't responding, he quickly went down and approached him. What's up? Is this question really that hard to answer? Are you trying to cover for those two? His face was blazing with rage as he growled. Seeing that he was really angry, Zhu Xingxiu quickly dropped to his knees. He trembled as he tried to explain, not daring to speak up, completely caught off guard by his master suddenly bringing up their names, leaving him at a loss for words. Lang Qian fired up and made it clear. Spill all the tea you know. Zhu Xingxiu's body kept trembling, they are no longer in this world. His expression here is like he's hit rock bottom. Seeing that, he quickly turned around and asked, did you just say those two are dead? Zhu Xingxiu's face darkened as he replied, yes, Master. A few hundred years ago, they dead at the hands of the master. Lang Qian looked at Zhu Xingxiu, who was kneeling at his feet, and asked in shock, what is this? Are you saying that your sixth senior brother and ninth junior sister died at my hands? Seeing him ask me like that, he wasn't surprised. He looked up and asked back, Master. Master, do you really not remember anything? Lang Qian looked at him with a deeply contemplative expression, thinking to himself that Zhu Xingxiu didn't seem to be lying, but he had no recollection of this at all. Could it be connected to the memories I've lost? But why is the quest? Cleaning up the sect and rebuilding the legacy of the system, is it really necessary to deal with 9 people? This is kinda weird. Zhu Xingxiu waited forever without getting a response from him, and his expression was a bit off. He thought to himself, is the master really losing it? The wound healed instantly. He tossed the book into the water, threw it into the fire, and now he's asking about this. After a moment of reflection, he looked at him and said, why does the master have no impression of you? Stand up and tell me the whole story from back then. Zhu Xingxiu looked at him seriously and asked, Master, do you still remember the divine river border between central and western regions from a few hundred years ago? You killed the 6th senior brother and the 9th junior sister who betrayed the sect right there. Lang Qian replied, I only killed them for their betrayal. He boldly answered, exactly. After hearing Zhu Xingxiu's account, he squinted and pondered. The divine river is quite far from the mountain of ruthlessness, and given Lang Qian's personality back then, he wouldn't have bothered to go that far. This doesn't add up. He looked at him and continued, I don't really know why either. I just remember that back then, the master wanted to wipe out the sect. The senior and junior brothers had to band together to protect their lives against the master. Back then, after hearing the news that the 6th senior brother and the 9th junior sister were killed by the master, to save my own skin, I started a wandering life alone. So I missed a lot of details. By the time I noticed the movements of the master and the senior and junior brothers, it was already months later. I heard that the master fought for 3 days and nights with the 3rd, 4th, and 7th senior brothers at the Qing River in the ancient city of Qingju, Ningliu, and Yuan Kingdom. In the end, they set a trap for him, injuring him internally. All 3 of them were heavily wounded and went their separate ways. After that, the master returned to the Mountain of Ruthlessness to recuperate, and never stepped out of there again. Although Lang Qian didn't remember this part of his memory, deep down he felt a strange anger. It seemed like this wasn't just anger over betrayal. Seeing him listen without any reaction or response, Zhu Xingxiu asked, Master, do you really not remember any of that now? He looked at him, mentally calculating that he absolutely couldn't let this guy find out the reason for his memory loss. This was a perfect opportunity to hide the truth. Then, he put on a serious face and calmly replied, That's right. Ever since I woke up, the memories in my head have been a bit hazy. I think it's probably due to the poison I took. Seeing this, he quickly raised his hand, his expression full of regret, as he repeatedly apologized. It's all my fault that my master is in trouble. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Seeing him insist on taking the blame like that, the elder didn't want to let him down and offered him a new chance, saying, I give you an opportunity to redeem yourself. From today on, help me investigate the incident where they hunted you down years ago. Zhu Xingxiu obediently replied, I will do my best to investigate. Lang Qian spoke up, Good. You can leave now. He answered, Yes, master. Scene shifts to another part of the Mountain of Ruthlessness. At this moment, Chen Zhu was pacing back and forth, extremely worried, thinking, What should I do? What should I do? Ever since waking up, my master has been acting strangely. Could it be that he's really gone mad? Before, I felt that the Grandmaster Zhu invited was untrustworthy. At that time, there really was no other choice. Suddenly, from a distance, Chen Zhu heard some chatter. Master, we received intel that the strength of that villain hasn't weakened at all, he's still at his peak. 1,000-year disaster. It's all a lie. It was a girl with green hair. She was chatting non-stop with the person next to her. The girl in white lace stockings spoke up, That's right, master. Recently, there's even been intel saying he has broken through the heavenly tribulation and reached the realm of martial immortals. What do you think? Should we plan for the long term? An old man stroking his beard approached with the 2 girls, saying, If you're scared, you can leave. I won't make things difficult for you. Seeing the 3 of them approaching, Chen Zhu raised her voice to question, Who are you? How dare you intrude into the territory of the Mountain of Ruthlessness? The 3 of them stopped and looked at her. Chen Zhu continued to speak loudly, regardless of who they were, demanding, Leave here immediately. In response to her dismissal, the girl with green hair stepped forward to introduce herself. I am a disciple of the Qingyang Mountain Yuanyang Hall, and today I, along with my senior sister and master, have come to visit the Mountain of Ruthlessness. Please relay this message. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhu's eyes widened in surprise. She thought to herself, Qingyang Mountain, Yuanyang Hall. Qingyang Mountain, Yuanyang Hall. One of the most powerful forces in the Shangyuan continent. Not to mention how many branches it has across the continent. Just in the central Zhu region, there are already over 50 branches. On the surface, it looks like a martial arts academy, recruiting and training all kinds of talents. As long as you can get into the original Yang Hall, you're bound to stand out later on. With a bright future ahead. Right now, in the various sects, all the masters, leaders, elders, and even the famous martial artists have come from the original Yang Hall. You could say its power is 1,000 times more formidable than the Mystic Darkness sect at its peak. A girl with white hair stepped forward from behind, looking really annoyed as she said, "Hey. Didn't you hear what my junior sister said? Hurry up and notify someone. If you waste our master's time, you'll regret it." Chen Zhu looked at them, not exactly thrilled either. She was mentally calculating, the spiritual power of these two girls was way beyond hers, and that old man was definitely more intimidating. Until she figured out their intentions, it was best to avoid conflict. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching from behind her. It was Zhu Xingxiu, who walked out without even glancing at them and said, "Just a disciple from the original Yang Hall daring to act recklessly in our mountain of ruthlessness. By rights, you should be kicked out." Chen Zhu exclaimed, "Zhu senior brother." He looked at her and reassured, "Don't worry, junior sister, I'll handle this." Upon Zhu Xingxiu's arrival, the girl with green hair frowned and whispered, "The sword demon Zhu Xingxiu. Why is he here?" The secret message didn't mention this at all. Her senior sister added, "This guy's not ordinary. He's at least at the early stage of the martial god realm." Suddenly, the old man behind the two girls laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha. So it's the 8th master of the Mountain of Ruthlessness. I've come here today specifically to visit the leader Lang, so I'd appreciate it if the 8th master could pass on a message." Seeing the old man acting so humble, the two girls behind him became extremely angry and whispered to each other, wondering why their master was lowering himself like this. "What's that Zhu Xingxiu even worth?" As the old man stepped forward to speak, Zhu Xingxiu coldly remarked, "Oh. So it's old Luo, Lu Xiuyuan, the 5th elder of the original Yang Hall." As soon as he finished speaking, the girl with green hair behind him felt her anger boiling over, whispering in annoyance, "How dare he speak like that, treating our master like nothing?" And her senior sister muttered, "What a jerk." Chen Zhu stood beside them, looking at them with curiosity, thinking, Lu Xiuyuan, he's the 10th-ranked expert in the martial arts world. What's he doing at the Mystic Darkness sect? Zhu Xingxiu stood there with his arms crossed, showing no respect as he flatly refused, "This is really not a good time. My master is currently taking a nap and can't meet with guests." Despite that, Lu Xiuyuan remained unfazed. He smiled and tried to negotiate, saying, "I have something important to discuss with the master. Please let Zhu brother know." Still, Zhu Xingxiu had a cold expression, refusing without a hint of hesitation. No matter how important it was, it couldn't compare to his master's quality sleep. "You all can wait until my master wakes up." Chen Zhu stood behind, looking at him helplessly, thinking to herself, Zhu brother can't possibly not know the strength of this old man. I should remind him. She then called out, "Zhu brother." Seeing this, the girl with green hair could no longer contain her anger. She stepped forward and shouted, "Is this how you treat guests? We traveled from thousands of miles away." But before she could finish, Zhu Xingxiu narrowed his eyes and stared directly at her. Feeling his gaze, the girl with green hair fell silent, unable to say a word. Sensing the aura of spiritual power radiating from Zhu Xingxiu, she thought to herself, his level is at the late stage of the martial god realm. The girl with white hair moved behind Lu Xiuyuan and whispered, "Master, are you ready to take action?" But contrary to her expectations, the old man suddenly spoke up, "All right. We will wait." Lu Xiuyuan immediately sat down in a waiting posture. In response to the old man's actions, both girls behind him exclaimed, "Master. This guy is clearly trying to make things difficult for us. Why should we wait? Instead, we should." Seeing his two disciples continuously protesting, Lu Xiuyuan's face darkened as he shouted angrily, "Shut up. Wait for me." The two girls dared not argue further and replied in unison, "As you command." Seeing this, Zhu Xingxiu showed no concern, quickly turning around and saying, "Junior sister, let's go." Chen Zhu replied, "Yes, brother." In the main hall of the Mountain of Ruthlessness. When they entered, Lang Qian asked, "What's all the noise outside about?" Zhu Xingxiu raised his hand, bowing respectfully as he replied, "Master, Lu Xiu Yuan and the 2 disciples from the Qingyang Mountain Yuanyang Temple came to visit. I stopped them outside the door." Seeing that he didn't let them in, Lang Qian asked, "Why did you stop them from directly paying their respects to me?" In response to his question, he spoke up, "Master, do you remember a few days ago when the sects gathered around the Mountain of Ruthlessness? You killed someone, right?" Lang Qian replied, "Li Yun Qian, the leader of the Cloud Sect." Zhu Xingxiu continued, "That's right, this person is a disciple of Lu Xiu Yuan. I believe today's visit is just a facade. In reality, he wants to seek justice for his deceased disciple." Lang Qian looked at him and asked, "How does your cultivation compare to theirs?" In response to his question, he respectfully answered, "Master, among the 2 disciples, one is weaker than me, and one is on par with me. As for Lu Xiu Yuan, his cultivation far surpasses mine, he must have reached the peak of martial divinity." Lang Qian nodded, impressed, "Really? I didn't expect Lu Xiu Yuan to progress so quickly in such a short time." "That's quite rare." Zhu Xingxiu asked, "Master, what should we do next? How about we find a reason to send them away?" Lang Qian shook his head and said, "No, let them in. I want to strip away the false masks of these so-called righteous sects." His eyes were filled with killing intent, clearly furious. Chen led the way, followed by the 3 disciples of Lu Xiu Yuan entering together. The white-haired girl looked around and commented, "So this is the demonic sect that once ruled the world. It's nothing special." The green-haired girl smirked disdainfully and added, "Compared to the main hall of our original Yang sect, this place is a doghouse." As soon as they stepped into the hall, the green-haired girl looked directly at Lang Qian, arrogantly saying, "With this level of power, you dare to act tough with us?" Her senior sister beside her chimed in, truly unaware of the vastness of the world. Lu Xiu Yuan was taken aback when he saw Lang Qian's appearance. He thought to himself, "Is that Lang Qian? He doesn't look like an old man cursed by a great calamity, as the rumors say. But from the spiritual energy, it's clear he's only at the martial general level. This demonic head must be intentionally hiding his true strength." Chen stepped closer to him, respectfully saying, "Master, you've led the way." Despite that, he didn't care at all and leaned back in his chair to sleep. The green-haired girl was furious at his actions, angrily exclaiming, "This guy is way too arrogant. Master, let me teach him a lesson." Seeing this, the old man quickly raised his hand to block her, signaling her to stop. Then the old man looked up at him, bowed, and introduced himself. "I am Lu Xiu Yuan from the original Yang sect, the 5th elder, pleased to meet you, Lang sect leader." After listening, his eyes slowly opened. He looked at the group and invited them to sit down. Seeing that they seemed confused, Zhu Xingxiu, sitting next to them, gestured, "This is the seat. Please have a seat." In front of them was a rickety stool that looked incredibly worn out. Both of Lu Xiu Yuan's disciples looked at the stool and exclaimed in anger, "How is that even fair?" At this point, Lu Xiu Yuan could no longer hold back his impatience. His face darkened as he got straight to the point. "Lang Master, if you have no intention of hosting guests, then I'll get right to the matter. Did you kill the leader of the Kangyun sect, Li Yun Qian?" In response to Lu Xiu Yuan's question, Lang Qian leaned on his hands, his expression radiating fierce energy. "So what if I did?" At his admission, the old man was furious and shouted, "Why would Lang Master kill him?" Zhu Xingxiu, enraged by Lu Xiu Yuan's tone towards Lang Qian, yelled, "Lu Xiu Yuan, what's your problem? How dare you speak to my master like that?" The old man turned around, exuding a significant amount of spiritual energy. He glared at Lang Qian and growled, "How I speak is none of your business, kid." Feeling insulted, Zhu Xingxiu refused to back down. He quickly drew his sword, and a massive wave of spiritual energy surrounded him. He demanded, "Who are you calling a kid?" In the main hall, both sides were radiating spiritual energy, glaring at each other with a tension that felt like they were ready to attack at any moment. Amidst the chaos, Lang Qian shouted an order, "Xing Xiu, step back." As soon as he finished speaking, both Zhu Xingxiu and the old man across from him retracted their spiritual energy simultaneously. Zhu Xingxiu's face darkened as he quickly turned to leave, muttering, "Out of respect for my master, I'll spare your life this time." Lang Qian looked at Lu Xiaoyuan and asked, "Lu Xiaoyuan, I want to know, what authority do you have to come here and ask about this?" The old man replied, "On a professional level, I represent the righteous sects to inquire. On a personal level, I'm here to seek justice for my disciple." Hearing her master's response, the green-haired girl thought to herself, "That's definitely my master." Whether for justice or personal reasons, we are here today representing the righteous side of the martial world. On that side, the girl with white hair secretly smirked, thinking that if they dared to make a move, it would spark a conflict between the righteous and the evil factions. And they would be completely entangled with the Origin Yang Palace. At that point, it wouldn't just be facing a small opposing force anymore, but a vast transnational area, even going up against all the powers across the country. But if they didn't act, it would not only be embarrassing for the Mountain of Ruthlessness, but also for the legendary Dark Master of the Mountain of Ruthlessness, and the Mystic Darkness Sect. She crossed her arms with the most annoying expression, glancing over at Chen Zhu and Zhu Xingxiu. Both of them looked at the group from Tulu Yuan, feeling a surge of anger in their minds, thinking, "These wicked people." Lu Xiaoyuan was stroking his beard, observing him. In his mind, he was contemplating, "Let's see what you choose, Lang Qian." In front of the eager crowd below, he flashed a strange smile. His face was filled with murderous intent, accompanied by a chilling gloom. He looked at the group and growled, "Are you threatening me, Lu Xiaoyuan?" The more he emphasized, the more the murderous aura radiated from him. Up above, thunder rumbled ominously. Hearing the thunder, the girl with green hair jumped and turned her head, thinking, "Thunder, is that thunder? It's clearly sunny, so why?" Immediately, the sky opened up and rain began to pour. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyuan's expression turned pale as he glanced over, silently questioning, "Has this guy's rage really changed the weather?" Lang Qian looked down at the crowd, thinking to himself, "Is the effect of this heavenly anomaly really that terrifying?" The heavenly anomaly. After using it, it can change the weather for a minute. Luckily, I bought it earlier. Next, Lang Qian stepped down. As he approached, Lu Xiaoyuan looked at him in shock, thinking, could it be that this guy wants to fight? Isn't he afraid of facing all the righteous sects? As he got closer, the expressions of the crowd turned pale. The girl with green hair behind Lu Xiaoyuan looked at the old man's pale face and asked, "Old man, calm down the master. What should we do now?" "Don't be scared." Lang Qian stepped down, moving closer to them. Lu Xiaoyuan looked at him, his expression pale, sweating profusely, thinking, this guy is completely unpredictable. Suddenly, he stopped, not taking another step. He raised his hand, looked at them, and suggested, "Lu Xiaoyuan, since you've come all this way today, I'll give you a chance to seek the justice you mentioned. Go ahead." His words left the three of Lu Xiaoyuan's group stunned. The old man thought to himself, this guy is hiding his power way too well. I can't even guess his level. If I just act recklessly. Seeing Lu Xiaoyuan not responding, he smiled and challenged, "What's wrong? Scared?" Lu Xiaoyuan was taken aback. He looked at him and cleverly replied, "Lang Master, I'm just here to clarify things, there's no need for a fight. Besides, since our two factions were established, we've kept to ourselves. If it weren't for Lang Master killing Li Yanqian, we wouldn't have come to bother you." After hearing this, Zhu Xingxiu, standing nearby, looked bored. He dug at his ear and said to the old man, "You're talking too much. If you're too scared to fight my master, then take me on. What's up? Too scared to throw down?" At his challenge, Lu Xiaoyuan's body shook with anger. His expression turned pale, and he thought, damn it, the situation has flipped. If I make a move, it'll look like the original Yang sect is bullying the weak. Even though in the martial arts world, there's no tradition of reputable sects slandering each other, they still support their own, but those dark faction guys won't back down. After a while of seeing the old man not react further, he quickly turned and walked back to Lu Xiaoyuan. I've given you your chance. If you're not going to make a move, then get lost. Lu Xiaoyuan's two disciples looked at him, their faces pale, utterly shocked. Still, he didn't want to leave just yet and asked one last question. Grandmaster, I just want to ask again, why did you kill my disciple Li Yunqian? He coldly replied, the Wu tribe from the western region is an alien race. For 1,000 years, they've slaughtered the people, killed my soldiers, repeatedly violated the treaty. They've waged war with the northern wilderness demons, plotting to seize our borderlands. How many villages have been destroyed? How many soldiers have died tragically? How many innocent lives have been shattered? Against these alien races, I, Lang Qian, will kill any I encounter. 2 at a time, I'll take them all out. Lang Qian turned around, his eyes blazing with fury and killing intent. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyuan looked at him, his expression filled with shock. He thought to himself, how does this guy know Li Yunqian's true identity? He turned around, raised his hand, and spoke up. A foreigner from the western region was holding a major Orthodox sect in central Ju. Not only was he secretly provoking others, but he was also deliberately forming alliances, suppressing, scheming, and even eliminating other sects that didn't obey. Such malice is unforgivable. Do you have any comments? Seeing everything revealed by him, the look on his face was one of utter astonishment. Lu Xiaoyuan trembled as he spoke, so he's a foreigner. After all these years, I never realized. Thankfully, the sect leader acted, helping Central Ju eliminate one more foreigner. At that moment, Zhu Xingxiu, standing nearby, rested his chin on his hand, thinking to himself, this guy really turns on a dime. Looks like the rumors are true. On his side, Lu Xiaoyuan bowed his head and asked to leave, saying, since I've heard the sect leader clarify things today, I'll take my leave to report back to the Lord. Sorry for the trouble, Lu Xiaoyuan bids farewell. Right after that, all 3 of them left in unison. On their way out, Feng Baidao complained, Master, are we just leaving like this? Lin Zhu Nhi then asked curiously, so Li Yunqian is really one of those foreigners? At his disciple's question, the old man's face turned pale, and he deflected, saying, this isn't the time to discuss that. We'll talk about it when we get back. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Right in front of them stood Zhu Xingxiu. He raised his sword, blocking their way out. He held the sword up in front of him, a bizarre smile spreading across his face. At Zhu Xingxiu's actions, the old man turned coldly to him and asked, Sect leader, what do you mean by this? Lang Qian crossed his arms and repeated his question, what do you mean? Do I really need to spell it out? Understanding his implication, Lu Xiaoyuan was furious and exclaimed, are you really going to break the unspoken rule of not disturbing each other? Do you realize what it means if we start fighting? He didn't respond, just smiled. Lang Qian pointed at them and declared, go ahead and fight. Zhu Xingxiu had been waiting for this cue, and quickly unleashed his own moves. His eyes lit up, surrounded by countless sword shadows enveloping him. Zhu Xingxiu smiled and said, there's a saying, you learn something new every day, so remember this well. The Mystic Darkness sect isn't a place you can just come and go as you please. Just as he finished speaking, he quickly spread his arms, and countless swords surrounded him, charging towards them. Feng Baidao saw this and quickly stepped forward, drawing her sword, saying, Master, leave this to me. She bent down. She plunged her sword forcefully into the ground. From the earth, cherry blossom petals began to bloom. They quickly gathered together, forming a ball of flowers. Zhu Xingxiu was stunned, thinking to himself, my sword can't pierce through. In response to Feng Baidao's move, Lin Zhu Nhi smiled and exclaimed, Senior Sister Dao is amazing. She braced herself with her sword, standing in the flower ball, looking at him with a mocking tone, asking, is the rumored strength of the sword demon really just this? What a disappointment. At her attitude, Zhu Xingxiu gritted his teeth, feeling furious, exclaiming, that arrogant little brat. Once again, she raised her sword high, ready to show you the true sword technique. Jump up. Then, from her sword, countless other swords emerged, surrounding him with an incredibly powerful aura. Feng Baidao frowned and shouted loudly, sending you on your way. She unleashed her move, and a barrage of swords transformed into a powerful force charging towards him. Zhu Xingxiu's eyes widened in shock, thinking to himself, that's a terrifying number. In the face of her attacks, he dodged like the wind and quickly moved outside. Due to his agility, Zhu Xingxiu successfully escaped the main hall. He looked at the dusty room, thinking, even though her level is the same as mine, she summoned so many powerful swords with that mid-grade weapon. From within the dust cloud, Feng Baidao charged out, shouting, where do you think you're running to? Surrender. He reacted quickly, engaging in battle with her. Feng Baidao kept attacking him. Zhu Xingxiu was no different. He gritted his teeth, continuously blocking her attacks. After a while, he slid slightly, anchoring his foot firmly to the ground. Zhu Xingxiu was now using his sword to block Feng Baidao's sword. He smiled, his expression cunning, his personality very bold. I like it. Hearing him say that, her expression turned furious, and she growled, I will cut off your cunning tongue. Zhu Xingxiu smiled and replied, next, I'll slowly play with you. After that, his eyes narrowed. In the main hall, Lu Xiuyuan spoke up, Master Lang, I suggest once again that we should wrap things up for today. Is that okay? Seeing this, Lang Qian stood tall and looked at them with anger, saying, just a minor criminal from a branch, what right do you have to make suggestions to me? Even the head of the original Yang sect, Old Man Yuan, wouldn't dare to speak like that to me. Lin Zhu Nhi, standing behind, had a very displeased expression on her face. Then, she charged forward like an arrow towards Lang Qian, shouting, you demon, don't bully people too much. Let me see what your strength is. Watching her recklessly charge at him, he looked down on her. In his mind, he thought, early stage martial god. Should I call this brave or foolish? Suddenly, Chen Zhu rushed in from the side and said, if you want to fight my master, you'll have to get past me first. She quickly raised her sword, pointing it at Lin Zhu Nhi. Seeing this, Lin Zhu Nhi frowned in disdain and replied, just an early-stage martial king dares to block my way. How foolish. After that, she quickly turned around and launched an attack at Chen Zhu. The gap in their strength was so vast that Chen Zhu couldn't defend herself, and was quickly sent flying. She slid across the ground, gritting her teeth, thinking, so strong. How annoying. At that moment, Lang Qian stepped up from behind and supported her back. Chen Zhu turned her head and exclaimed, Master. Lu Xiuyuan observed and thought to himself, is the Mystic Darkness sect really this weak? Let's see how Zhu Nhi continues to probe. He looked at his disciple and said, Zhu Nhi, if Master Lang wants us to fight, then let him see your strength. Show him what true difference means. She replied, yes. Then, she began to unleash her power, a tremendous amount of spiritual energy radiating from her body. Lin Zhu Nhi stood tall, looking down on Chen Zhu, and said, you're no match for me, little girl. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Nhi's face suddenly turned pale. From behind, a hand rested on her shoulder. Lang Qian reassured Chen Zhu, don't be scared, she's not that intimidating. Chen Zhu hesitated and replied, but we have a 4-level gap between us. With me as your center, within 4 steps, I will definitely keep you safe. Chen Zhu nodded obediently, yes. Seeing this, she charged forward with her sword, shouting fiercely, you don't want the good stuff. Then I'll make you regret it. On Chen Zhu's side, she also drew her sword and rushed in. Let's see what you've got. The two swords clashed together, creating a loud bang. Realizing she easily blocked the attack, she looked up in surprise, thinking, I actually did it. On Lin Zhu-Nhi's side, she was trembling, her mind racing with fear. How is this possible? There's a huge 4-level gap between us, 20 minor levels. A blinding light flashed. Both of them were sent flying, sliding across the ground. Lin Zhu-Nhi's eyes widened in shock, wondering, wait, her energy hasn't changed at all. What's going on? Chen Zhu frowned, seriously contemplating. It's not that I've gotten stronger, it's that her power and speed have decreased. Is this the power of my master? Suddenly, she turned around and smiled at Lang Qian. The system appeared. The system announced, the first page of the 9 techniques of the mysterious gate has appeared. Level of the 9 techniques. Activate side mission, discover the absolute range of the small sphere. Please expand the range to 2,000 centimeters within 15 days, or face severe penalties. Seeing Chen Zhu unfazed, she charged in angrily, shouting, you still have time to look around. Don't underestimate me. Without any unnecessary moves, Chen Zhu effortlessly blocked Lin Zhu-Nhi's strike with her sword. Lin Zhu-Nhi's eyes widened, her expression utterly stunned. Her sword slid past Chen Zhu's blade. Lin Zhu-Nhi could hardly believe her eyes, trembling as she gasped, no. She quickly retreated. Her face turned pale, filled with fear. She thought, this can't be happening, the gap between us is like a lion and an ant. It must be a fluke, definitely a fluke. Then she mumbled to herself, trying to comfort her own mind, fluke, fluke, fluke. There's no way I gave it my all. Out of sheer rage, Lin Zhu-Nhi quickly unleashed all her power, surrounding herself with an incredibly strong source of spiritual energy. She charged forward, roaring, this ultimate move. No surprises here. Chen Zhu stood still, watching her movements, ready to take the hit. She smiled, thinking to herself, even though her speed and strength have increased, it's still within a controllable range. Tough luck for the master. In the distance, Lang Qian focused intently on their battle. He called out from behind, wrap it up, Chen Zhu. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from above, so it's your doing. Demon? It was Lu Xiaoyuan, rushing in, gathering spiritual energy into his palm. Lang Qian gritted his teeth, his face darkening, thinking, this is bad, the attention. He extended his hand forward, getting closer and closer. Lang Qian stood frozen, his teeth clenched in panic, thinking, I can't dodge this. The only option is to activate the absolute zone. His eyes widened as he glanced to the side. Right in front of him, Lin Zhu-Nhi was attacking Chen Zhu with her sword, shouting, die. The scene was tense, both of them were in a perilous situation. The sealing power of the absolute zone wasn't as invincible as it seemed. The stronger the opponent, the more spiritual energy it took to control them. Trying to stop two powerful foes at once was something Lang Qian couldn't manage right now. This meant one of them would have to sacrifice their life. Fate can be cruel like that. Lang Qian was no stranger to this feeling. If he had known from the start that saving someone could mean death, would he still have thrown himself into danger? Suddenly, a splash of fresh blood hit Lang Qian's face. Up in the sky, Zhu Xingxiu and Feng Baidao stood side by side. Zhu Xingxiu extended her arms, launching a flurry of attacks. Feng Baidao was no slouch either. She crossed her arms, emanating a powerful source of spiritual energy. Both of them were evenly matched, attacking each other simultaneously, with no clear winner. From their moves, shards of energy burst forth like shards of crystal flying towards Zhu Xingxiu. Feng Baidao was no exception either. Zhu Xingxiu looked at her and asked, still want to keep fighting? It's already the 10th round. How about we just call it a draw and go home? At Zhu Xingxiu's suggestion, the swordmaster refused to negotiate and exclaimed, a draw? Are you kidding me? At the same time, she gathered her spiritual energy. Feng Baidao had never lost to anyone since she started wielding her sword. Thousands of swords appeared around her, forming a massive circle. Zhu Xingxiu watched the sword master getting ready to unleash her move, feeling exhausted and sighing in frustration, thinking, I thought I could avoid a big showdown at the main hall. But this girl just won't let it go. Please spare me. She raised her hand in front of her and declared, get ready to taste my strongest move. Then, the swords merged into one. This created an enormous sword. He stared at the sword in front of him, utterly stunned, thinking, all the swords combined into one. Looks like she's gearing up for the final blow. Feng Baidao spread her arms to control the massive sword and exclaimed, enjoy the strongest sword in the world. The outcome was clear. She then sent the sword flying toward him. Even though the giant sword was hurtling toward him at breakneck speed, Zhu Xingxiu stood still, arms crossed, looking up, thinking, this woman is as stubborn as a leech. There's really nothing cute about her at all. Just as he finished his thought, a beam of light shot down from the sky, breaking her sword in half. Seeing her ultimate move destroyed so easily, Feng Baidao looked up in shock. She lamented, that was the sword I created using all my spiritual energy. How could it be destroyed so easily? Zhu Xingxiu replied coldly, I gave you a chance, too bad you didn't appreciate it. So I guess I have to end this match. He then spread his arms, and a brilliant golden magic circle appeared behind him. This summoned hundreds, even thousands of swords, surrounding Zhu Xingxiu and gradually spreading out. Looking at his swords, Feng Baidao's expression turned anxious as she exclaimed, the swords are huge. Plus, each one contains enough power to shatter my combined sword. Zhu Xingxiu kept chanting his incantation. Hearing his chanting, she froze, her expression shifting as she said, that sound it feels so familiar. Suddenly, her eyes widened. From Zhu Xingxiu's sword, it seemed like monks were gradually revealing themselves, deeply focused on their chants. She gasped, realizing it was the sound of chanting. Dao Shi, with a panicked expression, trembled uncontrollably, stammering, could it be, the rumors are true? The 100-sword resonance technique. It really exists. Every practitioner of swordsmanship must have heard of this legend. A legend known as the mysterious void shining like the sun. There was once a talented young man who practiced swordsmanship, and at a young age, defeated all the masters in the world. However, someone conspired against him, leading him to prison. In a moment of crisis, the young man awakened, loudly chanting the sutras of the monk, comprehending the 100-sword resonance technique. The ultimate sword technique. It is said that the sword technique sounds like a collective chant, emitting a blinding light that makes it hard to open your eyes. The villagers below the mountain thought dawn had arrived, eagerly waking up to see the mysterious void shining brightly, believing a living Buddha had descended. And they knelt in prayer for blessings. Watching Zhu Xingxiu unleash his move, she realized something incredibly important and exclaimed, I understand now. The pinnacle of the sword technique isn't about strength or manipulation, but about resonance. The sword technique creates a resonant harmony, chanting together, sharing the spiritual power among each sword. 1 is 100, 100 is 1. It's truly miraculous. Her body shook continuously, tears streaming down her face. Those tears from Dao Shi weren't tears of fear, but tears of enlightenment. In response to her reaction, Zhu Xingxiu half closed his eyes and calmly said, it all ends here. From now on, the affairs of the world will no longer trouble you. My sword will guide you to the afterlife. His eyes widened, becoming incredibly sharp. Returning to the main hall, Lu Xiaoyuan lunged at Lang Qian, shouting, farewell, demon. At the same time, over by Chen Zhu Nhi was also wielding her sword, charging forward and yelling, die, girl. Lang Qian stood still, waiting for the old man to charge at him. Chen Zhu was no exception. Her eyes widened in shock, intently following the blade of Zhu Nhi. Lu Xiaoyuan gathered his powerful spiritual energy and attacked forward. Meanwhile, Zhu Nhi also thrust her sword fiercely at her opponent. Blood splattered onto Chen Zhu's face. Witnessing the scene before her, Her body couldn't help but tremble. Looking at his blood-soaked face, Chen Zhu exclaimed, "Master! What on earth?" Her gaze lightly drifted to the side. Right in front of her was the image of Zhu Nhi stabbing Lu Xiaoyuan through the chest, while he used his own power to hurt her in return. His eyes widened in fear as he gasped, "How?" Zhu Nhi, not faring much better, asked, "How did it come to this?" A bloody scene unfolded before them. Lu Xiaoyuan turned his head, trembling as he spoke. "I never expected you could switch positions like that, you demon. What level have you reached?" Lang Qian stayed silent, not responding. However, beneath his calm exterior, he was secretly worried, thinking, that was close, if it weren't for the critical moment of upgrading the 9 techniques. The system announced, 9 techniques level, LV0 equals LV1. Congratulations, host, you've gained one of the absolute area expansion abilities, position swap. This skill allows you to change the spatial position of any object within the absolute area. Using this skill can consume a large amount of spiritual power, so use it wisely. The 9 techniques consist of 9 chapters, each with a type of absolute area expansion skill. This means that reaching the main level is essential for achieving a complete absolute area. Seeing Lu Xiaoyuan trying to escape, Chen Zhu shouted, "Master, he's trying to run." Lang Qian quickly dashed after him, instructing Chen Zhu, "Keep an eye on that girl, I'll be back." Outside, he kept running for his life. As he ran, the old man thought, "Damn it, this demon's power is deep and unpredictable. Better to run away first." Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. An attack came crashing down in front of him. Thanks to his agility, he quickly dodged it. It was Zhu Xingxiu's move. He stood in front of the old man, blocking his path with immense strength. Carrying Feng Baidao on his shoulder, he looked at the old man and sneered, "Where are you rushing off to? Don't you care about your precious disciple anymore?" The old man shouted, "Get out of the way, or else." But before he could finish, Lang Qian appeared behind him, echoing Lu Xiaoyuan's words, "Or else, what do you want?" Feeling completely cornered with no way out, he cursed, "Damn it." Lang Qian, with a cold expression, barked an order, "Xingxiu, capture him. I will reward you handsomely." Zhu Xingxiu responded promptly, "Yes, master." He looked at Lu Xiaoyuan and asked, "Lu Xiaoyuan, do you know why my master wants to kill you?" "Because ordinary people really hate those who exploit weaknesses to threaten others. You still dare to use the name of the righteous sect and the power of the original Yang temple to intimidate people. You really must be tired of living." Feeling like he had been hit right in the heart, the old man's expression turned to one of panic as he looked up at him. He glared at them, shouting in anger, "You mystic darkness sect are the true evil. Since ancient times, good and evil have never coexisted. Even if I, Lu Xiaoyuan, don't seek justice today, other righteous sects will come." Seeing that he still refused to admit it and kept making excuses, Zhu Xingxiu called him out, "Lu Xiaoyuan, don't think that just because the world doesn't know. The mystic darkness sect doesn't know either." He looked at him and asked, "What do you know, you disrespectful brat?" Zhu Xingxiu smiled, looking quite pleased. "Of course, it's your identity. Old demon." The old man stared at him in shock. He pretended not to know, looking bewildered and continuously denying, "What old demon? I have no idea what you're talking about." Zhu Xingxiu's smile faded, his gaze turning cold. "You wicked demon of the witch clan, do I need to spell out your clan name for you? 100 ghosts of the underworld." As soon as he said that, Lu Xiaoyuan's eyes widened, his expression a mix of fear and disbelief. He looked at Zhu Xingxiu, trembling as he spoke, "No. It can't be that someone knows that name." Lang Qian, standing at a distance, observed their exchange, stroking his chin with a thoughtful expression. He mused to himself, "This Zhu Xingxiu is quite impressive. I only guessed Lu Xiaoyuan's witch clan identity, but this guy knows it in detail." At that moment, Zhu Xingxiu soared into the sky, surrounded by countless swords. "Today, I represent the human race to eliminate you, the spy of the witch clan. Die, Lu Xiaoyuan. He shouted. The swords surrounding him quickly shot toward Lu Xiaoyuan. The swords flew like powerful beams of light toward him. He stood frozen, eyes wide, watching the swords hurtling toward him. A loud explosion echoed, followed by clouds of dust swirling up from the ground. After finishing his attack, Zhu Xingxiu quickly lowered himself. He turned his back and walked away, his expression full of disdain, not bothering to throw a single punch. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out from behind, freezing him in place. Zhu Xingxiu slowly turned his head back. His eyes widened in shock as he looked up. In front of Zhu Xingxiu stood a massive figure, and he gasped, "Are you kidding me?" It was Lu Xiaoyuan, transformed into a monstrous form, with glowing eyes and a towering physique staring at them. With a fierce expression, Lu Xiaoyuan declared, "If you know my secret, then no one is leaving here alive today." Lu Xiaoyuan, with his enormous body, radiated an overwhelming aura of menace, still adorned with Zhu Xingxiu's swords. Zhu Xingxiu stared at him in disbelief, thinking, "I hit him with my 100 swords resonance technique, and not only is he unscathed, he's even stronger." The spiritual energy in his body vanished, replaced by a strange dark power. The dark power from Lu Xiaoyuan suddenly wrapped around Zhu Xingxiu's sword. Instantly, the sword was pulled out effortlessly. It was quickly thrown to the ground, snapping in half. He stood there, stunned, wondering, this power, how is he still alive? I have to attack first. Zhu Xingxiu quickly reacted, controlling his sword to strike at him. The swords, glowing with power, rushed towards him. Suddenly, one of Lu Xiaoyuan's hands darkened with the dark power, sharp claws emerging from his fingertips. He then swiped his hand through the incoming swords, shattering them into pieces. Realizing he might not stand a chance, Zhu Xingxiu's face turned pale, fear creeping into his mind. I can't believe he easily destroyed my 100 swords resonance technique. This guy's power is beyond what I can handle. Lu Xiaoyuan looked at him and said, "Before me and my profound magic, your petty tricks are nothing. Now, just feel it." He then slammed his hand down onto the ground. His footprints were clearly visible on the ground, accompanied by an immense source of dark energy. He took a leap towards Zhu Xingxiu, exclaiming, "This is the terrifying power of the witch clan." At that moment, he stood frozen, staring at him, thinking, this speed, there's no way to dodge. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of golden light flickered. He widened his eyes, stunned as he looked ahead. Before him was the image of Lang Qian. At that moment, he was raising his shield to block the attack for Zhu Xingxiu. He shouted, "Master." Sensing Zhu Xingxiu's true power, he quickly commanded, "This guy is not your match right now. Fall back, Xingxiu." He respectfully replied, "Yes, master." Seeing Lang Qian finally show up, Lu Xiaoyuan asked, "So you've finally decided to join the fray, you demon? Let's see what you've got." He looked at him, his expression darkening, thinking, the strength of this guy is terrifying. If I hadn't just used the absolute block card, I might have been crushed by now. His current spiritual power couldn't activate the absolute area, so to win against him, he had to use the right item card. Without waiting for him to respond, the old man quickly swung his hand, preparing to attack him. Lang Qian swiftly crushed a skill card. The system announced that the Ocean Absorption 100 Pass had been activated. He also quickly swung his hand. From his fist, bolts of lightning gathered around it. Both Lang Qian's and Zhu Xingxiu's techniques clashed simultaneously. An incredibly terrifying force radiated from their attacks. Due to the significant impact of the spiritual power, both were pushed back and slid along the ground. Seeing that he could withstand his attack, the old man exclaimed, "You actually managed to block my 100 souls underworld claw. No wonder you're known as the demon Lang Qian." Lang Qian, on this side, gritted his teeth, stunned in his thoughts. The power accumulated in that punch was terrifying. If I hadn't used the Ocean Absorption 100 Pass, my body would have exploded. A mysterious dark power was now enveloping Lu Xiaoyuan's hand. He suggested, I think we don't need to waste any more time. Let's skip the playful banter. He stood on the opposite side, carefully observing to find a point of attack, thinking to himself, all the brute force is concentrated in my left hand. Seeing that he still didn't respond, the guy didn't hesitate for another second, quickly raising his hand high, gathering dark energy, and unleashing his strongest move to settle the score. At that moment, the sky darkened, and dark energy from around began to swirl into a massive vortex above, directing its power down towards Lu Xiaoyuan. Lang Qian stared in shock at the scene unfolding before him, thinking to himself, this power can even control the clouds. Wait a minute, that's not clouds. It's souls. Seeing the situation was looking grim, Zhu Xingxiu, who was watching from the side, anxiously shouted a warning, danger, master, run now. Hearing Zhu Xingxiu's shout, the guy chuckled smugly, run. Ha ha ha. No one can escape these souls, they won't stop until they catch you. Not even in hell will they let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly directed the souls towards him. From high above, the gathered souls formed a large circle and swiftly dove down. The souls he summoned were plummeting towards Lang Qian. Realizing the situation was dire, Lang Qian quickly used his last card, thinking to himself, this last card must hold strong. The souls were getting closer and closer to him. They were all hungry souls, mouths wide open, ready to devour him whole. Lang Qian didn't flinch, he stood still, waiting. At that moment, the souls charged at him, trying to engulf him. Seeing Lang Qian being completely consumed by the souls, Zhu Xingxiu panicked and shouted his name, Master. Meanwhile, the souls from above continued their relentless descent. Once they achieved their goal, the souls began to fade away. They quickly vanished, leaving the sky clear and blue once again. Lu Xiaoyuan, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh triumphantly, ha ha. Ha ha. This move not only inflicted pain like being torn apart by 1,000 demons, but also plunged the victim into an endless nightmare. The more he spoke, the more his expression turned maniacal and arrogant. This is the perfect way for you to die, O great demon. Suddenly, at that moment, his technique rapidly transformed and radiated outward. Lang Qian gradually emerged, standing tall and proud. Seeing him still safe and sound without any impact, he was suddenly taken aback and exclaimed, no. It can't be. No one can withstand the attack of the 100 demons. Your breath. The power of the spirits. It can't be, absolutely impossible. The more he spoke, the more his body trembled. Lang Qian opened his eyes, his gaze dark and deep. Looking at him, Lu Xiaoyuan couldn't believe his eyes, his body shaking as he stammered, how can a human learn the power of the spirit race? Around Lang Qian, a dark energy radiated. He looked at the old man with disdain and asked, is this really your strongest move? The old man looked at him in shock. Lang Qian was now raising his hand high, gathering energy into his palm. He spoke, well then, next I will let you experience the true form of the 100 demons' attack. From above, a dragon with boundless energy materialized before them. Lu Xiaoyuan exclaimed, this move, only the supreme elder of the spirit race could use, since his death, no one has reached this level in thousands of years. A mere human, how could he possibly perform the divine techniques of our spirit race? Impossible. What kind of trick have you used? He still couldn't believe his own eyes. Trembling, he asked, there's no way in this world to perform the unparalleled divine techniques of the spirit race. Who are you really? Could it be that you are? Lang Qian paid no attention to his question, his expression darkening as he said, everything ends here. Prepare to meet your end. Immediately, he thrust his hand forward to attack him. The black dragon, under his control, opened its mouth wide and charged angrily. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyuan could only stand frozen, his eyes following the path of the dragon rushing toward him. Suddenly, he knelt down. He bowed before Lang Qian and exclaimed, truly, the heavens favor the western region, the day of the spirit race's revival is not far off. Lu Xiaoyuan pays his respects. I hope you will be careful in the future. He bowed his head in reverence. Soon after, the dragon transformed into a massive energy, falling down and enveloping his entire body. Lang Qian watched the scene before him, his face cold and unyielding. Suddenly, a chilling, eerie smile spread across his face as he said, "The heavens favor the western region." Lang Qian's eyes were pitch black, and a chilling aura radiated around him, looking incredibly terrifying. Before long, his gaze returned to normal. Lang Qian had a cold expression, staring straight ahead without a hint of emotion. Lu Xiaoyuan was frozen in place, still kneeling before him. His eyes darkened, losing all their sharpness. Zhu Xingxiu stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder, looking at Lang Qian and asking, "Is this guy dead?" Then, Zhu Xingxiu quickly pushed him down. Seeing the corpse smiling, Zhu Xingxiu exclaimed in confusion, who would have thought he'd still be smiling in death? What a strange guy. Lang Qian looked at him and said, "Xingxiu, I'm going down the mountain to bury this guy. You tie up those 2 female disciples and wait for me to return to interrogate them." He bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, master." Up on the mountain in the forest, Lang Qian stood silently, intently gazing at Lu Xiaoyuan's grave. Suddenly, he recalled the man's words before he died, "Indeed, the heavens favor the western region, the day of the Wu clan's revival is not far off. Lu Xiaoyuan pays his respects. From now on, be careful." Lang Qian rubbed his chin, pondering what the guy's last words really meant. It seemed like he knew me. But what connection do I have with the Wu clan? After the sea spirit absorbed the 100 souls from his attack, my consciousness felt a bit hazy. But when I used that Wu clan power, it flowed smoothly. Suddenly, the system popped up. System notification: killed a foreign tribe member, protected the Mystic Darkness Sect, received reward points, 2,000 points. Discovered that when the host used the Wu clan's great divine technique, Lu Xiaoyuan was deeply in awe, received additional reward points, 1,000 points. Looking at the points I earned, Lang Qian, who was tense, suddenly felt incredibly happy. 3,000 points in the bag, time to spend some. The system continued to pop up, issuing a side quest: "If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. If you do offend me, you will be punished. Please swear to protect the Mystic Darkness Sect with your life." Reminder: this is a long-term quest with no time limit, but if the host is found violating it, death. After reading this, Lang Qian's expression turned pale, silently cursing the system in his head. What kind of system demands a life like that? Don't mess with me. In the dungeon room, Zhu Nhi was hanging from chains, her body still unconscious. Suddenly, her body started to tremble, showing signs of waking up. Then, she slowly opened her eyes. Taking in her surroundings, she silently wondered, "Where am I?" Once she was fully awake, she turned her head and saw Feng Baidao, exclaiming, "Senior sister." Feng Baidao had a gloomy expression and didn't respond. Seeing this, Zhu Nhi asked in confusion, "What on earth happened? Did Master lose?" Hearing that, she hesitated before answering, "He is dead." As soon as she heard this, it felt like a thunderbolt hit her. Zhu Nhi looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief. Her body kept shaking. Her face turned pale, unable to believe Dao Senior Sister's words. She stammered, "Dead, no way. Senior Sister, don't lie to me. Master is a top-tier expert, how could he?" Seeing Dao Senior Sister's vacant gaze and lack of response, she started to piece things together. Tears streamed down her cheeks as her body continued to tremble. "No." At that moment, the cell door swung open. Lang Qian walked in. The moment she saw him, Zhu Nhi's tears flowed freely as she shouted in rage, "Lang Qian! I will kill you. Let me go. I must avenge Master." In response to her defiance and struggles, a chilling aura surrounded him. He looked at her and asked in a low voice, "Do you want to join him?" As soon as he finished speaking, her expression immediately turned pale. But right after that, Zhu Nhi yelled, "Even if I'm not as strong as you, even if I have to give my life, I will avenge Master. I must kill, but before she could finish, Feng Baidao shouted angrily, "Shut up." Taken aback by Feng Baidao's reaction, Zhu Nhi trembled and said, "Senior sister, have you forgotten that Master took in lost souls like us? Without Master, could we have survived until today? Do you really want to betray Master?" She quickly turned and shouted. In response to her sister's delusion, tears streamed down her face as she painfully said, "That guy is from the witch clan." As soon as Feng Baidao finished speaking, the atmosphere around them fell into silence. Zhu Nhi still couldn't believe the reality before her, trembling as she asked again, "Senior sister, you've never lied to me. How could Master be?" Her gaze grew increasingly vacant as she replied, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either." Back to the time of fighting alongside Zhu Xingxiu. His sword barely touched the eyes of the senior sister before it immediately stopped. Then, the sword quickly vanished before her. The senior sister, looking stunned, asked, "Why didn't you kill me?" Zhu Xingxiu replied coldly, "To let you see the truth, little girl." She repeated his words, "The truth." He asked, "If I'm not mistaken, you and your junior sister lost all your family and loved ones to the demon clan, right?" Upon hearing this, her eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling as she said, "How do you know? Besides Master and Zhu junior sister, no one should know." Zhu Xingxiu answered, "Because I saw the look on your faces when you heard Li Yanqian was from the demon clan. What I'm about to say next might be a bit shocking for you. Your master is actually from the demon clan." As he revealed the truth, Feng Baidao's eyes filled with disbelief, unable to trust her own ears. Immediately, she retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. Years ago, Master took us in, teaching us martial arts, hoping that one day we could avenge our parents." Zhu Xingxiu raised his hand to his chin, a strange smile creeping onto his face as he suggested, "If you don't believe me, how about we put on a little act, and you can uncover the truth yourself." Back to the present, the senior sister recalled the scene she witnessed, trembling as she said, "I'll pretend to faint like Zhu Xingxiu suggested, and then I'll see Master transform into a demon monster." Zhu Nhi looked at her, unable to believe the information she just received. How could this be? How could this happen? Lang Qian, down below, spoke up, "The original Yang Palace that you all take pride in has long been infiltrated by the demon clan. The so-called #1 righteous sect in the world has already been tainted by these foreign beings." After saying this, he gestured with his hand. The chains binding them disappeared, and they were quickly released. Having completed what he wanted to do, he swiftly turned to leave. "You can go now." Suddenly, a noise came from behind. He quickly turned around. Before him were the two of them kneeling in unison. "Elder Lang, please accept us." Zhu Nhi spoke up, "From now on, we are willing to serve Elder Lang." Feng Baidao added, "Let's eradicate the remnants of the demon clan." Lang Qian raised his hand to his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face as he asked, "With the identity of the original Yang family joining my mystic darkness sect, do you too realize the storm it will cause in the martial world?" Upon hearing this, both of them suddenly froze. They felt an overwhelming sense of regret and exclaimed in unison, "We didn't think this through. Doing this will definitely throw mystic darkness sect into the eye of the storm." At their reaction, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha." Then, he reached behind him and asked, "Mystic Darkness Sect has already become the center of the storm. I want to ask, are you too ready to step into the eye of the storm?" Seeing this, both looked at him with wide eyes of surprise. Zhu Nhi and Feng Baidao turned to each other, silently coming to an agreement. They both spoke in unison, "Master Lang, please accept our bow." The system displayed a notification, accepting Feng Baidao and Lin Zhu Nhi as disciples, rewarding them with 100 points. It was now night time. In the mountains within the forest, the grave of Lu Xiaoyuan showed signs of being dug up. Dirt and rocks were piled around. Approaching, there was only a deep hole in the tomb now. The body had gone missing. On the other side of the forest, A carefully wrapped black package was thrown forcefully to the ground. A person wearing a conical hat knelt down to report that Lu Xiaoyuan's body had been brought back. The one in charge, arms crossed, asked, "No one saw you, right?" "He is the master of the Soul Electric, Zhu Zhenghe." The hooded figure replied, "There were no slip-ups." At that moment, a dazzling beam of light, bright gold, shone down from above. One of the subordinates looked up and exclaimed, "What is that?" "A magical beast." The bald subordinate looked at the shining bird in amazement and said, "No, this light is from a divine beast." Zhu Zhenghe observed closely and added, "That's a divine beast of the heavenly grade." The subordinate behind him bowed and reported, "Master, who would have thought this trip would lead us to such a divine beast? It seems our Soul Electric is about to receive great fortune." Seeing this, he pointed at the divine beast, grinning with delight. "Ha ha ha. You all, capture it for me." The two subordinates quickly complied, "Yes, master." The bald subordinate's eyes widened. He exclaimed, "There seems to be a person on that bird." Suddenly, an attack came crashing down from above, sending dust and debris swirling chaotically in the air. Zhu Zhenghe stood still, gazing ahead, observing the scene. As the dust began to settle, a very familiar voice rang out, one he hadn't heard in a long time. "You little brat." It was Lang Qian. Upon seeing him, Zhu Zhenghe was stunned and exclaimed, "Master." At his reaction, the two henchmen exchanged glances, whispering to each other, "Master." "The master of the Lord." Once they confirmed his identity, the two henchmen turned pale. The bald one gasped, "So, it's our demonic master Lang Qian." The bald guy trembled and whispered to his buddy, "I heard that everyone who encounters him ends up dead." The guy next to him tried to reassure him, Don't be scared. Our Lord will definitely protect us." Zhu Zhenghe suddenly became unusually gentle. He awkwardly raised his hand, shyly looking at Lang Qian and asked, Master, are you out here enjoying the breeze?" We didn't interrupt your fun, did we?" At his response, the two henchmen were left speechless, asking in unison, "Master, what are you doing?" Lang Qian's expression turned cold as he interrogated, "You little brat, why did you send people to my mountain of ruthlessness to dig up graves?" Zhu Zhenghe looked embarrassed, scratching his face, Seeing him not respond, Lang Qian grew furious and shouted, "You little brat, I'll ask you again." But before he could finish, Zhu Zhenghe suddenly dropped to his knees. He bowed his head and trembled, pleading, "Master, I'll confess right away. Please, master, spare my life." The two henchmen looked at him, falling into a state of silence, unsure of what to say. The system appeared. The system announced that Zhu Zhenghe's loyalty had increased by 50%, hostility status. Noticing Zhu Zhenghe's loyalty had risen from -70% to -50%, a reward of 500 points was granted. Looking at the system notification, Lang Qian gazed at him with a helpless expression, thinking to himself, this guy's loyalty can be swayed so easily. No wonder he's Zhu Zhenghe, such a coward. Immediately after, Lang Qian raised his voice in anger, "If I find out you've told even half a lie, you're dead for sure." He earnestly replied, "I wouldn't dare. I'm only responsible for retrieving the bodies. I didn't participate in the grave digging at all. It was all my third senior brother's orders." After Zhu Zhenghe's testimony, Lang Qian looked at him with a puzzled expression. The third disciple. What does he want with Lu Xiaoyuan's corpse? Zhu Zhenghe honestly replied, "I don't know, master. Besides, I didn't dare to ask too much. I just came here right away." Lang Qian stroked his chin, deep in thought, realizing this guy didn't seem to be lying. After all, having Lu Xiaoyuan's corpse wouldn't do him any good. But if it fell into Lin Muzhuan's hands, that would be a whole different story. After a moment, he looked at him again and asked, "You little brat, do you really think what you said can save your life?" As soon as he finished speaking, both of his subordinates dropped to their knees simultaneously, crying. The guy with black hair pleaded, "Master of the demon path, please have mercy on us." The bald guy added, "We were just following orders from the leader. we had no idea what was going on. Lang Qian was furious at their reaction, thinking to himself, this is exactly what Zhuzheng he has taught his disciples. His subordinates were crying and begging, please, master, have mercy. Lang Qian shouted angrily, if you don't want to die, shut up. As soon as he said that, the two subordinates quickly fell silent, not daring to utter a word. Lang Qian looked at him and said, Zhuzheng he, you only have one path now. Join the Ming sect with me. His eyes flared with anger as he barked. Or else. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in surprise. Right before him, Zhuzheng his figure suddenly vanished. Lang Qian thought to himself, where did Zhuzheng he go? His eyes widened as he quickly turned his head around. There was Zhuzheng he, now kneeling down with his hands out in front, pleading. Let's go, master. I'm ready. He turned his face back, looking utterly helpless, thinking, I can't believe this guy is so scared of death. His speed is on par with someone at the peak of the martial god realm. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly turned and left. We need to go right now, Zhuzheng he replied, yes. Seeing him leave like that, the disciples behind kept crying, Leader, are you really going to leave us behind? He couldn't hold back his tears, leaving while saying, from today, the world no longer has the true soul temple. Go back to where you came from, don't wait for me anymore. The two followers watched him leave and shouted in unison, Master, take care. After taking a few steps, he sensed the surroundings and called out, Hey, the one hiding behind that tree, you're the one who dug the grave, right? The figure, all covered up, trembled and begged. Ancestor, spare my life. He turned around, looking at the cloaked figure and commanded, bury the body back where it was. Got it? The figure stood before him, respectfully replying, Yes, please rest assured, holy leader. Under the night sky, Zhong Mingjiao was slowly returning with him. Lang Qian sat in front, while Zhuzheng he quietly sat upright behind him.